that in the face of criticism, said to the country, said to persons who were raising critical questions that they were enemies of the state. It was not this administration. In fact, if you look at the record of this administration, Mr. President, we have been the government that has put before this country the greatest pieces, the most pieces of legislation intended to address the issue of accountability and transparency in this island. Mr. President, it is this government that introduced the practice of bringing public officers to the well, to hold them accountable, to answer critical questions about the performance of their ministries. It is this government, Mr. President. It is this government, Mr. President, that introduced the Public Finance Management Act that was raised in here as our commitment to increasing accountability and transparency in government affairs. This government. So that for anybody to suggest that this government is afraid, does not want to answer, is not addressing the issues of accountability and transparency, it is a folly, Mr. President, and it is incorrect. Mr. President, it was this government that, unlike other administrations that have previously ignored the Auditor General report and let it pass, that provided a comprehensive response that can be found on the Parliament website to the Auditor General's report of 2021, Mr. President. This government, in which we made a commitment to face and fix the accounting deficiencies that were identified within that Auditor General report. It is this government, Mr. President, that brought integrity legislation that was defeated in this chamber, Mr. President. It was this government. It was this government, Mr. President, that brought anti-corruption legislation, Mr. President. This government. It is this government, Mr. President, that sought to change the rules for the Public Accounts Committee so that it could function by changing the rule that only the opposition leader could chair so that we could have a functioning Public Accounts Committee, and it was defeated, Mr. President, but in this chamber, but we got it. So that for people to wax political and philosophical about issues of governance and accountability as if this government is not at the forefront, Mr. President, again, it is a folly. I challenge any member of this chamber right now, and I will forfeit the remainder of my time on my feet, Mr. President. Any member of this chamber that can bring evidence to suggest that this government, that this administration has not brought before this country the greatest amount of legislation, the greatest amount of policy initiatives to ensure accountability and transparency. It is this government, Mr. President, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, that opened itself to the public in the context of Paris Speaks, and there was nobody, Mr. President, at the door checking passports. It was open to everyone, all and sundry, and anyone who will incline their hearts to wisdom and their ears to understanding, if they go back and check the records of that, will know that it was not a chorus singing Kumbaya, that citizens asked hard questions of public officials who had to turn up to make sure that they answered those questions, Mr. President. And again, I say that anyone who wants to challenge the record of this government when it comes to addressing the issues of accountability and transparency really and truly should do so honestly and fairly, Mr. President, because our record in this respect stands for itself, Mr. President. Mr. President, very often, when we speak the truth, Mr. President, We are accused of grandstanding, red washing, and using persuasive language, Mr. President. You know, we are dismissiveness. But when others undertake philosophical meanderings, Mr. President, on governance, and when they talk about what cannot and cannot be talked about in this country, and when you talk about debt, is this and that. But when we speak the truth, when we bring facts, the leader of government business didn't bring fallacy, Mr. President. She didn't pull things out of the sky, Mr. President. She brought facts about the record of this government lifting this country from the decades that it faced for devastation by the previous administration. What facts, Mr. President, on how we have turned this country around in the short space of time that we have had in 5 years. Facts. But then we are accused, again, of being pompous-setting, red washing, all sorts of things. But Mr. President, our record and the facts of our performance speaks for themselves. This government is about the people's business. It was this government that in the context of a COVID pandemic gave to this country the mantra, no retreat, no surrender. And Mr. President, I am in strident form this morning, not because, Mr. President, we are perfect, not because we are afraid of being held accountable, not because we do not recognize that there are things that have to be taken up and concluded and completed, but because, Mr. President, I am confident that the government in which I serve understands the development agenda, is intent on delivering on the development agenda, and still has a mantra of no retreat, no surrender. The other class of Barbadians, Mr. President, and I'll be very frank here, I have less patience, and I need to call on every ounce of my grace to deal with them, are people who I call the PWRs. These are people who want relevance. And people who want relevance, Mr. President, they use the public space to deliberately confuse, conflate, tell half-truths because they like the sound of their own voice. I juxtapose those, again, like I said, to the mass of Barbadians who will ask honest, critical questions and discussions. This group, people who want relevance, stand in a group of their own, Mr. President. Less patience and less grace for that group. Mr. President, these people add very little to the critical and honest debate because it is not within their self-interest in order to be able to do so. They are not about the development agenda of this country. They are about hearing their own voices, creating confusion, diverting people with spurious arguments, as opposed to focusing on the bigger agenda for this country, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I would suggest to them that they go to the Bible and read Proverbs, because Proverbs is a chapter within the Bible that encourages people to seek wisdom and understanding. And it speaks in a manner that is not flattering about people who rush in and use their tongues to create confusion, Mr. President, and then to bring about a situation of crisis unnecessarily. Please go and read Proverbs, especially chapter 6. Mr. President, in specific cases, I do want to say that I understand. I put my hand up in the air, I understand that those people who want relevance may find themselves in a hard situation. Certainly, I might reflect that if all of a sudden people who once had my position now start to build houses, I would understand, for instance, if people who was once leading the institution that I was leading all of a sudden, and those same people presided over silent years, and now all of a sudden they've found voice, and are speaking here, there, and every way, that I might, feel a little bit, jammed into a corner and pressed to say things that I wouldn't ordinarily say, that I really and truly should know better. And in that situation, Mr. President, I can exercise a little bit of grace because I can understand the difficulty that you might be faced then with trying to make sure that you maintain relevance in the context of feeling threatened. But unfortunately, that is to the detriment of honest and fair debate. Mr. President, it is interesting for me to note, and for this chamber to note, that there was a publication in 2017 by the then leader of the opposition, in which he was reflecting on the notion of truth and governance in politics. And in that publication, at that time in 2017, the article was reflecting on the fact that currently in Barbados, at that time of publication, that there was cause to lament the state of governance. And in fact, the paper used the Auditor General report of 2015 to highlight how deficient the politics and those who held power at that particular time were at in the context of good governance and truth. And I want to say, Mr. President, that we have to be careful that when you move from one part and into the other part, that when you make that move, you become embedded in the muck and the mire of that part. And then you cannot then divorce yourself from the history and that muck and the mire and present yourself as smelling like a rose. And that therefore, when you treat to public issues and public discourse, then you also as well, in the context of fairness and honesty, must reflect on where you are, Mr. President. And that is the message I want to be able to give. And I would like to suggest that it may be useful, Mr. President, within that context, for some reflection to take place, particularly amongst those group of people who want relevance, that they should settle themselves. And I'll use a phrase that the Prime Minister has used, cease and settle, Mr. President, and have them wheel and come again. Because this public, Mr. President, as we have been told, is awaiting the much-touted era of new politics. We are awaiting to see the difference that was to be able to brought to bear on the opposition politics of this country. We are awaiting, as was indicated by this side, the alternatives. And Mr. President, I want to say that I'm personally disappointed because I was looking to see a full gamut of alternatives on the paper that would allow us to be able to scrutinize and examine and what the government was putting on the table versus what could possibly be put as alternatives. Nothing. Nothing. We have no idea of the vision, Mr. President. We have no idea of what will be done differently. What we have is spurious, I don't even know what to call them, questions and counting of taxes and these things, Mr. President. But I would like to suggest that the people of Barbados want more. They want more. And certainly, Mr. President, for those that like counting, I want to ask them to count a few things for me. Can they count, Mr. President, which administration has presided over the most consistent years of economic decline when in power in Barbados? I want them to count the number of downgrades that this administration came into power and found. Can they count the level of government debt that this government came into power and found? Can they count the thousands of persons who were summarily retrenched before 2018? Can they count the salary increases that were given between 2008 and 2018, Mr. President? Can they count that against the salary increase that was given by this government in 5 years, Mr. President? And then, Mr. President, ask them to count the number of Barbadians who benefited when this government, within almost weeks of coming into power, increased non-contributing pensions from $155 a week to $225 per week. Ask them to count that, Mr. President. And this was despite coming in to a government that was completely devastated, Mr. President. Despite, Mr. President, coming into a government at which the country was on its knees, Mr. President, we put people first, Mr. President. We put people first. It is this government that worked with the private sector not once, but twice to have a compact to keep the profit margins down. Who did that benefit, Mr. President? 46. Barbadians, Mr. President, people first, not people in red, not people in blue, but whether you had purple, whether it's green, Mr. President, Barbadians. And for the majority of those in the most vulnerable groups, Mr. President, people's first has always and will always continue to be the mantra of this Barbados Labour Party, of this government, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to also note that it was this government that in the midst of a pandemic introduced the business interruption benefit, which provided a grant of $3,000 to help entrepreneurs when they couldn't work in the context of the pandemic. It was this government, Mr. President, that introduced the Vulnerable Family Survival Program that provided, again, $600 a month support to the most vulnerable families, and that, Mr. President, that support continues till today. It was this government that, even in the context of the public crisis that we were facing, Mr. President, that recapitalized the NIS to make sure that persons could have unemployment benefits, Mr. President, that they could continue to survive even in cases where employers had not paid up the contributions, Mr. President. It was this government, Mr. President. It was this government that introduced the NIS Deferral Employers Program, so that employers who were retaining more than 3/4 or 2/3 of their staff complement were able to defer the employer's contributions to the NIS. This government, Mr. President, that laid off workers could receive benefits for 6 months, and those on short weeks to receive 60% for the days that they were not working. We created a shield, Mr. President, around Barbadians. This government. Mr. President, I want to ask, can they count the fact that when we came into government, with every 68 cents and every dollar going to pay debt, which meant that we only had 32 cents left for schools and roads, and despite this, Mr. President, this government reinstated free university tuition so that we can have people, Barbadians, our children, back at universities. And they may not be able, Mr. President, to count that because they do not understand the nexus between education, lifting people out of poverty, well-being, and development. And that is why they may have missed it, Mr. President. But I ask them, in a moment of quiet reflection, perhaps in a come to Jesus moment, that they reflect and perhaps count again, Mr. President. The increase, Mr. President, this year that is being given in the personal income tax allowance for pensioners in this country, that will be increased from $40,000 to $45,000, Mr. President, who will that benefit? We are told that the budget didn't have anything for people. We are told that this government doesn't look after people. We were even told, Mr. President, we have to be careful that we are not introducing policies that only serve the ones who vote for us, and not the whole of Barbados, Mr. President? Can you imagine this government with this record, Mr. President? The Scotland District project, Mr. President, who's it going to benefit, Mr. President? Barbadians. We're repairing roads that for years have been neglected. Not red, Mr. President. It will benefit Barbadians, Mr. President, and provide jobs, Mr. President. When this government, Mr. President, has made provision for people who cannot get a mortgage to enter into a 30-year rent-to-own arrangement, when in the context of Hope Inc., we are providing housing for persons who may not necessarily qualify for a mortgage, and then on top of that, creating empowerment by making sure they have access to renewable energy solutions on their rooftops that will then put more money back into their pocket. This government, Mr. President, is being accused of not putting people first, of only serving one class and one group of of Barbadians. Let us have a fair and sober debate. Let not people who need relevance, Mr. President, try to create confusion and distraction. Mr. President, like I said, no problem with honest criticism. No problem, Mr. President, and we can have a fair debate about what this government may or may not have achieved. But what we will not have a fair discussion about is the record of this government when it comes to addressing the needs of Barbadians. For anyone to suggest, Mr. President, that this government is not about the people's business is a dishonest discussion, Mr. President. It's a dishonest discussion, and people, particularly those that hold, in some sense, leadership positions, and even those, Mr. President, that may be talk show hosts, should know better. Should know better. And if we're going to have a discussion,
President, I raise on a point of order.
Yes, Senator Dr. Hines.
I truly hope that my colleague, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight, is not impugning anything about my character in particular, because that would certainly be out of order.
Yes, indeed it would be. I'm sure that Senators who want to clarify, but I'm sure that you're not impugning improper motives on any member of this Senate.
I made no reference, Mr. President, either to this chamber. I spoke to those persons who are calling hosts, radio hosts, and I'm not aware that there's only one radio host. There's only one radio host.
Mr. President, I raise on a point of order because it is somewhat rich to impugn certain things about talk show hosts, as I have heard in this chamber throughout these debates, when there's only one person in here to whom they could refer. So I raise on a point of order, Mr. President. Obviously, I leave this to you, but I think it is disingenuous to impute. Well, ask the Honourable Senator what she said, because clearly you were not listening, Senator Nichols, but I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to the President. I raise on a point of order. Thank you.
I would caution Senator Dr. Monroe Knight that the Goodley Senator is indeed a talk show host, not the only one, but certainly in that context, you will not impute any improper motives to talk show hosts in general, at least by definition, any such imputation should include our honourable member who is not, by definition, capable of any improper motives as a member of the Honourable Senate.
Mr. President, I am so guided. I will therefore, I'm so guided and I withdraw that reference. And therefore, Mr. President.
They have it struck from the record.
Mr. President, thank you for that guidance. And I would suggest perhaps, Mr. President, that I will rephrase as I have withdrawn the statement to indicate that perhaps people who want relevance and who are in leadership positions should make sure that they engage in honest and fair discussions including those who lead in public spaces, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to admit again that we have had, Mr. President, yes, to transition some workers. We have had to, unfortunately, release temporary workers and have sought to transition them. But again, as a demonstration of this government being about the public's business, Mr. President, we have not just released them and say bye, but we have sought to transition them through providing, one, opportunities for them to enter into available work opportunities within the public service, but also as well through providing training through the Construction Gateway program. And again, I challenge any member of this chamber to identify where a government, in the context of an exercise that it has had to, unfortunately, release workers, has sought to ensure that it holds the hands of those workers, to ensure that they are dealt with sensitively, Mr. President, and provided the level of opportunities for upward mobility, Mr. President, because we are taking, in many instances, some workers who have not had training in areas and providing that training, or they may have had training in one areas and providing opportunities for them to be trained in others so that they can get jobs, not only within the public service, but within the private sector as well. That is the record, Mr. President, of this government. And again, Mr. President, I am strident because we need to have fair and honest debate, Mr. President. Mr. President, when the residents of St. Lawrence Gap had a problem with the proposed redevelopment project of St. Lawrence that was to take place at St. Lawrence, Mr. President, what did we do? Two members of government met with the residents in a town hall meeting, and what did we do? Hold our hands up in the air, apologize, say we dealt with it incorrectly, and we will wheel and come again. So that when I ask people to wheel and come again, it is because, as a government, we also do it. We also are prepared to take a step back if some of the policies that we have are intended to implement may have adverse effects, and people within the society reach out and say we want to have a dialogue. There has not been, Mr. President, opportunity where we have not met them to have that discussion. And I'm aware now that there is some issues in the context of Spicetown, and I am assured I have not even spoken to my colleague, the Honourable Colin Jordan, because I know that the Honourable Minister will be meeting with those residents in order to be able to address their concerns. And I know that because it is the very posture of this government, Mr. President. The very posture of this government is one where we will meet and be about the people's business, Mr. President. Mr. President, but perhaps, to be very honest, I am being a little bit optimistic in terms of the maturity and the call for fairness of such people who need relevance, feel that their backs are against the wall, and therefore they need to make sure that they continue to make spurless comments in relation to the government's performance. Because very often, Mr. President, when there is a new thing that is being done, people are not always able to perceive it up front. We can become so locked into the traditional frame that when something new is presented, that when transformation is afoot, we are not always able to perceive this thing. Yesterday, Senator Malalou talked about the fact that really and truly his listening of the presentation of the estimates annually would reverberate into blah, blah, blah taxes, blah, blah, blah taxes. It demonstrated the fact that you get locked into a traditional nuance where you hear the repetition, and therefore, when something new and different is afoot, if you are not careful, if you are not, like I said before, making sure that you are attending to proverbs and seeking wisdom and understanding, you may not always be able to perceive it, Mr. President. Mr. President, transformation or metamorphosis does mean doing something in a new way. It does mean that, in some senses, we have to put down what we understand, what we think the thing should look like, and how it should function in order to appreciate a new way of doing things. Certainly, Mr. President, when I was a student at University of the West Indies, and particularly studying political science and political economy, one of the things that we often used to say is that governments would tinker with social change. They never tried to attend to the real structural transformation that was necessary because that was hard, yeah? That the 5-year election cycle very often prevented political parties and governments from attending to the real hard and transformative elements because it would fall outside of the election cycle. And that it was one of the weaknesses of representative democracies, and certainly in the context of small economies, that flaw of not wanting to address those transformative elements, Mr. President. And I can understand, Mr. President, because transformation is hard. It takes a long time. It requires, I believe, as we heard before in this chamber, a call for a significant cultural change and shift, Mr. President. And investing in that significant cultural shift, Mr. President, can be extremely daunting. But this government, in the context of who this government is, Mr. President, has presented Barbados with a transformative agenda. That transformative agenda, Mr. President, was crystallized in the context of the Appropriations Act. And I say it was crystallized because very often we believe that that presentation stands on its own, that it has no connection with ongoing policies, no connection with ongoing legislation, no connection with programs that are being done and are already in train, Mr. President. The transformative agenda that was presented was a crystallization of elements that this government has been presenting to this country for some time now. But often, like I said, Mr. President, we don't often perceive it when it is presented anew. Mr. President, it was indicated in this chamber, I believe, by Senator Dr. Christina Hines-Harris that, Hines, apologies, that the government is appearing to do quite a bit. It's doing quite a lot. And Mr. President, that could very well be true, because we have had to focus on three things. We've had to focus, one, on delivering on the things that we promised that we would deliver on our agenda. But we've also had to focus on repairing the damage that was done by the former administration. And then thirdly, we've also had to focus on contending with the multiple crises that have faced us. And in that context, It is not possible for us, Mr. President, to only advance in one area without making sure that we advance and take care of all three things at the same time. So yes, the government is doing a lot, but we're doing a lot because we have been forced to, Mr. President. We would have loved to be able to come in and be a government that had a level playing field. That was not what we found, Mr. President. We came in, Mr. President, as I detailed before, not going back there, but also as well facing a climate crisis, Mr. President, and we've had to address that as well. And therefore, the pillars of transformation that this government is presenting is intended, Mr. President, to address those fundamental things: the delivery, the repair, and the addressing of current context. And that there is a clear understanding, Mr. President, in the context of that transformative agenda, that it doesn't happen in a linear fashion, that at the same time that we address transformation, that we have to address repair, that we have to be able to consolidate. But we cannot, Mr. President, run away from the fact that given the context that we are in, that we have to transform. I want to suggest, Mr. President, that if we do not rise to this challenge as a government, then we would have betrayed a generation and missed a particular moment of time that we are in. And therefore, this government, Mr. President, is committed to that transformational agenda, even though we recognize that it is indeed long-term. Even though we recognize that it may not pay off benefits until some long time in the future, it is a commitment to transformation, Mr. President, that we are making. Mr. President, that transformation agenda is built on a number of pillars, and I want to go through some of those pillars, Mr. President. That first pillar, Mr. President, that I want to speak to is in the context of the international environment. And that is important, because how we address and deal with and have to face the issues of debt, have to face the issues of financing for development, are intricately tied to how we are inserted into the international arena. And therefore, we cannot deal with the issue of transformation only at the local level. We have to deal with the issue of transformation at the international level, because that significantly impacts our operations here. The main plank that we have been doing that is coalescing around what has become to be known as the Bridgetown Agenda. And I say coalescing, Mr. President, because those strands have been there previously, but we're now coalescing it under the umbrella of the Bridgetown Agenda. Again, people who, unfortunately, may not fully understand the new thing that is being done would want to suggest that this has been about travel, that this has been about pretty speeches, that this has been about grandstanding. What the Bridgetown Agenda is doing, Mr. President, philosophically, Mr. President, is calling for structural reforms of the international financial institutions. It is calling for structural reforms of the modern Bretton Woods institutions. It is calling for a reform in the way that financing is made available. It's calling for reform in the way that debt is approached, Mr. President. That is what the Bridgetown Agenda is. Those institutions, Mr. President, that have the power of rule-making, Mr. President, are not here in Barbados. They're not in the region. And therefore, the fight has to be brought to them, Mr. President. And that is why, Mr. President, the advocacy that has been ongoing in relation to the Bridgetown Agenda. And it is about that structural reform. And like I said before, if we are able, Mr. President, to have that level of structural reform, it means then that we can deal better with the issues of how we finance our development. It means, Mr. President, that we can address how we intend to finance all of the challenges that we will face in the context of climate change and building resilience. Mr. President, it was not an accident that we have the Resilience and Sustainability Fund of the IMF. It's not an accident. It emerged, Mr. President, out of that transformative agenda in the context of the Bridgetown agenda, in the context of that call for structural reform at the international level to make space for small economies, Mr. President, to be able to get capital, to be able to get financing, and essentially to reframe the way that developing countries such as us that have been denied access to concessional financing, that we reframe that narrative that has been put abroad. That, Mr. President, is one of the critical pillars of the transformative agenda that this government is doing. So that is one. The other transformative agenda, Mr. President, and we come now locally, is built on 3 pillars, Mr. President. Pillar 1, the setting of overarching targets which focuses the nation and critically the public sector on key missions and targets. And this is a question, Mr. President, have been asked here. What is it that we are doing? What is the rationale? Do we have a goal in mind? What are the critical outputs that this government is going to be able to deliver? Pillar 1, Mr. President, I'll go in depth. Pillar 2 is the establishment of real and deep public service transformation, which will redefine the way how the public service works. Pillar 3, addressing the issue of cultural identity through direct interventions, because we understand that we have to address the issue of culture change. And Pillar 4, training as part of the transformative agenda. So those 4 pillars, Mr. President, and I want to go through them. So that Pillar 1, the setting of overarching targets which focuses the nation and critically the public service on key missions and targets. And 3 things, Mr. President, I want to say. Throughout this year, the government has been in dialogue, talking to the public service, talking through the social partnership on what are the defining missions that we will set our eyes and focus this nation on achieving together. Not government-defined missions, Mr. President, but in the context of the social partnership, national missions that will focus us all, that the private sector will agree that they will focus on, that government will agree that they will focus on, that Labour will agree that they will focus on. And the establishment then of those missions is intended then to make sure that the work of the public service is galvanized around those missions and the accomplishment, the achievement of those specific missions, Mr. President. So that will provide the overarching frame for how this government will execute its work. We then add to that, Mr. President, resilience targets, because while we may have that overarching frame, given our climate vulnerability, we also understand that it must be layered by a clear understanding of what are the critical areas of vulnerability and how then we have to be able to focus the government in order to make sure that we also achieve those targets, Mr. President. We've been asked, what is the overarching frame? We've been asked, what are the outputs, Mr. President? We've been asked where we are going. And Mr. President, I also want to say that one of the reasons where we haven't necessarily elucidated what those specific missions are is because it is part of an ongoing conversation that we want to have through the social partnership and with this country, because it is intended to be an all-of-country approach. So we have mission-focused economy, we have resilience targets, and then we layer that now with the commitment for results, Mr. President. Those three things. And I've spoken before about the commitment for results, and if we look in the estimates, you would see in the context of Head 13, Prime Minister's Office, under 040, provision in there for the Commitment for Results Department, providing for staffing and providing for the building out of a portal for us then to be able to streamline our processes. And Mr. President, I will be honest because, Mr. President, unlike others, I will always have the honest and fair discussion. We would have wanted, Mr. President, to be at the start of this financial year to have fully rolled out the CFRs. But again, like I said, as a government, we're always willing to wheel and come again. And we did so because as we step back and realize that we have to identify those overarching missions, that we have to identify those resilience targets, that we need to do that first, so that as we align ministries and agencies and departments of government, that we have a straight trajectory from the missions and the targets to the CFRs, which operate at the granular level in ministries. Because if we did not do that, Mr. President, we would have had each ministry, each agency and department coming up with their own CFRs, their own individual goals. But no, Mr. President, as we have stepped back, we are now creating a process in which those CFRs will be guided by overarching and agreed national missions and targets, Mr. President. We then, Mr. President, further undergird that process by the establishment of a number of institutional frameworks, Mr. President. I'm taking time to go through this in a level of detail so that we can understand the transformative agenda that this government is on. They will be supported, Mr. President, by the institutional frameworks of the National Strategic Council that will operate to bring members of government, including senior public servants and ministers, the Deputy Prime Minister, senior ministers, everybody together in one place, because as yet within the public service, that does not exist. The National Strategic Council. We will then have the Fiscal Council, Mr. President, to make sure that those mission-critical things that have to do with growth will be carefully monitored and attended to in the context of the Fiscal Council. We then have, Mr. President, the Growth Council as well, and that is private sector led, Mr. President. And then underneath that as well, you would have Barbados Delivers, which is a private sector initiative for Barbados Delivers to attend to making sure that we get our doing business metrics correct, Mr. President. So that we are not just at the philosophical, the operational level, but we are undergirded at the institutional level. All of the processes that will be needed, working in tandem with the critical partners and bringing them to the table to ensure that the transformational agenda works and is on stream. Mr. President, I have much more, but in the time that I have left, I want to touch on the other pillar of that transformational agenda, very briefly, which has to do the establishment of real and deep public sector transformation, Mr. President, and that is a process that is ongoing. Mr. President, we are in the process of digitizing the records across government so that very soon we will not be in the era of having to be passing files. We will be digitalizing government processes, and that has started. We saw the commendation of what is happening in the immigration department already. What is happening in the context, Mr. President, of facilitating payments for various departments online. That is part of the process of the public sector transformation, Mr. President. Mr. President, the issue of cultural identity through direct interventions, and again, if you look under Head 17, Subprogram 276 for the Division of Culture, you would see that in the context of the National Cultural Foundation, we will be establishing landship dots throughout this country. Mr. President, I want to identify the 100 Voice Choir that brings together chorales from right throughout this community. The training in stilt walking, basketry, photography, filmmaking that will be happening in the context of the ministry. I also want to identify, Mr. President, that we will be this year inscribing under UNESCO table tennis and the landship as intangible cultural heritage projects of this country. So that it means that globally, landship and road tennis will be officially recognized as part of our intangible cultural heritage, Mr. President. We are about the people's business. The final pillar, Mr. President, as my time gives way, unfortunately, Mr. President, has to do with that of training. We've spoken here before about the initiatives of the National Transformation Agency, NTI, and the fact that under that initiative, in the context of the BEST program, we were able to train thousands of tourism workers, in order for them to be able to upskill. And Mr. President, I want to be able to make sure that I give some figures any time. We were able generally, Mr. President, to train over 15,000 workers and an estimated 32,000 workers in tourism-related jobs, Mr. President. 230 persons were trained under BIMAP and concluded courses in tourism and human resource management. SJPI, 130 persons trained in photovoltaic installation, new areas, Mr. President. Electric vehicle maintenance fundamentals, photovoltaic installation, photovoltaic electrical installation, Mr. President. 340 persons completed room attendant, middle and house management through the Rosette International Butler School. We had 132 persons trained from the tourism sector in accommodation fundamentals. At the Barbados Community College, 470 persons completed foreign languages, Mr. President. And I could go on and on and on. In the context of Coursera, Mr. President, we have 31,160 persons that have been enrolled for training programs. Over 95,000 lessons have been taken, Mr. President. Free to Barbadians on a platform that attracts 12-year-olds and 74-year-olds, Mr. President. We have students that are at CXC level, Mr. President, that are taking 4 courses in there and speaking to the fact, Mr. President, that they have helped them tremendously in terms of preparation, Mr. President, for their studies. Mr. President, as I close, I want us to remember three things. 1, transformation. It's difficult, it's long, and it is hard. But this government intends to be intentional in its delivery of the transformative agenda for Barbados. That's number 1. Number 2, this government will not shy away from constructive engagement of its citizens because we understand fundamentally that we cannot deliver transformation and development unless we take our citizens along. And thirdly, Mr. President, this government stands by its strong record, Mr. President, of being accountable and transparent for what it intends to deliver, Mr. President, and what it is doing. This government stands by that mantra: no retreat, no surrender. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this morning I rose early and I thought that I would test my future. So I went up to St. John and I walked past and stood up in front of a beehive. I have a hive of bees that are very aggressive and they did not attack me. So I left my bee suit at home today. So, based on that prediction, Mr. President, I stand to say what I have to stay as an independent senator. Mr. President, this 166 square miles that we have of land space is all that we have. There have been discussions and talk about increasing it by reclamation of land and building islands. And what I can say is that we know what we have now, but we do not know what we will get when it's done. But all the plans for development and growth, Mr. President, are predicated on a number of things, which include having money, among other things. But the single most important factor that influences development is access to water. Water. Now, we are at the crossroads, I believe, of something big. We will either take off and fly to the heights, or we will crash. And what might bring us down, Mr. President, is water. There is no question that climate change is real. If you had any doubt and you watched the news early this morning, you will see what's happening in California. And it will remind us all that do not think that what you have today will be the same tomorrow. And we are a little island state that has limited water reserves, and we are listed on the UN Index as being significantly water scarce. Now, Mr. President, within the debate, we heard about the planned developments that will, if these buildings are built and they are occupied, will significantly increase the demand for potable water in this country. And potable water is a major issue. But water rights and the conservation of water is a public issue. It's not a government issue only. It's an issue for every citizen of the country, and visitors too. Because when we earn our tourist dollars, I presume, and I know that all the tourists leave things behind, and we have to deal with it, and most of it is water. But he who owns the water truly controls the country. And we are at a funny crossroads, Mr. President, where the institution that was responsible for the production and the distribution of potable water has largely become a retailer of water. I will repeat that. The institution that traditionally, 30 years ago, was responsible for the production and the sale of potable water has largely become a retailer of water. The institution buys its water from various entities. Now, In a small country as ours, Mr. President, the people, I'm of the view that water is an asset and it has strategic importance. And if we lose control of our water, we will suffer significantly. Now, we've seen in recent times in the press, persons complain that the supplies of water have been turned off for various reasons, and I'm not about to debate whether they are justified or not. But suffice it to say, if you cannot pay for the water you're getting, you are likely to lose access to it. So the price of water, Mr. President, and one's ability to pay for it at the point where you receive it is significantly influenced by the arrangements made from the primary producer. Now, various governments have spent large sums of money to protect the supply of potable water in this country. It is not limited to this administration, but previous administrations, including the last one. We have seen the establishment of a desalination plant. We have seen a water augmentation project in St. Philip that has significantly improved the reliability and the supply of water to the persons living in St. John and in St. Joseph. I think it was, well, I don't remember who it was. One of my fellow senators pointed out that there's something special about being able to have a bath every day, and it's true. But the debt incurred by doing these things will be paid for by our grandchildren and possibly our great-grandchildren. But if the cost of water keeps spiraling, we will be further down the tunnel, Mr. President. And I've asked whether we need to relook at how we negotiate the cost of production of water. 70% plus of the cost of production is energy. We relied before on fossil fuel. We didn't have a lot of control over the cost of fossil fuel. But now we are producing green energy, Mr. President. And if we're able to produce the energy required to produce the water at a cheaper rate, then it should be reflected in the cost of water. I have gone to look at and I've seen the incredible infrastructure in St. Philip, and I'm told that the photovoltaic plant adjacent to the water augmentation project produces 200% of the daily energy requirement of that project. But I dare say the cost of the water sold by that project has not changed. And I understand perfectly well that's an investment, and investors have to make profits. But if this country is going to grow, we cannot continue to pay for water at rates that could be lower. So we have to consider from the outset where we will get our energy from for these projects and how it will affect the end product. Mr. President, the reality is that he who owns the water owns the country. Now, it is interesting that there is lots of debate about what needs to happen in our state-owned enterprises. And there's been no details that I've heard about how they'll be dealt with. But Mr. President, if the day comes when the BWA as an SOE is going to be reorganized, and that important asset is going to be privatized, I would like to think that all Barbadians should be able to own a share of the features in that asset.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of order. I believe the honourable member, although quite unintentionally, is misleading the House. I believe that public statements have been made by the honourable Prime Minister on more than one occasion that there is absolutely no way that the government of Barbados, this government of Barbados, would agree to the privatization of the state's resources relating to water. And she was specific to the Barbados Water Authority. And so I would not wish there to be a public statement going out there that then grabs a headline, BWA to be privatized.
Senator Miller.
Mr. President, I did not say in any way that there's an intention to privatize water. But Mr. President, I began by saying that the organization has moved from a producer and distributor to a net retailer. So if I used to make bread and sell it, and instead I buy my bread from someone else and then sell it, well, what am I? Have I changed my status? And if you look at what is happening in the country and the plans for water supplies, with the plans to have further desalination plants, then we are moving in that direction, no matter what we call it. That is my view, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, the BWA is owed approximately $100 million for its services in supplying water. And there was a warm debate, I think it was on Monday, and the name of was mentioned about the Ombudsman and the Auditor General. But there was an ad in a public notice, in fact, in the newspaper, I think it was on Monday, advertising for an external auditor for the said BWA. That suggests to me that there are issues within the BWA. And we know, Mr. President, and I've had personal experience of this.
Mr. President, on a order. Yes, thank you. Mr. President, the indication of an external auditor does not indicate that there are issues. Government offices, private sector agencies are audited on a regular basis as part of the normal business practice, Mr. President, to ensure the affairs are able to be in order, to make sure that the reports are submitted, etc. And it is not, Mr. President, a good indication. And the Public Finance Management Act requires it, the same act that we were accused of not following, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miller.
I've poked the height, Mr. President. Wonderful. Mr. President, the BWA is unlikely. One would ask, if all is well, how will it collect its $100 million? Mr. President, I have a water meter at the house that I live at, and I live at the end of a line. And whenever the water goes off and it comes back on, my meter and my bill reflects 100% increase in use. And it means, therefore, to my mind, that it's recording something other than water. It's recording air. So we have, Mr. President, a system of charging customers, and I'm happy to be challenged on this, for water, but the devices used to measure the water appear to measure something other than water. There's no need for anyone to rise because this administration is not responsible for them. Mr. President, it is a big future problem because the truth is the organization might know what it is producing, but it does not really know what it is selling if the meters are faulty. It means, therefore, that it really doesn't know what it's owed, and it really can't say how much it will collect. So water is a massive, massive problem, Mr. President. Now, successive governments have tried to deal with our problems of leakage and the water that is pumped and the large volumes that are lost in the bad pipes. But successive administrations have failed to deal with educating the public about water conservation. And the answer can't be produce more, produce more, produce more, because production costs money. There is a town planning requirement, and I think the threshold is 1,350 square feet of floor space. If a house has that square footage, one is required to have a cistern. But it has not been adequate education of the public about the use of the water in such cisterns. And there's not been any legal framework set up for use of green plumbing. So, as far as I'm aware, one cannot legally connect your tank to your plumbing system in your house. As far as I'm aware. Maybe someone will rise and advise me otherwise. So, Mr. President, if the planned developments that we have are to happen and our demand for water goes up, will we be able to meet it at reasonable costs? And if the costs are higher than they are now, where will we find ourselves? So there seems to be a need to have significant public education, Mr. President. Public education about water conservation, starting probably in preschool. Enough said about water, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to touch very briefly on energy. I have noticed, Mr. President, that the roofs of the government industrial parks, 4 of them, Harbour, Rosettes, Newton, and 6 Roads, and Newton, not so much. The largest collections of government roofs in 4 spaces, excluding schools, are being covered with photovoltaic cells. I wish and I hope that this is a government project, Mr. President, that will earn income for the government and the people of this country. Because roof space, Mr. President, roof space in that volume, Mr. President, is a national asset. The government does not have any buildings, Mr. President, in such numbers, in such compact spaces, that can produce so much energy and influence the grid. And I hope is not a case, again, Mr. President, of he who owns the water and also owns energy is king. Mr. President, I have not had, and we've not been privy in this chamber to any legislation to deal with the disposal of the byproducts of all the green energy. And we are well into the program. And every week and day we import batteries and photovoltaic cells and cars, and we are not speaking about disposal. And we appear not to have made any special provisions for disposal. And we are but a rock in the ocean, and we depend on the water underground. And if you don't provide safe disposal, the people will find their own places to dispose. And it will affect us all. So I call on the government and the relevant ministers to please start the movement, Mr. President, to provide safe space for disposal of the end-of-life products. Some time ago, I think it was Senator Malou, spoke about disposal of the fossil fuel cars and trucks and vehicles. And there's really been no debate or provision for that either, any new ones, because if we have set a date for the transition, then one would assume that there will be a rush at some point in time for disposal, and we've not made any provisions for it. So I hope that somewhere these plans are being hatched and are at an advanced stage, and we will soon see them. Lastly, in that trend, Mr. President, recreation. Mr. President, when Gabby said, "That beach is mine," he was right. And we all know that song. There has been, Mr. President, a constant wish by all types of persons to have private beaches. It's the ultimate asset. Far exceeds having the most expensive car or most expensive house. To have a private beach in Barbados is probably the height of ownership of anything. Mr. President, the right to access the beach cannot only be for persons who walk. We make lots of representation on behalf of the disabled, who I believe should have equal rights of access. And one should not expect a disabled person to park one's car and have to push your wheelchair or be carried 500-600 yards down the hill to get to the beach. You should be able to drive your special needs car or be transported there and get off in a reasonable distance in a safe parking area and go to the beach. I mention that because, Mr. President, not far from here, there's now been a gate installed on a road that led to a beach. Probably one of the most unspoiled beaches in Barbados. And I hope that the relevant government authorities will look into it, and if it has been illegally installed, they shall remove it. I will leave that matter there, Mr. President. It is timely, Mr. President, that the Minister of Health has turned up. I welcome him. Mr. President, we have a hospital, a tertiary care hospital, that is everybody's football. People seem to get up in the mornings looking to kick it, and they go to bed doing the same thing. But it's the only tertiary care hospital that we have at this point in time. And the government has made tremendous effort in the difficult times to fund the hospital and come up with some clever ways of providing that funding, including the health levy, which provides about $65 million a year. So the notion that public health care is free is at least a joke. There's $65 million spent directly on the QEH that's collected through the NIS. Now, there are a number of small hospitals, Mr. President, and I'm sure that in the future there'll be others. And as more Barbadians choose to seek private care and pay out their pockets, governments might find ways to ease the burden on the people indirectly by providing concessions to the hospitals. But, Mr. President, the concessions have to be even and fair. And it would seem unreasonable that a hospital might have disposables and drugs duty-free and VAT-free. Another hospital operating in the same sphere has to pay for theirs. It means that you're disadvantaging some of the patients, Mr. President. And if indeed Barbadians choose to have private care of their own pockets or through insurance, and government wishes to encourage it, then the concessions, Mr. President, should be evenly handed out across the board. Now, Mr. President, I want to make a few comments about my beloved QEH. And I say that without any sarcasm. It's Senator Walker's too. Now, in October 2019, Mr. President, we came to this chamber and amended the QEH Act. And I spoke with the mantra that there was no right time to do the wrong thing. I have not changed it. Mr. President, Senator Monroe Knight gave me a wonderful reminder just now when she said, we should recall what happened in St. Lawrence. And maybe the time has come, Mr. President, for similar action in our institution. An experiment is only an experiment. And you have to accept when it isn't working and be willing to change it. And maybe the time has come. But, Mr. President, a hospital can only be assessed by one thing, not what it costs to run it, or how much money it makes, or how much money it loses, but it's assessed by patient outcomes. So, if you spend money, you look at the outcomes and see what they are, and if you spend more, the expectation is, unless somebody's stealing it, you should have better outcomes. And one therefore has to ask, whether with all the money that is being spent in various areas of the QH, whether there is truly any assessment of outcomes. Not just talk, but assessments. Whether the waiting lists are genuinely getting shorter, whether productivity is genuinely increasing. Not whether people are coming to work for longer periods of time or less, but real numbers, facts and figures. Now, Mr. President, this administration or government, in the most difficult of times, found $11 million to spend on the Accident and Emergency Department to expand it. It was a promise made in the manifesto. I think I did read that manifesto. It was a promise made, and it was a promise kept. But sometimes, Mr. President, we make a promise, you have to go back and say, I know I promised you that, but I haven't looked at it properly, and it really doesn't make sense. I want to modify it. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea, Mr. President, because, excuse me, Mr. President, if you did not fix the problems of flow within the hospital, you would have created, thank you, a larger, spacious, more comfortable A&E for people to wait in for longer times and have worse outcomes. Mr. President, it saddens me to admit that it has come to pass. But I said it was going to happen. You cannot take a person who has problems with movement of the intestines and just give them new dentures and more food. You have to fix the problem. And the problems in the QH that relate to flow have not been addressed. And if they have been addressed, Mr. President, they have not changed. But leadership, Mr. President, leadership is important. And Mr. President, if you have 2,000 plus people under one roof, and you do not have the right leadership, you have problems. And the people who you treat will have problems. Worse problems, Mr. President. So I call on those in charge to stop the experiment, Mr. President, and make a change and fix it. It requires some hard, harsh decisions, Mr. President. I understand that, I accept it. It requires, Mr. President, that workers of all sorts, the lowest paid workers and the highest paid workers too, have to improve their productivity. Not just turn up to work, but improve their productivity. And they have to be assessed without fear. They have to be assessed without fear, Mr. President. I too expect the same for me because I'm employed by QH. Mr. President, but the people who lead, and while you may have a pyramid, there are different grades of leadership. But those who lead have to lead. So, if I may revert to the A&E, the A&E was supposed to have been expanded and had its size increased. And the project was supposed to have been finished. And the people of this country were supposed to be treated in a better facility and more efficiently. One can question whether it's a better facility, but it's certainly not being more efficient. Some will argue it is worse. There's no easy fix, but it requires, Mr. President, a hard, harsh, dispassionate look. And somebody has to do the right thing, Mr. President, and find new leadership, and implement new leadership. Because the people call for it and the people want it. And the mantra, a promise made, promise kept, is supposed to be real. Now, there is supposed to be another $5.2 million to be spent on completing the refurbishment of the uni. That will complete the refurbishment of the physical plant. I do not know if it includes repairing the broken parts of the new plant. But the question is, Mr. President, will it improve function? Because an accident emergency department is more than just a physical space. And the only people who suffer are those who either cannot pay or cannot go anywhere else because they're too ill. So we have to fix it, Mr. President. I feel like I'm repeating the same thing over and over. I must check your hands, sir. Like I get the feeling I've said everything that I'm saying here before. No, I'm not psychotic. I've had an assessment. I'm not psychotic. I have a good memory. I have a good memory. And there are things I can say, but I will not say it. Mr. President, I want to point out, however, that the budget given for the A&E department by the then minister has now been increased by 50%. Give or take a couple $100,000. That's amazing that you've had to increase the budget for a project by 50% in a tertiary care institution, and you still can't deliver. Something is really wrong. You spent $11 million. You built an annex with $11 million. Couldn't finish the project. You're going to spend another 5.2 and complete the renovation. But things are worse than they were before. So how will we get them better? I don't know the details of how we get them better, Mr. President. But we need change. We need change, Mr. President. We have to fix it. I'm sure that the minister that I support will bring change. I'm sure he will. He has a lot of support. But the people need a change. Because as a boy, I remember an election, I think it was 1976, and the party in power, 76 I think it was, had this slogan that said, "How long is too long if it's good?" But they lost, Mr. President. It wasn't that. They didn't realize that it was not good, but it was 76. It wasn't 76. What year was it? Yes. It was 76. Said, how long is too long if it's good? But the public showed that it was not good.
It's not good.
Dr. Walcott is fond of accusing me of different allegiances. Mr. President, I will leave my beloved QH behind I'm sure that Senator Walker, the Minister of Health, will make the appropriate changes so that as he approaches the end of his political career, he can look back. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that he's the end of his career. I'm not at all saying that. As he approaches it, because he's not as young as he used to be, neither am I. We can all look back, and Senator Thompson too, and see where it has gone from. Well, Senator Thompson, Mr. President, was the Minister of Health. So we can all look back as participants and see what we have done to move it along and how we've improved it. And Senator Walker sits in the chair. So I hope, Mr. President, that within a short time, there'll be changes in the QAH, which would resound to the benefit of all those being served. Now, I want to comment on the matter about cataract surgeries. Senator Haynes yesterday gave a wonderful, I will say, a wonderful contribution. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And there was a mention of cataract surgeries and the fact that we had accomplished the clearing of this stated backlog. I challenge that, Mr. President. I challenge that because every week I get calls from people who've dropped off the waiting list. So, you can reasonably say you've cleared the list of the people who were listed. But there are large numbers of persons in this country who are almost blind because they have cataracts. And while they may have gone for surgeries during COVID, they dropped off the map. They are no longer, they haven't been coming because they're terrified and for various reasons they didn't come. So we have not, don't be lulled into a sense of security that you'll fix the problem. But it's a good achievement. But for the first time in a long time, the government has made sure that all of the inputs needed to do the surgeries were available. Human personnel, physical space, and, Mr. President, lenses, and all the other things. So I congratulate the government. It's a great achievement. And I stood in the Senate, Mr. President, last year, and I pleaded to help fix the knees of those Barbadians who were out there with creaky knees, and I'm glad to see the government has responded. So I congratulate them in public, Mr. President. I congratulate the government for restarting the joint program. And I hope that it will continue so that more Barbadians who need to have their joints done, who cannot afford to pay for them out of pocket, can have them done. So once again, I congratulate the government. Mr. President, the nurses in this country deserve to be recognized for what they do. And I don't mean just Barbadian nurses. I mean all nurses. The nurses who are Barbadians, who are Vincentians, who are Ghanaian, who are Cuban, because they do work, excuse me, that other people will not do and cannot do. And they do it with dedication. And I think, Mr. President, that the proposal or the decision to add nurses to the traveling schedule is a very good one. And I also think that the addition of specialist nurses, the 18 in number, is a positive thing. It could make some significant changes to public health care. But, Mr. President, people come and they go. And when you are a specialist, you are in demand. So I hope the government has a plan to not to see these 18 nurses as an end point in the program, but the beginning of a continuum. And we will have more nurses trained as specialists, because the more you are trained, the greater you are in demand, and the better you'll be paid in many other places. Mr. President, our hospital sometimes is dysfunctional, not because the highest paid worker didn't come to work, or the next highest paid worker, but sometimes because the numbers of people who are probably the lesser paid workers have either not been hired in adequate numbers or have not turned up for work. So we have to make sure that the losses, the material losses that we incur every day, like in an operating room when you lose 4 hours out of 10 because you couldn't get a patient brought to the operating room because the person who gets paid a daily rate far less than the hourly rate in the operating room didn't come to work, it doesn't make sense. It would seem to make more sense to hire more of those people, even if the numbers were deemed to be excessive, and have them lame, as we have noticed with some public workers, so you can call upon them, than have a facility that costs large sums of money per hour sit idle. That is one change, Mr. President, I think can be effected at lower cost, and it doesn't require any brilliance to fix it. Mr. President, the overall articulated plan for healthcare in this country, in the public sector, and with some stated plans for the private sector, might mean that the demand for services in Barbados will go up, particularly if the health tourism aspect of it takes off. But one of the problems we are faced with, Mr. President, now are reliable sources of supplies. It is a major problem. It is not only a problem for us in Barbados, it's a problem worldwide. I thought I would mention that because sometimes it is hard to tell persons why you cannot do something when you have everything else, but you can't get the part, or the item, rather, that costs $200. And not because you don't have the $200, it's just it isn't available. And it might mean that, and I'll speak from the point of view of the hospital, because I think that the QH is still one of the largest consumers of most items used in medicine. Maybe we need to review our procurement strategy. Maybe the old style of sitting with suppliers and depending on the suppliers might not be the way to go in the future. We may need, Mr. President, to source a lot of our own supplies directly, and we might save large sums of money also, because there's no question that there's no endless supply of money. And if, Mr. President, at the end of the day, whatever we do improves patient outcomes, we, Mr. President, who, if we have not yet used the services, but we are sure as long as we're alive, we'll need them, we will be happy. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maynard. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I am grateful for the opportunity to participate in the debate on the appropriations bill this year. So I am also mindful of the fact that yesterday marked 1 year since I was appointed to this chamber. I was reminded of that, sir, by my daughter yesterday evening. And one of the things that I have learned to emulate in public life was that you take the good things that are worthy of emulation and you in yourselves amend that feature. I'm sure Senator Nurse understands what I'm speaking about. And the bad things you also try to cut out. And the leader of government business began this debate by referring to the late Professor Owen Arthur, who in his later years said to us that you have to begin to view the country and where it is going through the eyes of your children. And so I, in my second iteration in this honorable chamber, have to look at what we are doing as a government, as a people, and as a country, holistically, through the eyes of what would be there for our children. Because at the end of the day, I would not want my children to say that we participated in a reckless exercise or did not pay sufficient attention to the issues that really face us as a country. And so before I get into the reasons why I would support the appropriation bill for the financial year, I do want, sir, to thank Madam Deputy President for sharing with us in the parliamentary group the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report for 2023, because context is everything. Without context, you can never appreciate the full picture. And Barbados does not stand splendidly in isolation from many of the global risks that will impact the world in which we live over the next 2 years or in the next 10 years, which is what this report speaks to. And indeed, sir, I am happy to participate in the debate and support the appropriations bill. Upward, onward, Bajan Excellence 2030. It is not a slogan, sir. It is a mission for this country to position itself over the next 7 years to be a leading developed state as a small island. It is not something beyond our reach. We are not going to be able to have large militaries, nuclear weapons, or what people consider to be the trappings of most developed societies. But we already, sir, as a small income developing state, have to deal with the challenges that developed countries deal with. And in the process of reforming and transforming the Barbadian economy, some of these challenges are not the ordinary challenges of the South. Some of these challenges, sir, are global challenges, as we speak about climate change and the risk that we all face every time we look at the hurricane season coming across the Atlantic and the storms and the potential damage that they're doing to many, many countries in this area of the world. So that context, sir, is everything. And in many ways, the imperative to position this country within the context of what is going on in the global environment has always been a lasting mission of this Barbados Labour Party. So when I joined the party in 1999, a lot of my friends and colleagues asked me and You don't, as a young professional, join a government in its dying days. I remember that. The leadership of this party and of the country, sir, challenge us not to settle for the bronze, challenge us to reach for the gold. I believe the enduring metaphor was at a time when a very skillful Barbadian athlete won a bronze medal at the Sydney Olympics. But at that time, the mission was to take this country forward, sir. And I draw the reference and contrast because Prime Minister Arthur was very fortunate in the sense that he sat in a parliament where all 4 prime ministers who preceded him ran governments in a parliament that he sat in before he became prime minister. And, sir, we look back at his vision to transform Barbados amidst the challenges of the day at the beginning of the new millennia, the rapid trade liberalization and globalization of the world economic circumstances, the removal of the planks of our development from independence, from under us, and the transformation that we have had to endure, sir. And I look back at the economy that he inherited, where there was 1/4 of the Barbadian population unemployed, sir. Our dollar was in peril. We had weeks of foreign reserves. So I remember being a student at the university in the early 1990s when a sugar truck turned over at the bottom of University Hill, and people from all over were running from the top to the bottom, all down Walmer Lodge to get the sugar that spilled on the highway because we could not even get sugar in Barbados then. And for our students, we were shamed because we're like, y'all producing sugar and that's how y'all behaving? We were importing sugar from Guatemala and Guyana. And we were ridiculed then, and we lived through it. I remember, sir, my late father came home and said to me and my brothers, boys, sweet life done. That is the economy that the Barbados Labour Party inherited in 1994. And I know too many people who are not able to remember that. But sir, in making a conscious decision to join this party, I reflect on all of these, and I tell my children these stories. So all the economic indicators were pointing in the wrong direction. And we came to office then, sir, with a promise to provide jobs for our people. The taxation system in Barbados was reformed. And when the VAT was introduced, it was wrongly criticized as heavy taxation on the backs of the people. So even the most honorable, the mighty Gabby, won the Calypso Crown in about 1997. He sang Master Day Done, everybody knows that song, but he also sang a song, No Sympathy. You throw the VAT on we, no sympathy, oh, you have mercy. How you expect we to survive the VAT, killing we alive, oh, in Alpha. By the time this economy turned the next year, and we began to see the transformation in the country's reserves, all of the work that was done to criticize the repositioning of Barbados and reforming the tax system to give us a revenue base that would not tax people's incomes, per se. All the benefits we saw, and we saw a surge in the economy. 8% was paid back. And this Barbados Labour Party administration, sir, made sure that we passed an amendment to the Constitution to prevent future governments from doing it. So much so that when we fast forward, I remember in the last administration, sir, the Minister of Finance, in what was termed the water cut budget, when he said he could not do anything but tax the people because the Barbados Labour Party in opposition refused to give the government of the day the constitutional support so that they could send home public workers. And the contrast has to be drawn, sir, because when the Barbados Labour Party came to office in 2018, Everyone was saying you have to send home thousands of public workers in order to bring down the pressure on the dollar and to reduce the fiscal deficit that we had at the time. My good friend and client, former central bank governor, has made known his position on the large size of the public sector, putting pressure on the Barbadian dollar. And this government was faced with a problem, sir, a mighty challenge, and Senator Dr. Haynes carried us through that process. But a lot of people forget we were in a lonely channel, sir, when this country took the bold step to go into selective default on your international debt. Bold steps, sir. That saved this country. And we were able to mitigate and have the fiscal space to mitigate COVID and all of the other challenges that were thrown to us. So that, sir, I say context is everything. Because if there is an excessive amount of chirping on this side, in this honorable chamber during the debate, so I sympathize with my colleagues, and I might even be accused of leading the charge in the asides and the ad hominem account. So you don't hear any of those, I understand that. But you would understand and appreciate why it is that the members on this side take particular umbrage to all of the chirping out there. So we understand, Senator Paris, and I were here, sir, in the last appropriation bill in this chamber, when the leader of the opposition, who then became Prime Minister of Barbados, accused the government of taking Barbados too far ahead, too fast. Sat right there where Senator Dr. Haynes sits. And I'm not accusing her of taking on the traditions of that seat. But there are some similarities which I will get to later when he spoke on the offshore taxation bill and those pieces of legislation which were moved in 2007. There's some similarities in some of the comments that they made. So it's either the seat or they think on the same place. But that is not the point I'm making, sir. We were criticized for building all the roads for World Cup. And I went to visit my mom, who's not well, and she's in a home, sir. And I stopped by my good friend Barker, Senator Tyrone Barker, one of the longest serving senators in the history of this country from 1991 to 2008. Unbroken, who's not himself doing well. I remember him speaking in the appropriation bill in 2007. But when the World Cup done, the roads are going to be here. When the World Cup is done, all the infrastructure to deal with the security apparatus, which people can't understand and begin to appreciate, which had to be put in place for Barbados to secure a bid for less the finals of a Cricket World Cup, which was held in major cities. And since we built Kensington Oval, we've had 2 other World Cup finals at that place, sir. We also had a World Cup in golf in early 2008. Talking about repositioning the Barbadian economy, sir, so that the appropriation bill and the speech given by the Honorable Prime Minister in the other place, that speaks to the transformation of the Barbadian economy by 2030, a 7-year mission, is something that let us not have any disagreement about where we need to go, because every one of us feels and believes in this country that we can aspire to and achieve a global standard of excellence as a small nation. And I think all and sundry would agree we can have disagreement about the means, we can have disagreement about the vehicles, but let us get on with the work of taking this country forward. Let us stop peeping behind ourselves. And no one is frightened, sir, about the criticisms that come. especially on our side. But I have great sympathy for a robust defense of this government's economic management of the country. This Barbados Labour Party was accused, sir, of treating Barbados as an economy and not a society. Because when you couldn't criticize us about the economic fortunes of the country anymore, you had to find something to say. And sadly, sir, it must be said, Barbadians wanted change and they got change. You know, they got the change they wanted. And we had 10 glorious years, 10 glorious years, for which we are now recovering from the glory. And the people of Barbados spoke once and they spoke twice, because when they were reminded about the 10 glorious years, they came out and said, no, we can do it again. And we're hearing about dictatorships. Sir, it is hurtful to us because, sir, when I was a student attending the World University Debating Society Championships, everybody on their way to Athens was reading the Economist magazine because it had a good snapshot of all the issues and the potential topics for debate would be somewhere covered in those pages, Time Magazine, Newsweek, and so forth. And coming from the Caribbean, sir, never heard about this magazine. I never, sir, missed picking up one in an airport since then. And sir, the World Ahead 2023, printed by the Economist magazine, for the first time, I may be wrong, has in a chapter or a article, A New Way to Fight Climate Change Together, and a cartoon picture of our beloved Prime Minister. And it challenges the rest of the world to consider the Bridgetown Initiative. And the Bridgetown Initiative, sir, is not only dealing with climate, but it's dealing with debt. And how small countries like us that are vulnerable to climate disasters have to mitigate climate threats, but also have to deal with what Senator Dr. Haynes called the polycrises emerging after COVID. Particularly small countries. So this party, sir, is not, and this government is not afraid to deal with the issue of debt. But the superficial criticisms about the country has not dealt with the debt is annoying, sir, for all the reasons that the members on this side had to speak and to remind the country. And we're not boasting, but we have to remind them, because I've heard one of the commentators out there, and I'm not speaking with anybody to make sure, I'm not speaking with anybody, any of the honorable chambers, was a chairman of the National Insurance Board, was a member and a director of the Central Bank Board. And every time they speak about the debt. When the Central Bank and the NIS was financing recurrent expenditure under the last administration and putting the National Insurance Funds in peril, and the Central Bank printing money to fund not development projects, but ordinary recurrent expenditure, we didn't hear anything about it. But we must now sit down and evaluate these constructive criticisms and analyses and critical content as if we are blind or forgetful. That is why there's chirping on this side. Because we understand when a government was indifferent to the issues that affected this country, when Barbados' voice in the international community went silent for 10 years, when Barbados' leadership of the region was absent for 10 years. We understood where we were going. And when our leader, Prime Minister Motley, spoke to any issue, she was told that she should be punished with laughter. Punished with laughter. This government had to come and clean up the issue with CLICO and the policyholders. And when a no confidence motion was raised to bring, when a matter of public importance was raised, Speaker refused then to give the voice of the people. I didn't hear anything about a threat to democracy then. I didn't hear anything about a government being indifferent then. Millions of people's dollars were at stake, gone down the drain. Not a word. So when the sanctimonious cries about the government overreaching and the government not listening and the government and all this comes down, you have to be chirping it in here, sir. Have to be chirping. When we hear about corruption, and I heard, sir, in this debate that one of the reasons why people don't trust governments and politicians is because they don't participate in the process of budgeting. And I captured the headlines, that participatory budgeting is the way to go on. Sir, when you check participatory budgeting, sir, I went and did a little bit of research, and I only started to scratch the surface. But seeing that scratching the surface is the way to operate in the political sphere in Barbados, you just go and say something, the press carries it, and then you become an expert on it. That's the way how things go in Barbados. I always say we don't have any journalists in Barbados, we got reporters. Because from the time the news starts to the time the news ends, somebody went somewhere and said something. There's never any analysis of the content, but it's always that somebody said. And they would probably do that to me. You'll see tomorrow to able that Senator Nichols said X, Y, and Z. No analysis of content at all. But participatory budgeting is a municipal device used all over the world, well, not all over, in some places in the world, sir, to deal with municipal expenditure. Not a national budgetary exercise, because a country cannot work if you were to create what Senator Dr. Maynard and I discuss and refine as a plebiscite, where we get everybody in to determine what the country can spend money on. A country, no country in the world can work like that, sir. But we are hearing that there's a lack of trust, and that's why the people ain't going to vote, and all kinds of things are happening that are wrong, because everybody, we should perhaps carry on the estimates not in the well of Parliament. We should carry on the polling programs and let people decide where the money should be spent. And that is the contrast, sir, that we have to deal with when, on the one hand, Prime Minister Richie Sunak and President Emmanuel Macron, everybody knows what I mean. I am not pretending to call anybody's name correctly, are discussing, sir, the Bridgetown Initiative at their last bilateral summit. This is something that is the focus now of attention of leaders of two G7 powers, taking an initiative brokered here in Barbados by our beloved Prime Minister and taking it seriously. None of the professors who call into the program, because I call it the University of River Road, and there are millions and millions of economists, theories, millions and millions of legal theories, health theories. Every theory are thought and discussed there, but that's an aside. But we don't hear anything about this initiative, sir. And, sir, when The Economist magazine, when the leaders of G7 countries in the world get together to speak about the Bridgetown Initiative, it is something that is worthy of note, sir. And we recognize, sir, that the emerging markets, small states like Barbados, we're all facing a number of crises coming out of the global pandemic. The cost of living crisis is not something that is unique to Barbados, sir. Every time you turn on television all over the world, there's an energy crisis being created, sir, as a result of the escalation of the war and the prolongation of that war in Ukraine. That's affecting global supply chains. That will affect cost of living in countries that are now trying to get their feet and come up with ways to deal with the fallout from the COVID-19 crisis. So there will be chirping on this side, sir, when we hear echoes of statements made by other people outside of the chamber about the government ain't doing nothing with debt. I'm disappointed in the budget because we haven't reformed this, we haven't reformed that, and that kind of chatter. Only designed, sir, to scratch the political surface of the argument, but never to get into any deeper discussion about the policy or create a perspective as to how you could join the debate at that level, sir, and to bring and add something to the debate. They will be chirping on this side when we hear echoes of those things, sir. These crises, sir, that we speak of are looming. Sir, the type of quantitative easing, as economists call it, that the large economies were able to do through COVID, we didn't have that capacity to do, sir. America, 25%, Britain, 19%, Japan, 16%, Germany, 15%. Additional spending and foregone revenue as a percentage of GDP that they exceeded in putting money into their economies to deal with COVID. Small countries like Barbados can't do that, sir. And while dealing with COVID, we had our first hurricane in over 50 years. So what do we have to do? This government has committed to asking the IMF to reshape and retool the institutional architecture of the world financial system, sir. That is what the Bridgetown Initiative is about. And we are led, sir, by a astute global leader who has called on the world financial system to take 3 steps. That if they take those steps, we will be a long way to securing our ability to deal with the crises that are emerging in the world in which we live, sir. Step one, speaks about providing emergency liquidity to stop the debt crisis in its tracks. Because we understand the impact of these crises and how they're affecting small countries. As I said, sir, we can't pump money into the economy like the industrial powers of the world. Because we have developing, sir, 2 responses to the global crises. So much so that when the Americans were done, unemployment was back down to the pre-COVID levels and historic lows. And as a result of the overheating of the economy, the Fed started to raise interest rates. Those are problems that big countries face. We don't have that latitude, sir. So what the government is saying is to the international world, a voice that is resonating, sir, mind you, provide some emergency liquidity to stop the debt crisis in its tracks. The second step, sir, we need to expand multilateral lending to governments. Governments cannot tax their way out of these crises that portend on the horizon, sir. But if we don't deal with being able to mitigate these crises, sir, we wipe out all the gains. And what the World Economic Forum report on global risk suggests, that countries are spending less and less in investing in human and social capital at the same time as these emergent crises resolve. So when we speak about transforming the economy, sir, it is a mission that we would have to start having a more intelligent conversation about in this country, because it cannot be government-led or government-driven. All sectors and players must be on the same page. And I hope none of the people on my side accuse me of letting out a secret. But Prime Minister Motley has said to us that even if it means that we do not reap the immediate gains of the transformational work that has to be undertaken, we will get credit for it later down the road. But we are committed to doing this transformation work now, because if we don't do it now, sir, it would be more difficult. And the problems that would arise that we have kicked down the road will come back to haunt us in a more severe way. So that only a couple of weeks ago, these two world leaders met, and the international environment played a significant role in their discussions, particularly they met at COP27, but they met recently, about 2 weeks ago, sir, to rekindle the relationship that became a little frosty after Brexit. And one of the things on the table is the Bridgetown Initiative. We're talking, sir, about the IMF returning its rapid financing facilities to COVID crisis levels, even after the pandemic has ended, sir. We're talking about temporarily suspending interest rate surcharges for heavy borrowing and rechanneling at least 30% of the unused special drawing rights, what we call SDRs in international economic law, to countries that do not have an international reserve currency. Countries like Barbados. And this is the approach. I should say this is the sales pitch. You finance global public goods, things that benefit everybody in the world. So we are not going with a begging bowl. We are saying, sir, that regardless of who we are, countries like Barbados have to mitigate against climate change and disaster and risk mitigation. These have to be financed, sir. Barbados cannot tax its way in a position where we can finance these things. So when we engage in international financial institutions, as Senator Dr. Mulroney said, to reshape a Bretton Woods model of institutional capitalism that started in 1945 in the aftermath of a world war. We are not bluffing our way in the international world, but we are speaking from a perspective that this Prime Minister, who, like Mr. Arthur, sat in a parliament with the 4 Prime Ministers who preceded her as well, and brings to this country, sir, a budget about transformational change at this stage. And sir, I want to say a little bit something about all of the criticism that we had about going to a republic. And why is that important in this context? One of the things that you hear people say is, what does a republic do for me? What does it mean? I even heard the sleeping giant come out and say that nobody in Barbados can tell you what is beneficial since we become a republic. But sir, I know that you can't go to the international community as one of the Queen's subjects and speak with authority as one of the Queen's subjects or as one of the King's subjects on these issues. The Prime Minister spoke in the budget, sir, about moving from short pants to long pants. And if a republic means, sir, that we have the psychological development in our own selves to project to the world with confidence who we are as a people and with an equal right to participate in global discourses, I think that the move to a republic was a timely one, if it should not have happened many years ago. We can leverage, sir, our head of state. But sir, I got to be careful because I don't know if we amended the standing orders, but the standing orders did prevent us, sir, from referring to Her Majesty or any of her children in these debates. I don't know. But
it was more a matter of calling into question the conduct.
The conduct of her thing. But sir,
or seeking to unduly mention them as a means of leverage to get your point. But a reference to the positive way is not outlawed.
Certainly, sir. But the soft power approach that we can use at the diplomatic level and that we have been using with our head of state being received as the personification of Barbadian excellence on a global stage is now something that is an ace up our sleeves. And then on the reports you hear in the international community about how our president has been received in African places where she's been to represent this country, to break open conversations that we could not have had if we were still one of His Majesty's subjects, is an important part. So that link, sir, right? And that is important that we understand that the world took note that little England became a republic. The only place you were hearing criticisms was what I call the professor that knows everything, because you know in politics you have these people that come up, they know everything, they speak on every subject. And they're experts on every subject. I call them, I don't know if they're here, but I call them professors in drag. That speak on every subject and they know everything. You know, sir, you're a cricketing man, and if I may make an analogy, sir.
There are none of them here, I take it, Senator.
Pardon me?
There are none of them here.
None of them, sir. None of them, sir.
Thank you very much.
No, speaking on every subject, sir. The people in here are experts in their field and they lend to the quality of the debates in this field. Huh? I don't deal with American nomenclatures. Well, I ain't one though. Sir, these criticisms, sir, of I draw you out. All of a sudden, I can't be heard into perfect silence, but I move on, sir.
Just address the chair,
Yes,
please.
Sir, and I made that comment, sir, about the nature of their conversation, sir. Masquerading as experts on every subject. And this country was told that we got it wrong. That we should not have gone to republic until we reform the Constitution, and that's not how it's done. Like if that is the only way to do something. And all the prophecies, I mean, they don't ever shut up, but let them keep talking, let them keep talking. Because while they're talking, we're working, sir. We're working, but we hope, sir, to seriously engage Barbadian minds about the importance of the issues that face and confront this country. And the need, sir, to move on with the transformation of the Barbadian society and economy and its people for our benefit, sir. Sir, I say context is everything. And sir, last year, I came to this debate and themed my contribution on the building of a good society, sir. I hope that you will forgive me, sir, if you see me reverting to some of the concepts that I spoke to, but I did not necessarily get a chance to develop and go in depth. Last year, one of the fundamental pillars of the good society, sir, is the rule of law. And, sir, in recent times I've been driven to recognize that the law cannot rule if it can't protect. If a government leads a country that's aspiring to and building a good society, we must have laws in the country that benefit all of our people. People who come, visit these shores, people who live here, people who choose to come and move here, people who are born here, whose navel strings are buried right here. The role of law and justice in the good society cannot be underscored, Mr. President. I'm happy that in these estimates, the government has increased the contributions to ensure that the system of the administration of justice is not left like a distant second cousin to the other departments of government that have benefited from government resources and input and investment, sir. Because at the end of the day, we're not going to attract international investment. We're not going to be able to speak on the world stage with confidence. We're not going to be able to articulate our concerns if we do not have institutional support for a system of administrative justice and the administration of justice that is fair and that is equitable and is based on the rule of law. So we have too many pre-colonial statutes or statutes from colonial times on our books. So it's embarrassing, sir, for us to have our courts continue to strike down laws that were placed there since the 1800s. And I know that the government is working assiduously to make sure that we can update the system of criminal justice in Barbados. So I have difficulties explaining to students why acts that are done by adults in the normal course of their business are considered criminal when they're done by children. And if anybody were to ever read the legislation that created the offense of wandering, that is the most abhorrent position to have as a society. And I digress to go into this here because I heard a lot of criticism in other places, sir, or some criticism. I read it that why the judge striking down this, we need to deal with wayward children. Wandering is not defined in a dictionary sense. Wandering is the perception of the court that the child's parents are not able to take care of it, or don't have any, as they use the words in the statute, visible means of support. So that a magistrate looking at the way how the mother speaks or how the father behaves can make an immediate determination that this child has no visible means of support and can put that child in prison or in a facility that is a prison for 3 years. That has been the law in Barbados since the 1800s. And sir, this is so abhorrent to our sense of decency as a people. We need to know to look, sir, as we transform the economy, transform the society to become a society that is globally, a global society of standard bearer of global excellence, to deal with all these vagrancy laws. Because in law, we call them vagrancy laws because they were designed to control the movement and the ability of people to stray from the plantation. They're still on our books, where we take civil disobedience and turn it into criminal activity in this country, sir. We have a Market and Slaughterhouses Act, sir, that has criminalized wayside vendors in this country. Since the 1800s, it's still part of our act. And sir, as a youngster, sir, in the profession, I remember having to go to the magistrate's court to argue that selling in Bolton Lane behind Cape Shepherd was not in breach of the Market and Slaughterhouses Act because, one, the vendors down there were not selling meat, cold storage, or other materials, and other materials has to be interpreted within the context of the specific words that precede the general phrase other materials. And two, Bolton Lane was not within the curtilage and perimeters, boundaries of the Fairchild Street Market or the Cheapside Market. Those are the two existing markets in the 1846 piece of legislation that was enacted. But the police were down there, I don't want to say harassing, but humbugging people, trying to make an honest living. And sir, thankfully, no government has sought to include the Palmetto Street Market within the schedule to that act. But sir, we still have laws that function in that way in our society. And this government, sir, has taken the bold step to outlaw or to remove from the statute books crime, selling, and selling goods to Barbadians as a criminal offense. But we have to do more, sir. to ensure that all of the things that we try to lock up people for in this society are revisited, and to ensure that we are not making petty criminals of people who do ordinary things. Thirdly, I'm happy to report that the process of constitutional reform is going on apace. As the deputy chairman of that commission, sir, even today, we receive substantive contributions. And so we're not getting contributions only from stakeholder and interest sector groups, but Barbadians who have held high positions of state and in the office in this country are reflecting on their career paths and are making substantive contributions, and I thank them for it, sir, on behalf of the members of the commission. Because this exercise had to be depoliticized, because the constitution that we will create in our republic would not be the constitution that governs essentially what all of us will face living in the country. It governs the future of Barbados. And sir, this chamber will have the opportunity, I believe next month, to speak to the commission. And I know a number of the members of this chamber, sir, particularly the independents, have made a valid and valiant effort, led one, to speak about the importance of this second chamber in our democracy. I'm not going to say anything more, lest I be accused of trying to push my own view in the whole system. But we need to speak seriously, sir, as to whether or not this country deserves and can afford a full-time parliament, vested with the resources that are necessary for us to keep track, not only of what government is doing, but looking at the horizon and being able to speak truth to power on a local, regional, and international stages. So I don't believe that we are equipped. I mean, we come here, we do our own research, but certainly, if I may say, it is time for us to take seriously putting the institutional support behind the work that we do, so that whenever we are hearing the people speak on issues, whenever we consider constituency branches, people's assemblies, whatever we may call it, town hall meetings or so, when the legislation gets here, the level of probity is of such a standard that we can make laws that we are truly proud of. We can pass resolutions that we are truly proud of, and know that even if there is a divide on the methodology or in a particular stance that weighs heavily on a particular area or not, we know that it is only after the most careful deliberation that these laws have passed our chamber and go to Her Excellency for a say. Sir, Social Security reform is another big area that the government has on its bailiwick. And the government has come to this country honest, forthright, and diligent in its approach to dealing with the problems. We have not tried to cast blame on previous administration. We have said, look, this is the problem. These are the reasons that are exacerbating this problem, and let us get to fixing them, sir. We will soon have to consider the proposals to deal with the reform of our social security system, which has been an important plank in our development as a people, sir. So we have to admit and accept that there is a slowing of the birth rate in the country. There's a decline in the percentage of working people to the population and an increase in the dependents. So what does that mean? If the birth rate is slowing down and you have more dependents, it means that you have more people living after retirement. or people who have not contributed to the system directly, that are dependent on the system. There's no political blame to be shared in this demographic analysis. This is a problem. We hear people talking about importing people into the country. How will Barbadians deal with that phenomenon? We keep a lot of noise when they had people in the Caribbean that don't look particularly like us, or the majority of us, both here in Barbados a number of years ago. And we had the unenviable reputation, sir, of having a bench called after our Caribbean neighbors at the airport. And the last administration sir, took pride in penalizing somebody from the region for trying to come here. When we understand that 30% of the tourists who come here are from the region. That aside, sir, I want to address the level of contributions made by the various funds, and I'm not talking about the National Insurance Fund, but there are other funds, the injury benefit funds and those, sir. Because those two have an impact upon the ability of the NAS to manage the portfolio funds, sir. Personal injury compensation, sir, is a big issue for me. Because the National Insurance is entitled to recover the money it pays the injured person in a car accident, where they have to be off work and they are paid an NIS payment because they are contributing to the fund. They're off work, so they get some money for lost wages. The NIS, sir, is entitled to recover the money paid to that contributor. But it does not always get that money because sometimes it's not claimed. I would like to think that we have to rework the regulations where any time a person is employed claiming, well, it can't be unemployed claiming benefits from the injury fund, have to be working. But it should be mandatory that where insurance claim is paid out, that those funds are returned to the NIS as something that is mandatory. I don't know if a practice direction has to be given or the NIS regulations have to be changed. I also believe that our QEH and our polyclinics have a right to be compensated for the medical care provided to persons who get into personal injury accidents, work-related accidents, car accidents also. I got a call yesterday by an old woman that got licked down by a baggage car in the port through the negligence of the operator, and having to walk from where she was out the port because the view is that they were not sympathetic because she didn't look the right way. That aside, these kinds of injuries cost our health system significant amounts of money. If you go to a private doctor, the care that the private doctor provides and the cost of writing the report are compensated within the personal injury claim. And the QEH and the polyclinics have to be able to make claims there too. It is not a free service, sir. Employers are allowed under law to recover money that they give to their employees when the employees are off work. A simple legal principle of compensation. When public sector employees and state-owned enterprises, people who are employed there, in fact, it is the case for the state to be compensated for lost wages. While that employee is out sick, while that officer is out sick from an injury, is even greater because public workers are not insured for sickness benefits. As some statutory boards are not, the employees are not insured because the government will always pay the salary. So that government is paying that salary to the person who's out injured, the person is not at work, so no work is being done from that officer. Private sector people can claim that back. It is time that the government puts its house in order in that regard as well, sir. People who provide domestic assistance for injured persons can get compensation from an insurance company in a personal injury claim. We need to regulate the way in which that is done. I know the newspapers might say that Nichols asking for the insurance company to carry the premiums. But it's not fair, sir, for the state to be the only contributor to the recovery process of injured persons and is not getting its just due, just like the operators in the field in the private sector, sir. The insurance companies in Barbados must be required, sir, therefore, to notify the national insurance when a personal injury claim comes in, and the appropriate steps be taken to ensure that the contributions going out that are recoverable as a legal principle of compensation are recovered by the state as well. If we continue to leak out of the funds or take out of the funds of the national insurance system, the funds under its purview, without properly topping them back up, when contributions can be lawfully claimed to top them back up, we are only creating another problem down the road, sir. Sir, I also believe, and it is my submission, that we honestly have to revisit the standard. 5 minutes? Well, sir, I didn't get to. Sorry, I would beg for some Senator Maliu's time. I don't think he used all of his. But not aside, sir. I would want, sir, for us to revisit the standard, the medical standard at which people under the National Insurance Scheme are considered to be either invalids or disabled. Many a times, as you will see in cases, you are submitting a claim on behalf of a person in a matter in the courts, and the private doctors used by the insurance company, specialists in their field, are disputing the findings that the claimants are either disabled or invalids. I would not have considered him to be an invalid, to tell the court. The court has to make up its mind, but you hear the lawyer on the other side saying, well, sir, this man walking to the court and walking back out. But there's a report saying that this person is an invalid. And the state has to, national insurance has to pay that person for the balance of their life. And if they do get employment, because disabled people can work, they then have to repay the national insurance every cent that they have drawn during the period of their invalidity. And I echo this because I know Senator Boyce is working assiduously with that sectoral group to reform the process. But certainly, people who are injured or have chronic pain and injuries of that kind can work in other sectors in the Barbadian economy. And certainly, I don't think that we can reward in a way or be a disincentive for them to find work. Because once that work opportunity comes up and it's not sufficient to pay back NAS, they're not going to work. And they become a complete drain on the state for the rest of their lives. So these are the things that we have to reform. Sir, I would have wished, sir, to give my support to the ministry responsible for crime prevention, sir, in some of the initiatives in relation to reaching out to the sporting organizations to get initiatives out there in our communities to get young girls and boys playing sport. The Barbados Football Association has a Young Tridents program that is about to launch or has launched. And I have been asked in my capacity as the Secretary of Barbados Cricket Association to work with the Ministry of Crime Prevention to tailor a program called Second Chance, where we identify in the schools those children who the teachers feel are at risk of being lost to the system. And we are working with the Ministry of Crime Prevention to go into the schools, not the star players who are already the focus of the top coaches on the island and so, but to introduce as a second chance opportunity. Sir, there's a man who plays cricket for the West Indies to this day. He's not from Barbados, who was sent to Barbados at the Center of Excellence at UWI only because his superintendent knew somebody there. And he has made an international career for himself. I don't call his name, but he never played cricket at all until he arrived in Barbados. But he's still in the West Indies team, or one of the West Indies teams. And that is an opportunity for us to introduce some wholesome activity within the young people's spheres of operation in this country, sir. So I close my contribution, sir, in wholeheartedly supporting the economic program of the government to transform this country over the next 7 years to a society of global excellence. I enjoin all Barbadians, sir, to continue to lift their voice, to ask questions, to ask searching questions, to engage in debates, to turn up to the town hall meetings, whatever facility that is created to lend your voice, even the calling programs. But let us agree that the process is not regime change. That cannot be the end goal of any right-thinking member of Barbados. Governments will change in Barbados. We've always changed governments. Both major political parties have held the reins of government equal times. And no government will last forever. But that cannot be the enduring, consistent, operative thought of the day. Building this society to be resilient, to be strong, to be a voice to be reckoned with, a voice on reparations and justice and equity and fairness in the world, sir. That is where we have to aspire to be. I thank you, sir, and I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this sitting of the Senate be suspended for the lunch break to reconvene at 5 minutes before 2 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 1:55 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Betwixt the ayes have it. This sitting is therefore suspended until 1:55 p.m. today.
about trust, and that people don't trust the government. I mean, it is commonplace. In every community in this country, people don't trust each other. But, Mr. President, there's a document, with your permission, I'm going to refer to. It is indeed a document of this chamber already. It's called the Covenant of Hope. The principles and vision of the Barbados Labour Party. And this was presented, the Barbados Labour Party, and it was presented in 2016. And for all of those who want to lecture the government on what it should or should not be doing, I would invite them to read this document. It is a covenant of hope. It spoke of what we felt should happen in Barbados. We were in opposition. And I know you've read the manifesto, so I know you're with Mr. President. I know you've read the manifesto. So you know that we follow the covenant of hope. And if I may quote, the Barbados Labour Party understands that you cannot build a nation unless you empower a people. We understand that. We don't need you, Mr. President, to tell us. We understand the need for continuous conversations with those whom we serve about their hopes for the future. Hence, the parish speaks. We interact with people. We don't drive in here, go to the chamber, and then go home. We interact, and we do it in the communities and the constituencies. And some others should try doing that too. We understand that if even one person is not empowered, our nation is left the poorer. We understand that we cannot educate a people and then treat them as though they lack intelligence, Senator Rogers. We understand that family and community matter, that hope must always be kept alive, and that aspirations must become achievements. We understand, not only Barbados, we understand that Barbados and the Caribbean need a new development vision, a new path, Senator Rogers, as you said. So these things are things that we understand. But during the course of the debate, I've heard comments perhaps trying to allude to the fact that we don't care about the ordinary Barbadians or indeed about Barbados. And the party that I represent certainly has a record to speak to. We've been speaking about transformation all week, and we can do that because we are the party that delivered to all Barbadians, Mr. President, universal adult suffrage, the right to vote, which is the cornerstone of our democracy and how we come to be in here, the BLP. We are the party that transformed Barbados from a society in which the majority enjoyed very limited rights to the land-owning democracy that our citizens so value today, and that can be changed. We are the party that initiated BAS-based access to high-quality health care, construction of the QEH, and also education and housing. We are the party that laid the modern infrastructure for Barbados. Senator Rogers, and you reminded me of this. With the airport, the seaport, the major highways, the improved networks, and the international communications. We are the party that has always protected the poor and vulnerable. We revolutionized Barbados' industrial relations by fighting to protect workers and founding the Barbados Workers' Union, which is now once again united with us. We are the party that created the social and economic environment that led to the expansion of the middle class. Look around the room, Mr. President. Exemplified by the Tenantry Freehold Purchase Act, which gave tens of thousands of Barbadians the right to own land. Mr. President, we are the party that led the transformation of Barbados from an agrarian society to a modern services-driven economy, and more recently exemplified with the establishment of the business sector. And we are the party that will further transform Barbados to the next stage. Because of the vicissitudes of politics, we might not be there at the end, but we will start that transformation of Barbados. Mr. President, I'm tempted to, just because of my dear friend, the Honorable Senator Drakes, to perhaps speak to the principles, if you would allow me, the principles of the party. The Barbados Labour Party stands for strengthening, Reverend Senator Rogers, the spiritual and cultural psyche of Barbadians in a way that enhances honesty and integrity, raises self-awareness, builds confidence and pride, and fosters a sense of industry and responsibility, community, and nationalism. Principle number 2, this is not the UN though. This is Barbados, Mr. President. We don't have no four-headed giants in here. This is Barbados. The Barbados Labour Party stands for an acceptable quality of life for all, including a standard of living below which no citizen must be allowed to fall. And that is something that we enforceful and moving on. The Barbados Labour Party stands for good and transparent governance. That is why, Mr. President, the estimates are here to be exposed, to be questioned, to be investigated. Mr. President, the Barbados Labour Party stands for improving the livelihoods of all of our people and widening economic enfranchisement. The Barbados Labour Party stands for fair treatment and just reward for all workers and Senator Mario, investors alike. The Barbados Labour Party stands for the empowerment of people through continued access to quality, universal, free education. And I join with Senator Hines as it relates to reform for education, and we will initiate that too. As unpopular as it might be, we will do that. The Barbados Labour Party stands for universal access to quality health care and access to affordable land and housing. And I will come back to the health care soon, Mr. President. The Barbados Labour Party stands for development in a sustainable manner that protects our natural and built environments. The Barbados Labour Party stands for fostering civility, inclusiveness, and respect for diversity amongst our citizens. And I know, Dr. Senator Rogers, you support that wholeheartedly. And finally, the Barbados Labour Party stands for achieving and maintaining global excellence in all of our endeavors. That is what the Barbados Labour Party stands for. And while we form the government of this country, these principles will guide our governance of this country until the time comes when we are replaced, which happens. I suppose that's why Senator Drake referred to it as the political class, as opposed to the rest. But, Mr. President, that is what we stand for. Our record speaks for itself. We've heard the speeches on this side extolling the methods in which we're going about this. But it is the estimates debate. And I have responsibility for health. I'll also be told that I also have oversight of some other ministries. And I think that I should focus on some of these this evening. At the outset, I want to state, but before I go there, Mr. President, there's something I need to address. Senator Rogers, in his wrap-up, said something that I have borrowed, and I want to quote with your permission. It is a quote that I took comfort from that side, from the independent senators. And he said it was a need for us to come together as Barbadians to face the challenges and build resilience to exogenous shocks. I think I got you right. And I'm going to add to that. And I'm going to say, we did it for the ash fall. We did it with Hurricane Elsa. We did it for COVID-19. And now, all of us have to do it to transform our nation, Barbados. All of us, Mr. President. Government and independent senators, every one of them. To the estimates. And the estimates, Mr. President, the Ministry of Health has been, in terms of non-statutory contribution, has been allocated roughly 267 million. In our book, it speaks of 265, but in the errata, this says 267 million. And members would see that perhaps if they've, I know that some members have obviously diligently gone through the document. Senator Hines showed us that she had done that. And they would have seen that the Ministry of Health and Wellness has on there about 34 sub-programs, including a new one related to NCDs because of the importance the government attaches to NCDs. And you will see that for most of these programs, you will see an increase with the possible exception of care of the disabled. As I read, direction and policy has gone from last year 27 million to 31 million approximately. Primary health care has gone from 54 to 59. Hospital services, Senator Maynard, has moved from 165 to 181. Don't get excited. That includes the psychiatric hospital. Care of disabled. Because, Mr. President, someone's likely to jump up and say, care of the disabled. That has moved from 3 million to 1.5, and it is a simple reason. Last year, we had the Elaine Canterbury home in St. Lucie. We were using that to house people, elderly for care, etc. And those persons are being housed at the psychiatric hospital in the unit. So obviously, the funding is not there anymore. We have HIV/AIDS, roughly 5.9, and that is it. And as I said, the new head, chronic diseases, has now been included. And that is just about $500,000, I believe. Mr. President, at the outset, I want to start off, as I see one opposite me, by commending all categories of staff of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and indeed the entire health sector, for their dedication and commitment and hard work during the last few years when we're battling with the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe their work has to be applauded. But despite the challenges faced by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, including the continued presence of COVID, and COVID is still here, Mr. President. I was looking at figures this morning, and we are going with positivities of over 10%. So it is still there, and people still need to take certain precautions. There have still been several initiatives that have been started and that will be implemented in the next financial year. And Senator Maynard is sitting directly opposite me, and he spoke before I had to run out to an important meeting. And I was making copious notes as he was speaking. Senator Maynard, I was actually listening to you and making notes. And he spoke of the hospital extensively, and in particular the accident and emergency department. And he's made the headlines, he's made the news, he's made the headlines on Loop, and he's being paraded as the person who's called up the state of affairs at the accident and emergency department. I know he didn't do it intentionally. It is not his nature normally, not at this time that he's independent. Perhaps when a few years ago, it would have been him, but I know he didn't mean to be doing that. But let us look at the hospital. The hospital has served Barbados well since 1964. There's no doubt about it. It is done better sometimes than others. And I would admit that. When I worked at the hospital as a consultant, things to me were different. But that was 20 years ago. The world has changed. Attitudes change. People's approach to health have changed for sure. I mean, that is another matter. But in terms of care and relations, they change. They're changing. And it is part of the community, Senator Triggs. It is part of the community. Doctors, nurses, orderlies, they come from our communities. They interact. If we are ill-mannered in communities, each other, regrettably, they're going to bring it into where you work, wherever. You know, if you're rude in your communities to each other, you're going to bring it to work. So there's certain attitudes that have to be addressed. And this will not happen overnight. The hospital is working on this. They've set up a committee to look at quality and to look at, I believe some nurses have gone off to be trained, teach one, you know, the whole process in that. But I leave that there. But there's a lot of work to be done there. He mentioned the ophthalmology department and the project. I'm not going to get into the discussion as if there's a waiting list or a backlog. I believe the honourable member knows that there's a difference. A waiting list occurs. You see a patient today, the patient is put on the waiting list. That waiting list might be for a week, might be for 4 weeks, might be for 4 months, depending on the acuity or the need to have a procedure done. A backlog speaks to cases that have been waiting there for years. And what I would say is that the hospital has done very well. They've been given the tools to work with, and they've been averaging 90 to 80 cataracts per month since August. Clearly, there are some people who would have dropped off over time. I mean, there are some people who, when we look at it, waiting for cataract surgery over 4 years before we came to government. And these things are being addressed. We have done very well. They've done, I think, over 550 cataract extractions between August and I believe that was up to the end of January. And in February, I believe they did another 60 or something like that. So that is improving. The other bugbear has to do with the joint replacement program. And it is no secret. There was a joint replacement program. They were doing knee and joint surgical replacements at the QH for a few years. And there were none done for the last 10 years or so. And Senator Maynard knows this. We've restarted that project. We did a pilot. They've done about 8, I think it was 4 knees and 4 hip replacements. And they plan to move full steam ahead come April the 1st. So we recognize that there are issues and we are dealing with these issues. There is the matter, and I better deal with it now. In the estimates, there's, believe, just over 130 million has been allocated to government, to the QH from central government. The QH is the recipient from the NIS, the proceeds of the NIS health levy that goes to the QH to help with the running of the QH. Senator Maynard knows that I wouldn't have the details of the amount that is being collected. I heard him saying earlier today of 55 million, 65. The good news is that the QH suffered during COVID, but with the recovery, they're doing the projection with 61 million, and I believe they are past 70 million this financial year thus far. So that is doing well, and that is good. But separate and apart from that, we've heard repeatedly issues about equipment malfunctioning, not getting access to CT scans, not working, needing to get MRIs and having to be referred. And what we have done is that we've asked the QH to go through department by department. I believe the NT is here. Department by department. So I am coming to you, Mr. President. I'm coming to the Honorable Senator because he's not going to sit down here and play shy when we have hundreds of thousands of dollars allocated to give him equipment and to hope that he will be part of the improvement process. I have no doubt he will be. To go through the entire department by department. Yes, I've seen the figures of productivity, and his unit is one that is doing 80% of the cases booked per week. And you should be commended for that. And we've seen an improvement in surgeries across most of the departments. But we've asked them to go through department by department to identify the equipment that they'll need, not only now, but knowing that equipment has a lifespan over the next 5 years. And also some capital projects to be done there, some work to be done. They've come up with a list of 374 line items at a total cost of about 132 million. And it is government's plan to allow QEH to negotiate a loan. And the process is in train. We expect it to be completed shortly. So that the QEH obviously will not, the funds will be allocated according to the requirements year per year. And this is really something that the QEH needed. I know that they got about $18 million of equipment in 2020, just around COVID. And certainly that was the first input of equipment, etc., for a long time. And this is expected to bring healthcare at the QH to a different level. I see for ENT, for example, there's expected, Mr. President, through you, I see here, I'm not seeing well, $872,614 in equipment allocated to ENT. So you would understand that there will definitely be improvements, I know that, with this equipment and the availability of it. I should tell the Honorable Chamber that in this, there are provisions, I had provisions for 2 CAT scans, but in their speech in the other house, the other chamber, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about getting the first CAT scan. She gave an instruction. She said it for all Barbados to say, if you needed a CAT scan, buy it. That has been ordered. So there are plans for 2 CAT scans, 128 size CT scans. It will probably bless members' heart to know that within this document, there's provision for an MRI. So these are the things that we are looking at. But I go on. I'm on to the ambulance service. I'm not on the A&E yet, Mr. President. The ambulance service, and we have benefited, the hospital has benefited, through philanthropy, and recently received 2 new ambulances, which took the fleet up to 9, and they have ordered a 10th ambulance. So to improve the responses of ambulances, we keep hearing about people waiting for ambulances and not getting them, they will now have 10. The operating theaters. In my time, and I know back then in the honorable member's time, we went to surgery sometimes at 7:30 in the morning, but I said times have changed. And we would do operating lists until 6, until 7, whenever it finished. And we survived. Biscuits and cheese, coffee or milk, wonder. And the move now is to get the hospital back to that, where we would run operating theater days from 8 to 10, at least 10 hours, to get off more of those elective cases. Clearly, additional staff will be needed, and provision is being made for this. We need especially anesthetists to perform these tasks, and some additional registrars in the various departments. We're also trying to refurbish to outfit 2 theaters. We're currently using 7, and we're moving to 9, hopefully within the next few months. The Lions Eye Care Center has 3 theaters. And you have also heard the Prime Minister speaking about allocating $5.5 million to the Lions Eye Care during her statement to have that refurbished so that we can bring those 3 theaters also on board so that the QEH will have 12 operating theaters where they can manage the various surgeries, deal with the various lists, and hopefully, with the word that my friend, the Honorable Senator Hines, used yesterday, monetize education. Perhaps some of the consultants, like my honorable colleague over there, could help to bring some of the revenue into the QH by utilizing these 12 theaters. Clearly, we'll have theaters for private surgery. Accident and Emergency Department, Mr. President. The honorable member spoke extensively about the Accident and Emergency Department. And It might seem strange, but a lot of what he said is true. I visited the accident emergency department. The patient flow process is flawed, I admit that, and it's being dealt with. We obviously need more space in the accident emergency department. We built a new accident emergency department. You said it was about 11 million. I've heard prior to the last election that it was 32 million, that it was 20 million, that it was 16, but I know that I take your word, 11 million. That is what it was. I know him to be an honorable gentleman. Yes, and you all went to school together, so you know he's honorable. Yeah. Space limitation. The ANE, I don't think people recognize it, operates at 3 levels now. The antenatal clinic is being used to accommodate patients. Okay. And we have rented a space in Belleville to do antenatal and gynecological clinics. They've gone further. We're using one of the I wards on the other level to accommodate patients. You've heard of people waiting for long periods of time to be seen. And you've heard us speaking about it. There's a category, we used to call it elderly for care. Persons who are brought to the A&E department, some of them, needing rehydration or whatever, and then there's no one or nowhere for them to go. There are patients within the QH, especially in medical wards, who have been brought in when they were ill, being treated, and their relatives or whatever said they can't deal with them, they can't accommodate them in this. And it's called elderly for care. And it causes a backup. You might have 2 or 3 patients. I believe in January, it was just after Christmas, there was as much as 32 people occupying spaces in the QH designated as elderly for care. Clearly, if 32 people are occupying 32 beds, there are people at A&E who will need to be admitted, who can't be admitted, at least not in a hurry. There are people who need elective surgery. And you use one ward, you might push a medical person into a surgical ward. So we've been doing everything to accommodate people. If you have overcrowding, you cannot admit elective surgery for elective cases. So it helped. That is what it has ensued. We're now using the alternative care reality program, which you will see in the estimates. I believe it's 1.5 million allocated, where the government since started with you, Honorable Senator Thompson, in 2020, where the elderly are housed, those who don't need much care can do things for themselves in private nursing care facilities. This was not being utilized to its full extent. So we've been able to move most of those people now out of the QH. So it's given us a little breathing space. But patients keep coming. And every day there will be 1 or 2 elderly for care again. So as you get them moved into a different thing, you still have to deal with them. That's overcrowding. If you have patients on 3 different levels, the staffing, the nurses, the doctors, it's going to be an issue. Because they can't just deal with the ones at the ground level. They have to be providing care for the ones in the antenatal clinic, the patients also in the eye clinic. And that was an issue. In a nutshell, we need more space, and we need adequate patient flow. The Northwell group came in who ran a series of hospitals and emergency facilities in New York, and they have done an assessment. Already, the QH has started to put some of the processes in place. They also raised the issue of patient flow, or lack of patient flow, where a patient would come here, would see one person, would go back up there, and then have to come back and sit somewhere in a chair to be seen and all of that. And you're moving towards a situation where you want to get back to the good old days where you had a section see and treat. Because I believe, I should probably speak about it now, in Barbados there's this myth that once you go to A&E, that you should be seen almost immediately. Or that if you got there before, Senator Thompson, Mr. President, that you should be seen because you came before this person. It doesn't work so. It's a triage system. a triage system from 1 to 5 in terms of your severity of illness. 1, essentially, if I don't treat you right away, there's a 80 to 90% chance that you will not leave any. That is category 1. They are dealt with immediately. There's category 2, who are not as urgent, but have not dealt with in the first half hour to an hour. They are likely to become a category 1 and face imminent expiration. Category 3, these are people who might need admitting, who could have who are not that seriously ill, but are ill. They need to be seen. Then you have the category 4 and 5. The category 4s are usually people who could go to a polyclinic and be seen, the walk-in clinics, the Winston Scott. Yes, people come with constipation. It can be serious. But if you've had constipation for two days or 3 days, and you suffer from intermittent constipation, you come to A&E. And I've seen, recently I went down there to see what is happening, where someone is referred, goes with constipation to a private facility and is referred to A&E for an enema. That is a category 4, so you'll wait to be seen. And category 5, of course, don't need to be anywhere near the hospital. But this happens. Everyone comes there, and everyone expects to be seen. And it all adds to the crowded situation. So these are things that we have to look at as it relates to the categories. We are trying to strengthen it. We put more nurses to do triage. And Senator Maynard, we are adding a doctor to start a CN treatment. Because there's some people in nail puncture, tetanus, dressing, doesn't need to be waiting there as part of the process. So those are some of the things that we are looking to do as it relates to A&E. Big refurbishment, as you call it, as the original A&E. The plans are there, the drawings are there. As you heard, the funds are now available. And that will accommodate, I believe I'm told, 16 trolleys with beds, cubicles. So we will then have a facility that can hold 32 people, 32 trolleys. So we'll have an expanded facility and be able to decant and stop using the antenatal and bring everything on one floor, one area, where we have the staff rooms, the persons who are being monitored, etc., and have everything so that we have smoother flows of patients. This will not happen overnight, clearly. The refurbishment, we estimate to take 6 to 8 months, but we'll see. And some of the equipment that will be required has been ordered. There's a cardiac care project, which I don't believe many persons have heard about, where we are very concerned about the number of people in Barbados who have been affected and dying from heart attacks. And essentially, it is getting Barbadians aware of the signs of imminent heart attack, chest pain, and the accompanying symptoms. But going further than that, the ambulance is involved in the problems, the emergency ambulance services, where a number of the officers were trained in the past as paramedics who could start intravenous, who could do ECGs. They've been further trained now to be part of this process, that to recognize when someone has obvious signs of probably a heart attack in terms of starting treatment. But we've gone further, and we've incorporated the private emergency facilities where we provide the fibrinolytic needed to be injected, that is needed immediately to call what is going on and to try to save people's life. I'm not being technical. And that is the process. It also speaks to an area in the A&E which will be called the chest pain unit. So these persons were brought in, whether or not the treatment has been started, they come to the chest pain unit, they become further stabilized. And the cardiac unit, the cardiac theater now, has started, I believe it has started 24-hour service, providing cardiac catheterization, stenting, all of these things, thus in an effort to reduce the mortality from heart attack. So this is happening, this is going to be expanded, but we've already started. There's some major capital projects, again, more projects to the QEH. My colleague, Senator, he spoke about some of them yesterday. This is an EIB project with a loan from the EIB coming out of the COVID. During COVID, we had a loan from the EIB to help us as it related to some of the expenditure that we needed then. It speaks to a waste management project. You've heard yesterday the whole move away from incineration, so it speaks to comprehensive waste management. The morgue is to be refurbished. During COVID, we had difficulties as it related to autopsies because there's no negative ventilation systems, so persons were concerned about contamination and being exposed to pathogens. I mentioned the refurbishment of the Senate. That is no longer part of the EIB. There's a matter of a new ventilation system for the theaters, the main theater suite. That is also under the EIB project to be done. But that doesn't stop them from functioning at this point in time. And of course, the hospital information system has to be covered. There's provision for that in this EIB loan as it relates to the entire IT infrastructure. I was surprised to discover that there's some computers there still from when I was last the Minister of Health. And so that there needs to be new infrastructure in IT, and we clearly saw the devastation that occurred with the cybersecurity attack. There are plans to also do a new hospital lab across the street at Enmore. I've spoken about the IT, and I think I've covered everything. We know about the nursing, the recruitment of nurses, the need for additional anesthetists, etc. So these are things that will come on stream, and hopefully within the next year and a half, we should see some significant changes at the QEH, Mr. President. I give you that assurance. Within the next year and a half, I always give my time some room. I mean, in surgery, you must always be prepared for the unexpected. Non-communicable diseases. And I said that we've created a special item this year. It's just over 500 million, I believe, to NCDs. And it is not that we don't have other programs going on in the polyclinics, within the QH. And if you speak of NCDs, I mean, the drug service, the admission of patients, the clinics, all of this are persons with NCDs. But this is a new thrust, recognizing that if we include cancers, 80% of people who die in Barbados die from an NCD. 80%. And of course, there are the risk factors. Bad eating habits, alcohol indulgence, Mr. President, smoking, Mr. President, lack of physical activity. I mean, like around here, me included, I mean, we all have the risk factors to some greater or less. I know that Senator Hines boasts and shows off on us that she's athletic and she was always an athlete and she was always a sportswoman, but they can also have genetic predisposition. So that is hence the emphasis on NCDs. Mr. President, I am not interfering with anyone. But there's some things to address. We've launched the nutrition policy for schools. We also have to deal with nutrition policy across the island. Everyone is selling something, selling food or doing something. And a lot of these things that we seriously want to control the NCDs, we have to address. And there's going to have to be public education and nutrition. The nutrition unit is working on this too. But there's some things that we need to do that will be difficult. We have to reduce the intake of salt and sugar in Barbados. No maybes about it. And I know that the persons who love the fried chicken and all of this, and the pudding and sauce, Mr. President. And I'm not Senator Haynes, but I'm coming to the fried pork, that's trans fats. We need to look at salt and sugar. And there's some countries you go to, you do not see salt and sugar in restaurants on the tables. You don't see salt and this. You have to ask for it. And this is going to be a tough one in Barbados, I know it, but the government is going to have, by education initially, and thereafter, by gentle persuasion, encourage people to reduce the amount of salt intake. The trans fats, and we have already committed to this, Cabinet has agreed that by the end of December 2024, industrially produced trans fatty acids will be a thing of the past. I know that Roberts Manufacturing is involved in this. They're on board with it. I know that some people in commerce have an objection to it, and about biscuits and exportation of biscuits and the taste of biscuits. But there are certain decisions that sometimes, Mr. President, you appreciate you have to take in the interests of all Barbadians, and it relates to good health. I'm not going into details of the $500,000. I know that my good friend Senator Tate was wondering how we want to utilize this $500,000, but she's not here, and I'm not going to delay the chamber with that, knowing that my colleague Senator Thompson is ready to get up and speak. But before I sit down, Mr. President, I have to address the issue of mental health and mental illness. I think we've talked about it, but certainly in the Ministry of Health, we recognize that post-COVID, mental health, illness, and disease in Barbados is a real concern. Yes. It was a concern 20 years ago. It is even worse now. We've been looking at the attendance at the various clinics, and the attendance to the psychiatric clinics in the polyclinic system. In 2019, we are now over 200% above what it was then. Which tells you that there are people who are seeking care, seeking to be evaluated. And the ministry this year is really going after mental health. We've recently reestablished the Mental Health Commission that hadn't met for a couple of years. And clearly, there's some things that we need to do. In 2005, I signed off on a mental health policy, reform policy, and we need to start to implement the strategic plan coming out of that policy. We've had a review by PAHO consultants, and they've essentially come back with the main tenets in that policy. So almost 20 years later, we're still, and we need to catch up. We need to look at the mental health legislation. We need to look at the whole issue of governance of mental health illness in this country. We need to look at public education and the stigma associated with mental health illness. We need to look at community mental health. We've started, but we really need to push it. We need to integrate it totally into the polyclinic system, that you don't have a line here saying this is diabetes at this time and you come in the evening because you're sick. We have to integrate it fully. We are expanding the numbers in who will be employed, psychiatrists and counseling psychologists in the community thing, because we need to move it into the community. In addition, we need to look at the human resources, and we will need to, as I said, we're getting additional psychiatrists and counseling psychologists to be part of this. It is very important. But we're not only stopping there, we're going into the schools, school mental health programs. There are a number of issues with teenagers in the schools. Some of the violence that we hear about is related to mental health issues. We have also introduced clinics, Senator Maynard, in the antenatal and postnatal, recognizing postpartum psychosis is a real factor and people can become suicidal after delivery. These are things that we need now to get in. And we have started training people, psychology, mental psychology, emergency, to be able to deal with these responses. So we plan to really push mental health in the coming financial year. And I think this is something that all citizens must take seriously. I think we are going along and we are not recognizing what is happening as it relates to the mental health of our citizens. Senator Nurse was very concerned about the new geriatric hospital. Perhaps I should set the stage by indicating some of the conditions that exist at the current location. It's been there for 139 years. That geriatric facility in Beckers Road was opened 50 years after emancipation. 30 years before there was electricity, and it is still there functioning. It has served us very well over the years, but Every year, and I know it because it has started already, at the approach of the hurricane season, we enter into discussions with technical management and the Barbados Community College and the Ministry of Education, preparing and hoping that it wouldn't happen that we would have to transfer patients from the Geriatric Hospital to the BCC in terms of this flooding, severe flooding, or whatever. The other issue there is, of course, there are no elevators in that facility. We still push trolleys, we still lift patients, we push them. And again, that's why the staff should be commended, because especially during COVID, there were a number of outbreaks within that institution. And nurses stayed in there. They didn't go stay, quarantined themselves there with the patients. So it's to control the spread. It isn't fit for purpose. I don't know if you've been there, Mr. Senator Nurse, Mr. President, through you, but it is really not the sort of place where we would want to treat our elderly people in their twilight years. I'm not going to say that they're the builders of Barbados, because we know they are, and certainly they needed a new facility. A decision has been made. There was a groundbreaking ceremony last week, Monday. It's been spoken about in here. It's 300 beds in the first phase, and I'm not going to go there. It costs $100 million. But there were some specific issues that you raised, Mr. President, through you, Senator Nurse, raised some specific issues. He made some reference to some, not Tea Party, he said a town hall, I couldn't remember, a town hall meeting. I thought it might have been a Tea Party that he was attending. First of all, it's going to occupy 18 acres. 3 of the acres of this 18 acres were granted permission for, I want to be accurate, commercial development prior to this. So the plans to use there are not new. With a new arrangement for zoning, it's in zone C. And there's, there used to be zone 1, 2, 3, 4, there's A, B, C, D now. And that has changed. Okay. We've been told you were concerned, Mr. President, he was concerned about the water table, and we all are. It is not in zone 1, it's not in zone A, but there's still some precautions that have to be dealt with. And perhaps I should mention the EIA, because this was an issue. The terms of reference were set up by the EIA committee on the 20th of July last year, and the public consultation was held on the 7th of September 2022, the public consultation. So the EIA, there was a public consultation. As it relates to your concerns, as I said, there are new zoning regulations, but there's obviously plans to do the waste treatment plant. It has to have a waste treatment plant. The plan is to reuse that wastewater, to flush toilets, and to have an irrigation pond, and to use that also for irrigation of the surroundings. It is also anticipated that some of that water will be used by the botanical gardens to irrigate their problems. So there's that concern. In addition, there's concern about the parking area, and that you might have cars parked, you get drops of oil. You need oil interceptors to reduce the risks of contamination of groundwater. So there are plans to deal with even that. You spoke of the matter, so there'll be groundwater monitoring. This is going to be done, even though they're putting all these into play. In addition, they're doing a backup. I mentioned a wastewater treatment plant for the sewage, which is a solid part of that. A 2-day holding tank in case of emergency, which could be trucked away to the Bridgetown sewage treatment plant, or as one of the things breaks down. The air quality, I think you'll be happy to know that it is anticipated. There was a discussion about air condition. People felt that the elderly people, especially in Barbados, are averse to air condition, but you're going to have to do a special ventilation system, which allows you to close the windows, but also to allow ventilation. Of course, the windows can be open. They are not going to be, as I saw some people saying that the new buses, the windows can be open. In the Geriatric Hospital, you will have this. There's a plan to utilize air intake filters to remove any particles that might be in the atmosphere. So those are some of the issues. Oh, the matter of noise. They are going to construct an earth berm, and they do the necessary vegetative wall, they call it, to deal with that. But also, the presence of trees also helps to filter particles from the air. So I believe, Mr. President, that I have not ignored the Honorable Senator, but I have in fact responded to his queries, and I can report to him that, of course, the whole matter of the EIA and the public hearing was dealt with last year. Perhaps he missed it, but I'm willing to speak to him at any time about the entire matter. Mr. President, the matter of antimicrobial resistance, it was mentioned briefly by my colleague, Senator Haynes. It is something that we should be more than aware of. Perhaps a number of persons in here have been affected. I certainly been affected. My mother died from antimicrobial resistance. But it is something that is creeping into Barbados. It is worrying because overprescription and the abuse of antibiotics. Far too often in Barbados, we get access to antibiotics over the counter as opposed to being prescribed. Additionally, Barbadians have this habit of, once they feel better, they stop taking it, allowing organisms to develop resistance. And what a worrying trend, and what I'm seeing, Senator Maynard, is that a number of cases within the QH now, there's no link in the QH, which means that they're coming from the communities into the QH. And that is worrying. That means that we have pockets of antimicrobial resistant organisms out there. And it is something because I think those of you who have been reading would recognize that they're extremely difficult to treat. And it is something, the Prime Minister is the global chair of the high-level group, which is looking at this, but it is nothing to scoff at. It is something that we need to pay especially attention to. And Mr. President, I don't want to bore the Honorable Chamber much longer. I know that my time is limited. The Barbados Living Lab, quickly, is a project where we recognize we have the Best of Scientists Lab. It did well during COVID, but we suffered. We had to depend on certain technology and stuff from overseas. And we've said this is an opportunity and for something, it has to be documented how we dealt with COVID and what are the possible benefits. And coming out of this is the establishment of the Barbados Living Lab. This is to do research as it relates to the treatment of various diseases. Doing our own research, we plan to enlist the University of the West Indies. I believe they have some scientists up there who might be willing to come and work with us. And I know that they have some young graduates who will be keen in this process. And we are seeking to expand the lab capacity by establishing this living lab in the next financial year. The funds are there. They are not in the estimates that you're looking at because they were in the estimates in 2021, I believe. And they have not been utilized, the tendering process and all of this. But it's something that we are moving swiftly on to start the phase 1 of this project, which will be utilizing gene sequencing and genomics to do research on NCDs, cancers, infectious diseases, especially mosquito-borne illnesses, which affect us in this region. I'm not going to say much about the pharmaceutical equity program. I believe it was mentioned before, where as part of our new ventures, and I believe the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance would have mentioned it in the other chamber, the project where through our relationship with Rwanda, we've been excited by the possibility that we can go into pharmaceutical manufacturing in this country, in this small country. And initially, it's a partnership with Rwanda, Guyana, Barbados. We have the support thus far of the EU, the WHO, one other entity I'm forgetting, old age. And we are moving ahead We've sent officers off to Rwanda during December to look at the entire regulatory process. Rwanda is developing their white book on regulation, and we are trying to piggyback on that to modify. It will need a number of pieces of legislation to be dealt with as it comes to the whole issue of the regulatory framework for manufacturing and separating and removing it from the Barbados Drug Service. So these are things we are looking at. I believe there are one or two people who might be visiting Barbados in the next few weeks to look at the possibilities of establishing a site in Barbados. And it will also be looking, I mentioned the Barbados Living Lab, looking at local diseases. This one will be looking at mRNA technology as it relates not only to vaccines, but also to new anti-cancer drugs, and also looking at women's health, especially in the light of the situation in the United States, where sooner or later you will have difficulty in getting medication for women's health matters. This is an ideal opportunity to look for a niche where we can perhaps discover or oyster. The student nurses. The stipends, I've known that they've heard calling programs speaking about nursing stipends, and nurses complain about the stipends not being paid. I take the advice of the student nurses, to all of those in here who listen to calling programs, who moderate calling programs, or don't listen to them at all. But if you hear student nurses saying, submit the necessary information, the TAMIS information, so that you can be paid. There are 251 student nurses now enrolled in the BCC in various first to fourth year. And last time I checked, 157 were receiving the stipends. The funds are available. They have to do the process. Clearly, you see that the government is also recognizing the migration of nurses, has embarked on a program of increasing the number of nurses. I believe I said it 20 years ago. If you increase it by 100, and you can keep 40 and 60 can go, you will benefit from remittances. So you will get something from it, but you'll be able to maintain your workforce. Mr. President, I suspect my time is gone, but I just want to mention one thing before I sit. It has to do with this. I beg your pardon? 2 minutes? I can speak about mini stadium in 2 minutes? What can I say? What can I say? Mr. President, the government recognizes the issues in communities, the lack of activities. What was he saying? The devil finds work for idle hands. Recognize that perhaps if we could use some of these energies in the community and help youth, and to a large extent now, the elderly, because with NCDs, we have to get our elderly folk moving. I believe it was Senator Hines that spoke about this yesterday. Yeah, we have to get our elderly moving too. That it is important that we invest in this project. I know that people are getting carried away and seeing new tracks and this and that. It is a simple process. You identify the areas. They're looking at appropriate landscaping, preparing the areas necessary, football, running, cricket, whatever. They're looking at introduction of lights, appropriate lights, bleachers. People need somewhere to sit down. They can't just stand up all the time, bleachers. And bleachers can be portable, they can be fixed. So for instance, if we're going to Greens and Senator Rogers wants it in the Glebe, he can perhaps pay a rental fee and bring the bleacher down there, that he could perhaps utilize it down there for his people. And where necessary, fencing. So it is nothing an elaborate process. The Chinese government, we have signed an agreement with them for a grant funds. It is not a loan. I heard people talking on the program, the calling programs about Chinese loans and this and pay the Chinese. I heard someone said so 2 days ago. I don't know if anyone in here was on the calling program, but it is grant funds, $200 million, and they're building a new stadium for us. So there's this talk about all of this mini, micro, whatever. It is just the user thing, some things. I'm going to put your heart at rest, Senator Rogers, that this is what it is. There's no mischief here. There's no fantastic wasting of funds. There's no conduit. People are going to make a windfall on contracts for mini stadia, for lights and all of this. Mr. President, I think I've used my 2 minutes. I want to say that I thoroughly enjoyed, as I said at the beginning, it was my delight to rise and to speak in support of this appropriation bill. It shows us the direction of the government of Barbados, the government that is committed to the development and the transformation of Barbados. And I endorse it and I support it, and I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you, the most honorable Senator Walcott. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's always very difficult to speak last because so much of the ground has already been traversed, but I shall try to make a few fresh observations nonetheless as I rise to make my own contribution to the appropriation bill of 2023. This has been a wide-ranging debate, very interesting. Questions being raised to which the answers could easily be found if one wanted to know them. Philosophical discourses from priests that were highly titillating at the academic level. Comments by one who should know better, bordering on issues of political corruption, who, when challenged, sought, since we are in this season of Lent, to posture like a political pilot and wash their hands and say, I have nothing to do with this, I'm innocent. And then I was told that I was beating myself up. Well, I found that to be the most interesting comment of all yesterday, sir, because given the natural mischief of my mind, it went from images of ascetic religious orders with self-flagellation to spanking, sir, and the chamber can interpret that however it wishes. But to turn, sir, to serious matters. This chamber is called on to consider the appropriation bill of 2023, to speak to matters of finance and development, and to examine for the nation whether or not the call to transformation was necessary, to what extent and how we should pursue it, what its consequences could be if well pursued, and what is our role as citizens in the creation of a transformation agenda for a small island developing state in the 21st century, beset by and buffeted by winds of international hostility, in a world that is no longer sympathetic to the small and the defenseless, in a world where people and those who appear to be partners and claim friendship make the appropriate mouthings, but at the time when it comes to effect change, or to make decisions that will protect, or to exercise a level of empathy which suggests that they want to see all members of the human family live with a high degree of dignity, they refrain from the vote, or the action, or the intervention, or the convention, or the sign-on and compliance with the convention that makes the difference in the lives of the small and the poor and the vulnerable. And therefore, if you frame it in that context, if you frame it, sir, in the context where Barbadians came out of a period, and we are 6 weeks away from 5 years since this government was first elected, what would be in normal political terms? 5 years, sir. And we have forgotten So I'm saying that if you frame the call for transformation in the context of a hostile international environment or an unsympathetic international environment, and then you locate it in the context of the recent history of this country, you will understand why a call for transformation by the leader of Barbados in the person of the Prime Minister was necessary. Errol Barrow told us that we would be friends of all and satellites of none. He went on to say that our diplomacy would be a diplomacy of development. When Arthur encouraged the country to go for the gold, and this Prime Minister in this time, in this internationally hostile environment, is saying to the country, rooting her vision in our national anthem, onward, upward to excellence as a people, as a nation, as individuals. It is a call to all of us. And the question was posed in here, for whom is the transformation? And the answer given by the poser of the question was that it was for tourists and foreigners. It is for people who look like you and me. It is for every complexion of Bajan. It is for people who, like me, grew up on Baxter's Road and in villages and in towns across this country, in urban communities, and it is for a middle class that is living on the precipice of fear because they think everything they have earned to this point can and might be taken away from them. It is for us to understand who we are and where we are in a people, as a people, and where we can go when we put our minds to it. And it is so important then that the Prime Minister ended her budgetary presentation by referring to the two national living heroes, the two living national heroes. The one who came at the time when we were emerging as an independent nation. And look at the significance. The Right Excellent Sir Gary, born in urban Barbados in poverty, moved to the global stage and told the colonizers on the cricket field, we are your equal, even though you taught us this game. At the time of independence. And at the time that we transitioned to a republic, a female hero, born in urban Barbados, having come to the global stage, has transcended all barriers and emerged as number one, as a business person, as an artist, as a creative, showing that in a small island developing states, there is no bar to excellence, and Barbadians are capable of being the best that we can be when we put our minds to it. And so we moved from mission critical to mission survival to mission transformation out of necessity. And we have to move to mission critical, mission transformation, because when a country goes through what we went through in a 10-year period now known as the lost decade, it can leave people demoralized and not fully understanding what they are capable of. That is the issue. That you lose your sense of self. You lose your capacity to achieve. You forget your capability when there is sewage on the street, as there was 5 years ago. When that defines the physical space in which you live. You lose your confidence and motivation as a civil servant when you work for 10 years and get no raises, no increases, no increase in allowances, no increases in salaries. Since we've come to government, they've gotten 2 in less than 5 years. You lose your sense of pride and dignity, as people did between 91 and 94, When members of households were sent home, every breadwinner in a house went home without any training, without any options, without any opportunities, and without any consideration for the fact that there would be nobody in the household earning an income. People became demoralized. People were demoralized because the country had no foreign exchange. And we had to be concerned about what we could buy on the international markets, the purchase of goods and services for the survival of the country. It was a matter of consternation. Businesses collapsed under the weight of the fact that they provided goods or services to the then government and they were never paid. That individuals were owed income tax returns, VAT returns. Government was not paying its bills. People had to catch as catch can. Investor confidence was lost. Our debt, and it has been said in here repeatedly, we were paying 68 cents to every dollar to service debt. And debt was $4 billion, not 400,000 or 4 million, $4 billion higher than it is today. Our debt to GDP ratio was roughly 178% as opposed to 126 today. And there was not only a perception of corruption, let us not forget that a member of the last administration was actually imprisoned for taking bribes and money laundering. I mean, that is the reality. In addition, the perception that the dollar would be devalued was a very real fear on the lips of Barbadians day after day and night after night, such that it caused a flight of capital 5 short years ago. All of this has been changed. All of this is now behind us. Nobody talks about the devaluation of the dollar anymore. Nobody expects storage to break out on the South Coast. But there are some narratives that are still being pushed, and it is to those that I wish to examine during the course of my remarks. One honorable member raised the issue of trust. Yes, trust is critical between citizen and government. But in citing a report between Latin America, relating to Latin America and the Caribbean, the honorable senator did not tell us whether there were any distinctions between the level of confidence in Latin American citizens and their governments vis-a-vis Caribbean citizens and their governments. The honorable senator did not tell us whether there was distinctions in the report or by any measure that could be used to attain accuracy, whether there was any difference between Barbados and the rest of the Caribbean. And I would wish to suggest to the honorable senator that the highest indication of trust is 60 by 4, 30 by 2 twice. That we do not have a trust deficit in Barbados. It is being pushed as part of a Democratic Labour Party narrative, which the Dems and their acolytes on the call-in programs, in here, elsewhere, all about there and all about yonder, sir, are pushing to create a narrative and a sense of fear and an undermining of confidence in the government, so that over the course of the last week, people were saying, SOE reform, where are the details? We must have the details. You can't do it without details. No discussion with the public, with the unions. No detailed discussion with the public. But you are to put the details out there only for the same people to get on the radio and lambaste you about the impropriety of how it is being done. The SOEs will be reformed, and they will be done in a manner that ensures that there are minimum losses, that people are given training to transition into new opportunities, that we will set up enterprises of which they will be the owners so that they can build intergenerational wealth. And it will be done in consultation with the unions, with the public, with the stakeholders as is appropriate and proper. But we will not be bullied by the Dems and their acolytes to breach the process of propriety by putting out to the public something that we create all on our own without engaging in discussion with the public. So if you want to know about public trust, do not suggest or imply that there is a deficit of trust in Barbados unless you can cite also data from the academic literature which will prove that what you are saying has credibility and legitimacy. And I caution people, the public can be very cynical. A senator who 1 week was an opposition senator and a week later was an independent senator should be concerned about issues of trust which arise in relation to them, or perceptions of trust which arise in relation to them. So I admit that academics, and I mean, you can see it, you hear it on the calling programs, you hear people speaking about distrust, people who do not know what is in Tylenol, people who could not tell you what's in Beggy's balsam but use it every day, people who have Vicks inhalers up the nose 24/7, people who are making use of Viagra, don't know what is in any of these things, but must know what are the constituent elements of the COVID vaccine. That is where we are with public trust. And that is the reality. So we are in a completely different atmosphere at the level of the globe and the way people question and the way they approach things than we were before. And we may ask, and I certainly ask, how is this mistrust and distrust manifesting itself or being driven into the public narrative? And I say to the public, beware of false prophets. Beware of false prophets parading as independents. You have people with surnames like Fort and Howard, who prior to the last election, the 2018 election, were telling you that the government could not give salary increases, and the government could not raise pensions, and the government could not, or the opposition as it then was, that its promises in the manifesto would put the country at extreme risk, that these things could not be done. Not only could these things have been done, they were done. And they were done without putting the economy or society at any risk. They were done with money left over to deal with COVID. They were done with money left over to deal with the ash fall. They were done with money left over to deal with Elsa. They were done with money left over to deal with the freak storm. They were done with money left over to give people baskets and all support the 1,000 most vulnerable families, etc., etc. They were done. So that when the same people come back now and tell you, well, there will be increased taxes and job losses. Or if it doesn't happen in the budget, it can happen mid-year. Just do not take them on. Beware false prophets. But as I said, the fact that we've had a 64 suggests to me that much as the Dems and their acolytes in all places are pushing particular narratives, that the public is more analytical than you would think. In fact, let me give you another example. I was on the calling programs the day after the budget, and several commentators made comments They were highly complimentary of the budget, but there were independent commentators, and each one raised one or two concerns. When the news came at midday, only the negative comments were carried as the headlines and the substance of the news. None of the positive or complimentary comments were carried as part of the news stories at all. And it is because, in my view, apart from the fact that you have a preponderance of DLP sympathizers, supporters, aspirant candidates, aspiring ministers, etc., and aspiring ambassadors and high commissioners, yes, as moderators. And in the press, you have similar commentators driving public opinion, that the press seems to believe that because we had won all the seats, that they need to set themselves up as a kind of unofficial opposition, and everything we do, they must criticize or somehow attack. So there is a constant parroting of the DLP narrative. There is a constant creation of the space and empathetic presentation of their perspectives and have dealt with corruption. And let me return to that. This administration has done more to address corruption than any other administration in the history of the country. There has been legislation brought here. People need, those who come to public office as ministers now need to say what their, give statements of financial accounts and their financial status. They have to do declarations of assets. You have the Financial Public Accounts Act, I think. The integrity legislation came before this chamber and failed because some of the independents refused to support it. Some who were in there then and some who are in here now. But yet you would hear talk about corruption as if government is not pushing an anti-corruption agenda. So that's one. Then we are hearing, oh Lord, be frightened for the debt. Well, that is to terrorize the middle class. Although the reality is, as I said earlier, we are in a much more sound financial and economic position now with $4 billion less in debt than we had before. And not only that, our productive sectors are now earning in a way that they were not earning before. And that is the whole, all countries borrow. It is how you use your debt. It is how you apply it to your development activities. It is whether or not your productive sectors are earning enough to repay the debt over the long term. And it is what is the ratio of debt to development financing that you have available. We are now paying, as I said, 30 cents in the dollar in debt financing as opposed to 68 under the Dems. And I say to the middle class and to the public of Barbados, do not allow the Democratic Labour Party and its operatives, some clandestine, some pleading innocence, some standing back and washing their hands like Pontius Pilate and so on. Do not let them persuade you that there is a debt problem in Barbados that will paralyze your personal fortunes and the economic fate of this country. Because everything that they have predicted to date as being paralytic of your opportunities and your growth and your development and getting cash in hand has proven to be false. For whom are we transforming Barbados? And I repeat it. We are transforming the circumstances. We are transforming the finances. We are transforming the opportunities. We are transforming the economic space and the physical spaces in the sense of communities for all Barbadians. for people whose navel strings were buried here, for people like me who are not born here but who have adopted Barbados, love it bad and call it home. This is who we are transforming for, not for investors. The next thing that we heard, and it was raised on the day I was on the calling program, is that the government giving away people land. All these white people coming in and buying up the land. All this investment, Beijing's ain't gonna have no more land. And we were told by the current president of a former great political party, who is now himself only a political night watchman, and I use that in the cricketing sense, sir, having but a short time at the crease before removal, that too much land is being utilized by the government for development, and that what we need to do, and this is a very serious discussion that the country has to have, what we need to do is make a policy decision, hear the language, make a policy decision that land should only be put into development by way of lease, but land should not be sold for development purposes. I tried to explain to somebody who alleges that they are trained as a lawyer that it would not be possible because we have property ownership here in Barbados. If Miss Bishop down the gap owned the land that her chattel house is on, she owns the fee simple absolute, and Peter Tchaikovsky come from over and away and offer Miss Bishop 6 figures for the 5,000 square foot piece of land, up in $500,000, and Miss Bishop said, Cave Shepherd, here I come. Well, I never see so much money here in my life. We cannot stop Miss Bishop from selling her land, nor can we say to Miss Bishop, you can only lease the land to a foreign investor. To do that would require a change of the Constitution, not a change of policy. And this is what was being put out by the leader, the political night watchman, occupying the seat at George Street. That all it requires is a change in policy. It would require a change in the Constitution, a change in culture, a change in approach. It would require significant discussion with the country. You cannot take up people's land and tell them that they cannot sell it. No, if government owns land, holds it as the crown for taxpayers, or the state for taxpayers, wouldn't be crown lands anymore. The individual, the government can decide that they are only leasing lands. That is another policy decision. But you cannot tell private owners that. And the majority of land in Barbados that goes into development goes in from private persons, not from government. So that I want us to be absolutely clear. This is why I say beware false prophets. Because people put things out there in the public domain, making them sound simple, in an attempt to try to flog the Barbados Labour Party, but which have which innocent people will tend to follow, which people on call-in programs will repeat and parrot, and immediately after it was said, somebody by the name of Ford, who purports to be an independent economist out of Canada, immediately said, you see, it is the policy of the Democratic Labour Party to only lease lands, etc., etc. We have to beware of false prophets and the implications of what they're saying. Owen Arthur made a statement that land should have its highest value. That was also the position of Errol Walton Barrow when the Sandy Lane estate was taken out of agriculture and put into tourism, that was giving land its highest value and allowing for external investors to come in and take up a large portion of land across some of the best beachfront lands on the West Coast to do development. The conversation that we should be having is not any false conversation about the fact that you can just stop people from selling the land. The conversation that we need to have as a country is what development models, as we seek mission transformation, should we be pursuing? How do we plan as a small island developing state to manage our land use against competing interests for food and agriculture, as my brother, the Honorable Senator Dr. Brathwaite, is always cautioning us to do? As we need to have it for land for people who live in Barbados, as we need to have it for development, as we need to have it for open space, as we need to have it for recreation. There are multiple and competing uses, and you have to determine what the benefits are going to be. And therefore, it is important sometimes to ask the question, what is the cost of not doing so-and-so, even if you cannot immediately tell what the cost of doing it is? Because the price of protection or the price of an entry into a space is critical for you. How do we attract foreign direct investment? These are the conversations that we need to be having. Equally, what can the country afford as a small island developing state? We heard about all of the development that is wanted at the hospital. We know what we must do for education reform, but there is a price to it all. And unless we can have all our economic engines firing at maximum, then as a country, we cannot afford the price of development, and we must ask ourselves what we want, what we can afford, what is reasonably sustainable, what is the package of development goods and services to which every Barbadian should be entitled. All of that is the consideration that has to go into your mission transformation. And let me say, other questions were asked, and I want to deal with some of them. One of the questions that was posed in here weaved around the issue of natural resource curse. I was amused. We have not pulled a barrel of oil or a cubic meter of natural gas out of the ground, and already somebody is trying to wave up a flag or a straw to alarm people about natural resource curse.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of elucidation.
Sure.
In my speech, I provided a hypothetical, and I made it clear that I was providing a scenario analysis as a critical thinking tool. At no point did I suggest that anything was found or that anything was being done, but that in the event that such occurred, we had to be aware of some of the pitfalls that other countries have fallen into. I understand that this may be a nuanced distinction, but it is indeed one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines.
I would
Senator
wish
Thompson.
to assure the Honourable Senator that I do understand the distinction, because I happen to have, and I believe that I'm the only one in this chamber and the only person in Barbados with a master's in oil and gas law. So let me help you. Let me help you. Because I know that you're accustomed getting up and lecturing and people sitting down all thinking that that's the end and the be-all. So let me help you, if I may.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Dr.
President,
Hines.
I rise on a point of order.
Yes.
I rise on a point of order. I don't know if Standing Order 34 that talks about the conduct, dignified conduct in the chamber really allows for such statements about other senators' character and what they're accustomed to. But I believe that it may. My point of elucidation was not about what the natural resource curse is, but was about my intention as a scenario, a potential scenario that we need to think about, as opposed to what will happen, what might happen, what could happen, but things that we need to think about. So, Mr. President, 2 points on which I stand. On a point of order and a further point of elucidation. Because I am certain, Mr. President, that the dignified conduct that we enjoy in this chamber would not be called into question or should not be called into question by such comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hines. So far, the order has not been infringed, but Senator Thompson, I would urge you to get on with the point and not reflect on the senator's conduct, but it was not offensive at all. But just press on with the point, as opposed to addressing Senator Hines. I'm sure that as a lecturer, she's done tutorials as well, so it's a two-way communication.
Sir, I honestly thought I was paying the Honourable Senator a compliment when I suggested that she spoke so well that her students looked up to her and all. But if I am wrong in making that assumption, then I withdraw it, of course.
I think you should just press on with the substantive point. Leave out the references to the senator. Just press on with the point, please.
No. Sir, the Honourable Senator was scenario painting. Let me move then to the reality of what has transpired, okay? Natural resource curse occurs in economies where there is discovery of natural gas or fossil fuels. What happens is that it skews rents in the economy. It forces a concentration of labor which is higher paid into the new sector. It causes the abandonment of other sectors of the economy because they are unable to compete in terms of labor, production, etc. And then you have that resources or benefits from resources going to a certain section of the society, but extreme poverty existing in those areas which could not compete with the natural resource sector. So generally, that is a broad definition of natural resource curse. And Barbados, when I was Minister of Energy, put in place a strong local content provision within our oil and gas sector, our legislation, to ensure that Barbadians benefited from the oil and gas sector in a way that was not done in Guyana. In addition to that, although Guyana has 11 billion barrels of oil equivalent, and Exxon is pumping 360,000 barrels a day out of the ground in Guyana, they made $18 million US from their signature bonus. Barbados, with me as minister, made $5 million US, and we pulled a tank of gas out of the ground. That is the difference. Proper management and clear vision. So you don't have to get to scenario painting. I can give you the reality of how we are protecting this country. You see, that's the academic. I can give you the real practitioner perspective. That's the difference. I pause for my friend to rise. On the question, sir, of transparency, we have had people go all over the country, the government go all over the country and engage with citizens. We have coming national assemblies. And I wish to indicate, as was asked, that the money put into the budget is merely for the initial capitalization, not the full amount for the entire program. The full amount will come before this chamber, but for now, in the estimates, is the initial capitalization. In addition, the question is being posed by the Democratic Labour Party and its acolytes. Where will growth come from? How will the deficit be financed? And I hope to give some of the answers using the appropriation bill, using information made available in the budget. And it was clear that there are people who are speaking about the budget, not in here, sir, but it is clear that people who are speaking about the budget never having read its 80 pages. That was clear. That is clear. So, where will the growth come from? Growth will come from new industrial development. We speak of the establishment of the first manufacturing facility in over 30 years, I think it is. Growth, so manufacturing, there will be stimulation for manufacturing and a new manufacturing facility to carry new enterprise. Growth will come from the creation of new artistic enterprise, whether it is film, whether it has to do with the road project, whether it has to do with the stimulation of the tourism sector. And you know that money was put in for Caribbean travel. The cost of tickets, of taxes was reduced. Tourism was given stimulant activity, even though the tourism sector is showing tremendous rebound since COVID, exceeding pre-pandemic levels. Such is the keen interest in Barbados. And make no mistake that some of it has to do with the fact that the Prime Minister is so highly visible on the international stage, talking about Barbados all the time. Growth will come from the agricultural sector as new agricultural enterprise is opened in Barbados, and there were specific measures, incentives, and stimulation for farmers. Growth will come from stimulating entrepreneurial activity, money for which has been put into the trust loans, and contrary to what has been put out, training is being given to every single individual who applies for a trust loan, training in how to handle personal finances, training in financial literacy, training in how to handle business and management finances. The productive sectors, all of them, are being subject to stimuli. You see, we will not have to tax to earn our way. We will earn our way by stimulating growth through the productive sectors. We have created a low-tax business environment by change of legislation to make Barbados more competitive as an international jurisdiction. And government has reduced VAT to help business and individuals from 17.5% to 7.5% on the first 250 kilowatts of electricity. $6 million has gone in to support, I can't even read my own handwriting, I apologize. Prices have been to support the feed sector, to ensure that prices are kept low for meats and poultry. And all of this has been done in a hostile environment. We are attracting the local banks back into the capital markets. There will be some element of borrowing, but we are closing the revenue loops by investigating where the hemorrhaging is coming at the level of customs and dealing with that through several different new elements, legislation, and new initiatives. So when you ask where is how will the revenue gaps or the gap of the deficit be closed, it will be closed by stimulating new economic activity. It will be closed by creating new growth in the economy. It will be created by a new level of economic transformation. And I haven't even got into the renewable energy sector and the Hope Project or any of the other areas surrounding renewable energy that are relevant to the generation of revenues, to the saving of foreign exchange, which is also another way where you will capture more financing and have more disposable income as government for development activities. I was disappointed, sir, and we're talking about the narratives that are being put out, that someone who is an economist would cite a speech which should have about the building of a central bank, which should have been relegated to the landscape of history but should not have been brought in here. The reality is this. As a small island developing state and as a serious sovereign state, we need a central bank of Barbados. You cannot ask the central bank governor to set up a kiosk next to CUS and operate from there. So the notion that a central bank was a waste of money and highly visible consumption that didn't benefit anybody, really, who cited Barrow, was a waste and unfortunate. But I want to make the point that it is consistent with the anti-development perspectives of the Democratic Labour Party. The offshore financial sector, which is a major revenue and foreign exchange earner for this country, was opposed by the Democratic Labour Party. The construction of the Deepwater Harbour, which we could not be where we are without it today, was opposed by the Democratic Labour Party. The construction of the ABC Highway, which has created not only access all over the island, but new enterprise, new business development, new residential development. Tom Adams died in 1985. And that is the ABC Highway and Tuwai are still opening up, still driving economic activity, still creating new entrepreneurs, new enterprise. People from coconut vendors to big able accounting firms and supermarkets. From people selling chow and fruit to malls now exist off of a highway, the ABC Highway, that was opposed. And I could go on to show how anti-development the Democratic Labour Party has been. And one of these days when I have time, sir, I will make a speech in here about why I joined the Labour Party and the social development of the Barbados Labour Party and the way the Barbados Labour Party has lifted up the poor black man in this country, not with rhetoric, but with reality, sir. And this is what we are facing now, that you are being asked to listen to a rhetoric and a narrative that is negative, that is anti-developmental, that is anti-transformational, that is seeking to keep a country where it is. And that is when it has any accuracy at all, because I pointed out how the narrative around what you could do in relation to selling land and leasing land is completely false. The Democratic Labour Party had a mantra, don't know if it has been abandoned like so many other things, that Barbados is more than an economy. It is a society. Well, I do not know what you will feed people with, clothe and shelter them unless you build up your economy. But I want to say to you that the appropriation process and the budget focused heavily on the people of Barbados, on nurses, on postmen, on wage increases, on training at BIMAP, at Florida International University, through Coursera, through the NTI, life counseling, through sports, through creating new opportunities for young people, not just in the arts, but job opportunities, through bringing them into the civil service, to further professionalize the civil service and build a line of succession of the brightest, the best, and the most skilled, and to build a meritocracy in our civil service in the way that Singapore can say that it developed and shot forward because it had a world-class civil service. Training and reform of the SOEs. At every level, the elderly, whether it was dealing with pensions or reverse mortgages, the elderly were addressed. Every sector of society. And sir, what is significant is that all of this was done, all of this stimulation, all of these changes, all of the reversals of the negative trends from the last decade, while at the same time battling, and I thank the Honorable Senator for the expression, the polycrises. Can you imagine what it would have been like had the Democratic Labour Party had to deal with Ash or Elsa or Freak Storm or COVID, and we even have a sargassum team in place dealing with sarcasm. Effective, immediate response to crises has characterized the management and leadership of the Barbados Labour Party. We can remember, sir, the images from the Bridgetown Storage Project with trees growing up in the middle of the facilities and the equipment, from the sheer abandonment that characterized the management and leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. So we will create growth and closing the deficit gaps through the establishment and rollout of a blue and green economy. And these are not catchphrases. These are where the international community is going. We are looking now at what our natural resource assets are, how we can benefit from them, and how we can protect the people who work in these sectors. And that is why there has been a new deal spoken to for the fisher folk of Barbados, right down to giving them boats that are electrically powered by renewable energy as opposed to traditional fossil fuels. And I turn in the few minutes remaining to me, sir, to what I thought was the most interesting speech that I heard in here yesterday. It was about where Barbados is positioned in the world. And I thanked Senator Dr. Rogers for really stimulating me and making me think and making me smile and asking questions that I think that were not questions that were political, questions that were nitpicking, questions that really sought to ask the country to challenge itself, to think. Because we behave sometimes as if Barbados is in a world by itself. But the Honorable Senator, raised excellent questions, and I want to close on some of that. I indicated earlier that we exist in what I think is a hostile global environment. We've had to fight against the OECD. We've had to fight grey listing and blacklisting. We've had to fight the issue of correspondent banking. Let me very briefly explain to the public that when you are doing an international transaction, First Caribbean does not deal directly with the international bank. There is a middle bank, and that middle bank is usually a US bank, and that bank is called a correspondent bank. And therefore, the international community, the US banks, the bigger banks, have been withdrawing correspondent banking relationships. It affects reputational damage. It affects your capacity to do business, the willingness of the international community to do business with you. That is a fight that we have had. We have had to deal with the impacts of climate change, not just on the reality of our shores, but the lack of financing available in relation to addressing climate issues. And the perceptions, perhaps by some, that there is no real problem here. You see, when Katrina affected the United States, it was $160 billion in damage, but less than 1% of their economy. You had, I think, $68 billion in damage, affecting Dominica, 225% of their GDP. So climate change does not affect us all in the same way. If a hurricane hits Dominica, we feel it here because it's passed here first as a lesser storm on the way up the road. And we know people in Dominica or St. Lucia or St. Vincent, and we know we're gonna have to help and send supplies. But when Katrina hit the Gulf states, that meant nothing to the person in Alaska. It had no meaning to anybody in New Jersey. They may not even know anybody in those countries, and they certainly didn't, in those states, and they certainly didn't have to help. The warming of the climate has resulted in a 400% increase in the wine industry of the United Kingdom, because they are now able in Wales and other counties to produce high-quality champagnes and wines that compete with those of France. Climate change does not mean the same thing to everybody, so that the industrialized society has reaped the benefit of the pollution at one level. They are reaping it now at another level, and then they come back and tell you, well, don't frighten, we will lend you some money if you need some money. Borrow what money? And this is what the Bridgetown Initiative is about. The Prime Minister is saying, let us reform the multilateral development banks. Let us use SDRs, or special drawing rights, which exist, which you can use in time of crisis, and our trust fund just there sitting down. Let us put them to use in a kind of loan facility. You pay it back, but you don't have to write any big checks. The money is already sitting there to be utilized. Let us be able, as a small island developing state, even though we are middle income, to access finance at concessionary rates. Let us put in crisis clauses in our sovereign debt instrument, so that if a hurricane strikes or you have a pandemic, you get 2 years suspension on your debt payments, and they are tacked on at the end of the loan. So you still pay it back. The lender loses nothing. These are some of the components of the Bridgetown Initiative. It is why the fight on the international landscape is so important. Your international landscape is your frontier of national development. It is your border protection. And that is why people must travel to meetings. It is why we must engage at the international level. It is why the Bridgetown Initiative, which will help all developing countries is attracting so much attention. It is why we have to go out and keep fighting for small island developing states and the countries of Africa to get seats on the UN Security Council, which is still reflecting a 1940s world in its composition. Mr. President, I know that you have signaled me, and I did not deliberately give you my back so that I would fail to see any other signals. I know that my time is up, sir, so I can't speak anymore. I will therefore seek to bring this all together. I started, sir, by making the point that the call for transformation, however it was defined, whether it was go for the gold, whether it was saying that as a small island state we would be sovereign and proud and not puppets, but pursue a development agenda, has existed in one form or another. At this time, as we have come to Republican status, the call for transformation is for us to develop new mindsets. The call to transformation is for us to develop attitudes that will carry the country further. Attitudes that will see us treating each other with courtesy and respect. The call to transformation is one to build a world-class civil service. The call to transformation is one to support all our people in whatever way they need. The call to transformation is one to protect our young people and create opportunity for them. The call to transformation is one to build an economy that isn't just for today, but for tomorrow, and not just for this generation, but for the next, and not just for the next generation, but for the one who will come after them. The call to transformation is a call to a new Barbados. Mr. President, the call to transformation is for all of us, and I appeal to every Barbadian. If we want to see this change, we cannot point to others. We cannot talk about what X should do or what Y should do. Tonight, today, we have to determine whether we will answer the Prime Minister's call to transformation, whether we want to see a new Barbados and a better Barbados, whether we are prepared as citizens to contribute to the building of that Barbados, and whether we are going to sit and nitpick, or whether we are going to capture the call, the vision, and the action required for national transformation. Mr. President, I answer that I am prepared.
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Senator Tate. And Senator Tate has a medical issue, and we have spoken before, and I've given her. Sorry? I said medical. No, I said medical. A physical medical issue. And we spoke, and I have given her permission in those circumstances to make her contribution seated, notwithstanding the regular requirements. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for the record, I'm going to put it on the record because there are some who might feel I have a mental issue for truth. What I am suffering from is a flare-up of my lymphedema condition. And so it's affecting my joints, my lower limbs. My apologies for being late this afternoon, sir, or today. I really can deal with the discomfort and pain, so I sought treatment. And I should not have to tell my business, but I wanted to be transparent and also to explain why I'm sitting down. I don't mind. I really don't mind. I will use this as an opportunity, sir, to say that there can be no better time for me to implore the powers that be to treat the repair or replacement of the elevator here at Parliament as a matter of urgency. The stairs at the front are too steep, so if we are ever in a situation where we have a claim, we start on the wrong foot because we are not compliant with structural requirements. I probably should not have put that out there, but it's the reality. The stairs at the side are shorter and easier to manipulate in terms of getting here, but they're way too narrow. And Mr. President, I am cute, I'm good looking, I am not bony. That corridor of stairs is challenging, especially when you have challenges with your limbs. We also have to pay attention to the fact that we have visitors that come here that may not be able to maneuver the stairs. And without trying to embarrass anyone in the chamber, we also have members who are differently able, who ought not to have to manage these stairs like that. And we also have people with knee issues. We are government, we are governance, we should set the example. It's been, the elevator has been outstanding way too long. Personally, I don't want elevator because I'm claustrophobic. I beg for escalator, but I do things big. I would like an escalator. However, the reality is it's gonna be an elevator, but we have to get an elevator that's working and doesn't stick with people in it. That being said, I joined the debate, sir, on the appropriations bill, but before I do so, I would also like to go on record for thanking you, sir, for accommodating me seated, and also you and the Clerk of Parliament for very quickly seeking to put things in place to help me with this situation. I would like to thank Senator Paris and Senator Dr. the Most Honorable Jerome Walker, got the name long, for assisting me and ensuring that I was looked after this week. And Senator Crystal Drakes, Senator Christina Hines, Senator Dr. Crystal Haynes, Security Guard Ben Blenman. You carry me by? Senator Lordy Beggins, Senator Nichols. I didn't remember, that was how profound it was. Miss Cheryl Hoyt, who assisted me with lunch yesterday, and Police Constable Sheena Clark. I'm calling names because it's important that it is, you know, there's a lot of noise these last couple of weeks, and there seems to be all of this talk and this divide, but you will hear, Mr. President, I call names from all about helping me. So, for the record, I thank everybody. It was appreciated, and the empathy of Senator Andwele Boyce was almost tear-jerking, to tell you the truth, because, you know, so thank you for that. So, Mr. President, I joined the debate at this point because I felt, even though I'm not at my optimum, I wanted to come and make my contribution. I have questions, concerns, observations, and suggestions, not necessarily in that order, but certainly under those respective heads. It is unfortunate that I have come after certain people, so they may not be able to, they cannot answer me, but I expect that those who can will be able to say something to me off the record. Those of you that I had conversations with prior to now, I appreciate your responses to me, Senator Boyce and Senator King. And so with that, I would like to get into the meat of the matter. My first area of focus, Mr. President, is with persons with disabilities. And I know nobody is looking for me to talk about that, but this week, right, for the last couple of weeks, it's become very real. According to the Barbados estimates for 2023-24, Mr. President, government will allocate just over $2.5 million to the National Disability Unit, which according to the sub-program statement therein provides inter alia resources of documentation, materials, aids, adaptations, and technical support to persons with disabilities. On June 1st, 2022, sir, when the advisory committee to guide the establishment of a commission for improving the lives of persons with disabilities was launched, It was determined that the National Disabilities Unit would serve as the secretariat for the, oh, sorry. You need me to, you good? Oh, okay, sorry about that. So the National Disabilities Unit was to serve as the secretariat for the committee. And out of the work, and I would say the hard work, because I did join into some of these Zoom meetings, y'all worked hard, and that's a good thing. A draft bill was formulated that if, and I hope when it is brought to Parliament, it's to be entitled the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. Mr. President, I was very eager to review this for personal reasons. For many years, I was close to a wonderful and exceptional young man, well, child who developed into a young man, who was injured while at school. And as a result, he tragically became a quadriplegic. And when he died in 2014, 15, 16, by that time, his life had brought certain things to my attention that I have no doubt I would not have been aware of, but for the fact that he was in my life and I had to see things differently. Because when you are able-bodied, the things that you take for granted are major for persons who are not able-bodied. But let us be clear, because you're not able-bodied does not mean that you're not of sound mind. Now, we have to stop treating the disabled in this country like second-class citizens and persons who cannot and are unable to. Having said that, the area of concern for me today, having reviewed the draft, and I'm saying the draft, it has not been laid. I have not said it has been laid. It's the draft. I reviewed it, I looked, I'm interested, good. I want to go on record that I've already discussed it with Senator Boyce, who was quite willing to do so, thank you very much. And the area of concern for me off the bat, and it is a comprehensive document, I cannot say that I've delved into it in great detail, but this particular area is because I see it every day, and it's to do with designated parking for persons with disabilities and the penalty for unlawfully parking in such an area. I want it to be clear, this submission shouldn't, sir, be taken as a criticism. It's just that I saw something that's missing. I would like to make a suggestion. In all fairness, do not curse me today, people. I find that when the government has a position, they don't always receive suggestions for improvement, well or at all. But I believe that this area should and warrants relooking, because just by what transpired between Senator Boyce and myself yesterday confirmed that it is necessary. I sent him a note and I asked him basically, what's the position with designated parking? And if they had dealt with it in the committee. Stop me from saying something wrong. And what he said, Mr. President, he responded to me and he said there are 4 areas of designated parking. My research says there are 2 in Tudor Street, 1 in McGregor Street, and 1 in Prince William Henry Street. Yes, right. But that's not what I was talking about. He taught me that, and I went and did research. But what I was talking about is designated parking in our car parks at Cost You Less and Price Mart and iMart and those, the hardware store, where you see what, listen, it different, no, wait. You see callous, cold-hearted, selfish, mean-spirited, horrible, indifferent, locking up people, parking in designated parking for the disabled. It's wrong. It is wrong. And I believe that unless we legislate that type of designated parking, what is going on will continue. And it's not that these entities do not currently delineate the areas, and you see the emblem on the ground, and then you see this blue sign saying, you know, parking for the disabled. And on that note, the bill says disabled parking. I suggest you change the wording of that, because disabled parking sounds not good. We need to change that. I didn't say that yesterday, but You should change that from disabled parking in the bill. Anyway, I believe it needs to be legislated, Mr. President, because it is important that people understand that you cannot continue to disrespect and dismiss those who are not strong in body. I remember going into iMart at Welch's, St. Thomas, and I saw a young boy, because he was a boy, the way he behaved, he was boy-like, parking in a clearly demarked. They really are very good with the way they mark the ground, as well as they put a sign. You can't miss it. You know how sometimes you might have it that the area has faded, because you have some fading going on across the way at Cost-U-Less. I'm not trying to put Cost-U-Less. Okay, fine. So, and I don't want to, I'm not calling out Cost-U-Less. They just need to be repainted. They recognize the differently able. And I said to the person, and I don't say it to everybody because you have to know who you can say something to. I don't want to die with a gunshot for telling somebody they shouldn't park. Having said that though, I was annoyed and I said, listen boss, you really shouldn't be parking here. This is for the disabled. Well, let me tell you, he cursed me so poisonously that I felt uncomfortable to the point that I took out my phone to film his face and his car number in the event that something happened to me or I disappeared, that my family would know from my phone where to go and look for him. And that's simply because I said to him, you should not be parking there. We have to do better. We are a country that I love to hear when the Prime Minister says we are to punch above our weight. If you go to Cost-U-Less, Sam's, any of those entities overseas, it doesn't matter how far you have to walk, you're not going to find anybody parking in those spots overseas. So what makes us different? What I want to see happening is not only is it legislated, but we have to sit down with engineers, with the people with cameras, whoever, and work out how we're going to enforce it. We have to be real. I would like to be chairman of that committee. I would like, you gotta pay me, but I would go all over Barbados looking for who parking in those places and deal with it. You know why, sir? Let me tell you why it is even worse. With what's going on with me, you know you would normally step out of the car, one leg and then the other. I cannot do that right now. I have to get out the car. Like how you would get out if you're arriving at something with enough people, like you know, swing, both legs out, and get up. Again, I am cute. I am pretty. I am not bony, Mr. President. And the way the car parks are, you don't have the room, you don't have the space. So if I, able-bodied but slightly off right now, can't do it, how are you expecting people who are not able-bodied, or worse yet, have a wheelchair or a walking stick? How are we doing it? And why would we have to be telling people it is wrong? What is wrong with the people in Barbados? I believe that we should spend money, because I know that the money that has been allocated here cannot have been included. It's not included. We have to find a way. And if it is that it is legal to name and shame or highlight with a camera the same way you have it with the traffic lights, let's do it that way. Send them tickets, but let's talk about the fine. Now, the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2017-26 provides for a fine of $500. My research reveals that when this amendment was made, persons of the disabled community have been advocating for such a law for over 20 years. 20 years, they got 500. I suppose it's better than nothing, Mr. President. But let's look at it a little closer. I'm sure that everybody recalls the public outcry when it was reported in the media that a man had allegedly drowned a dog at Pebbles Beach. Chapter 144A of the laws of Barbados is the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, Mr. President. Y'all know you're gonna come with the legislation, right? That's what I do. So we have $500 if you park in a designated space. But we have, just one moment, sir. But we have in the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals legislation, provision for, and I quote, a fine of $1,000 in respect of each animal mentioned in the charge, or imprisonment for a term of 12 months or both. This is Section 3 of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, Chapter 144A. Now, don't get me wrong, we have animal parents in here. We have Senator Monroe Knight is a mummy animal. Senator Kevin Boyce, not a mummy animal, you know what I mean, an animal mummy. Senator Kevin Boyce has declared his hand. I see Senator Thompson is declaring her hand. I go as far as goldfish. And then we had the former senator with the very famous Snow. Snow had his own page. I don't understand. But we had Snow. For those of you who don't know, we had Snow. The whole country know about Snow. Okay. Again, $1,000 or 12 months in prison or both. I'm not saying that that's not adequate. I'm just saying make the comparison. Then, Mr. President, we recently passed the minor offenses legislation, the Amendment Act 2023. This Senate here. And this is what we agreed to. It is offense to fly a kite which makes noise between specified hours. I'm referring to what should be Section 4A. And if you do it and a person contravenes subsection 1, a member of the police service shall ask the person to give his full name and address. At subsection 4, it says, a person who refuses to answer or who gives a false answer in respect of a question mentioned in paragraph A of subsection 2, which is the name and address, is guilty of an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $500 or imprisonment for 6 months. We are imprisoning people who unfair animals and who fly noisy kites, but we are not threatening anybody with imprisonment for parking in a designated parking area for differently abled people. I declare, and I'm very, very adamant about it, Mr. President, we must do something about the penalty. It cannot be that flying a kite carries a more severe penalty than indiscriminate parking by able-bodied persons. It's just not acceptable. We have to do better for our people, and I hope that who needs to hear has heard. I believe that it needs to be taken to the point where it is properly monitored, and that when the law is being formulated, the persons responsible take into consideration how it's going to be enforced. I remember Senator Thompson said when we were doing the minor offenses legislation, we're gonna have to rely on our people and neighbors to tell us who the kite belonged to. No, let's not. Let's lock them up. End. Full stop. Lock them up. You cannot do it. It's not good enough. And we are not barbarians. So no, that's me. Moving along, Mr. President, I was able on my way here to hear in between what he does, the most honorable talking about the NCDs. And I thank him for discussing them. He would have worried a few people because they were wondering where I was, and he said I wasn't here, but at the time it was true. And yes, I recognize, and I'm looking at that, and I looked at that, and I saw that $500 had been allocated for the non-communicable diseases focus group. Out of 265 million, is it? Or so, 266 million. Now, that is 0.2% of the entire budget for the Ministry of Health. My concern with respect to NCD, sir, is how will these allocations, because the 265, 420,000 and change has a special program under the Direction of Policy Formulation Services that provides primary health care for the 8 polyclinics, 3 satellite clinics. Oh,
President,
thanks.
on a point of elucidation,
Thank you.
I wouldn't want you to go abroad that all we are spending on NCDs in Barbados is $500,000.
Right,
When I was speaking, I
532.5.
made a point that NCDs are affected in terms of the hospital, as it relates to the drug service, as it relates to the polyclinic. We are now doing an additional effort as it relates to NCDs.
Thank you.
You have NCDs in hospital, clinics, whatever, and the drug service, so.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clear how it was going to be managed, who's going to manage it, to ensure that the wishes and the direction of the ministry is fulfilled, are fulfilled. It is very important because everybody talks about, you know, diabetes and we're the amputee capital of the world. I don't know if we still have that dubious title. But we also have issues of heart disease, we have issues of cancer, we have issues of hypertension, we have all kinds of other issues. And it's important, I think, that we ensure that whatever is put in place, that proper nutrition and exercise is at the forefront. And I know you talked about sugar and salt. I know you talked about we having to change our habits. I'm wondering if we can have a program similar to school meals where people can go and get guidance with eating. Of course, you have to give them the staff, but perhaps if we had people who can hold your hand as you transition, as you transform, because it's not what we do naturally. If you don't eat pudding and sauce on a Saturday, you're gonna dead. If you don't do pork chops and pork bites, it's over. If you do not have baked chicken, macaroni pie, coleslaw, potato salad, and a toss for good measure and color on Sunday, it's all over. We need to do better. We need to ensure that we are dealing with prevention rather than cure. It is becoming more and more expensive, and it's putting a drain, I believe, on the hospital to be dealing with it. And it is hoped that it will be managed in such a way that the outcome will be more positive than it has been in the past. I know that Senator Walker doesn't play. It disturbs me that I heard him talk about something that he had implemented in 2005, and in 2023, it's still kind of like nowhere. These are the things that bother you. Keeping it real, it doesn't really matter who in administration. It's us, the people, the health. We need to do better. I also believe that it's important that there are people who are actually identified to be accountable and to answer and have to follow up and meet targets, because if not, where are we gonna be? And the reason I'm concerned is I was given a report recently where somebody said that they were at a polyclinic. A nurse came out and said, anybody here that come for dressing, go along home, we ain't got none. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if it happened, but suppose it did. We cannot have situations where people are going for care and there's no, okay, and that is why I'm saying, I agree with you, Senator Thompson, poor management, but that's what we have to go into it with, focusing on ensuring that the right people are in the right place. I believe that Senator Walker was good to have words with me prior to now, and you mentioned that Dr. Arthur Phillips was over this and that you're going to be meeting with him and all of that. I'm glad, and I think that because you know that I'm interested It's gonna happen sooner rather than later. I'm gonna be bold to say that in front of everybody. I can't wait for the report. I really can't, Dr. Walker. I move on, Mr. President, from NCDs. And I am going to talk today a little bit about culture. And the reason I'm going to talk a little about culture is because we don't really talk about culture. So I have some questions. And my first query under this broad head is about the National Art Gallery. My attention was initially drawn to this topic as a result of the recent peaceful protest by a well-known artist who was calling on the government to get the National Art Gallery, and I'm going to refer to it as NAG, not because it's a NAG, but because that's what it is, to get it up and running, and those are my words. But the other thing that piqued my interest, to be quite honest, Mr. President, and this is no lie, is because as I watched it on CBC, and I know I'm one of the only 7 people in Barbados that still watch CBC. You too, you're number 2, because y'all don't watch CBC, but I'm watching CBC for the news. What intrigued me is that Senator Monroe Knight was in the square with the upside down horse with the lady, being interviewed by the girl, Crystal Hoyt. And I felt this was really fantastic. The minister is in town dealing with this protest. When I was chairman of the NCF, I heard about the National Art Gallery. I was chairman of the NCF from 2010 to 2013. We are in 2023. We're still talking about the National Art Gallery. Why? And listen, Mr. President, I was today years old when I discovered today years old. There is a National Arts Gallery Act. Y'all have got to be kidding me. Are you serious? A whole act, 17 pages, 2 schedules. I counted. I understand that on July 17, 2020, the keys to the designated home for NAG, namely Block A at St. Anne's Garrison, were handed over to the then Minister of Culture, the Honorable John King. But it's alleged that since that time, nothing has happened. And I say allegedly because I can't say for a fact if nothing has happened. But according to the protests, nothing has happened since the keys were handed over. And it was just a big picture. A whole line of them. The minister had the key in his hand. It was, I cannot. It was a big thing. A big thing because this was something that people have been advocating for many years. So Minister King had the key. And I'm not helping you, Dr. Walker. And nothing has happened. We have the protests, we have the minister going down, but this is the part that confuses me. In these estimates, and I don't profess to be good at this, I had help from she's not doctor yet, Senator Drakes. She's getting there, Senator Drakes. She talks very softly, and she does not get on like you're foolish. She helps you. She points out things to you, and you highlight. So what has me confused, Mr. President, and perhaps somebody can explain it to me, is that if nothing has happened, how we have a line item for the Barbados National Art Gallery for actual expenditure in 2021-2022 of $189,440, how we have revised estimates for 2022-2023 for $480,850. We have budget estimates for 2023-2024 of $250,000, so you're taking off $200,000, but nothing is happening. And then we have forward estimates for 2024-2025 of $612,878. If we do not have a National Art Gallery that is happening, where is this money? What is this money being spent on? And this act speaks to a number of things. This act makes provision for a lot of lovely things. We have, I ain't even talking about that. But this is how it is worded, Mr. President, and I know the lawyers here will be intrigued. So Section 3 of the Act, and I did say Chapter 48B, I don't say cap, I say chapter. I find cap as an abbreviation. There is established the Barbados National Art Gallery, which shall be responsible for the administration and control of national collection, etc., etc. It also makes provision, sir, in section 4, for the functions of the gallery. Sir, it makes provision that the gallery has power to acquire and promote knowledge and organize, facilitate, and host national, regional, and international conferences. You appoint a director for 3 years. But the part that really was interesting is section 11, that says the funds of the gallery shall be applied towards the payment of salaries, fees, allowances, gratuities, pensions, or similar benefits to persons employed or formerly employed by the gallery, and another host of things dealing with the application of funds. I'm just trying to understand, because I'm focusing on culture, what's happening if nothing is happening. I'm just curious. I'm sure there's someone who can answer, but I would like to complete what I'm saying before I'm answered. If it's not operational, to what do these estimates outlined APSA program 0054 refer? That is my question. This is a legislation that was passed in 2007 and proclaimed in 2009. Who knew? I'm curious. So that's the National Art Gallery.
Senator King, what do you raise?
So, sorry, I did say that already. So let me just take you back a little bit.
Wait, so
When I was minister, responsible for that, we did have estimates, monies to begin the process of building out the National Art Gallery space at Block 8 Garrison. This is something that would have been sitting down there for a number of years prior to me going into that particular position. But what had happened is that when we had the time to get it done, we were still having some difficulties with the then housing who were in charge of that building. So it took us a long time before we actually got the keys that you spoke about. And when we did get the keys, we were almost started to strip the building. We did some taking down of various things that were inside. We went in, we looked at it, and we started to begin the process of cleaning it because there was a lot of debris, there was a lot of all sorts of stuff inside there. In fact, Mr. President, we had then realized that a person was actually living inside the building. So we had to take time to get those persons out. We had all these things to do, and then before we could get that finished, in came COVID-19, and a lot of our budgets were then slashed, a lot of our monies were then allocated to different areas and different things, and so that particular project, we had to decide what were we going to do. We had two projects going at the same time. One was Rock Hall, and the other one was for the art gallery at the Garrison. And we made the decision then that it was more pressing to finish Rock Hall at that particular point, given the direction that we were going at that particular point in time. But I'm sure that with you seeing the reoccurring monies coming up as part and parcel of what will happen as we go forward. But the truth is that in today's world, and this is not a knock on anyone, but this is just a fact, we had meetings with some of the younger artists, and one of the things that came up constantly is that in the digital world, they were not so interested in having a physical space as we were before. And these are some of the things that we have to take into consideration as we go forward, especially as we have younger persons coming in.
Senator Day.
Sir, through you, I'd like to thank Senator King. It still doesn't help me with why I'm still seeing them in the estimates. I'm not an accountant, I'm not an economist. I don't understand why I'm seeing funds specifically allocated and named for the National Art Gallery. But listening to him, he just confirmed what I said, which is there's nothing going on. And to add to that, from my review of the estimates, separate money was allocated to Rock Hall. more money, but separate money. Rock Hall comes under a separate sub-program, and it has a different allocation. So I'm just asking for clarity, but it is not sufficient that it needs to ruffle anybody's feathers at this point.
Cameron.
Thank you. On a point of order, just to make sure that we clarify when we say that nothing is being done.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Can I get a point of elucidation as opposed to a point of order? A point of order suggests that she's, no? Yes? But isn't she elucidating for me? She's objecting to what I'm saying? Oh, I thought she was clearing it up. Well, my apologies. Proceed with your object.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to proceed, Mr.
Yes.
President. Just to be able to briefly, yeah, just to be able to indicate that indeed activity is being done in relation to the National Art Gallery. There is a CapEx fund which has been designated, Mr. President, for the building at Block A, and that is very soon, before the next quarter, to be vested in the National Art Gallery. But at the same time, activities have been done. The money that is within the estimates and over the past years has been for the National Art Gallery to undertake outreach activities, educational activities. The National Art Gallery is supported by administrative staff. We've had to relocate the National Art Gallery. They also have on staff a conservator who takes care of the paintings to make sure that they are in good condition, etc. So all of those activities, Mr. President, are currently ongoing and are covered by the costs that you will see within the estimate. Thank you.
Senator, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. I can proceed, sir? Oh, thank you, sir.
Proceed.
Right, so there's clarity there. Thanks very much. That one? Okay, so the other area that I wanted to look into, sir, was the fashion industry. The Prime Minister was very clear in her comments. $2 million has been allocated to the fashion industry because, as the Prime Minister said, the journey of the Right Excellent Robin, Rihanna Fenty, must not be unique to her. That makes sense. The allocation prompted one of the top fashion designers in Barbados to ask the following questions of me, which I will now pass on to the government simply because I certainly can answer the questions. The questions were, or are, how many people is the funding for? How will the funds be dispersed? What is the process for determining who is eligible for assistance? Who will benefit? What market are you aiming to penetrate? What is the target market? What are the legal requirements, not local, but overseas, because you have to get licenses if you're going to do fashion overseas? Will the assistance be for a brick and mortar business or online, and to what extent? The person also asked, how is the money going to be monitored to ensure that the intent or purpose is actually manifested, or it actually manifests? And what is the recourse if a beneficiary does not hold up their part? Basically, what are the account checks and balances? Now, that was a litany of questions, and I didn't say it slow enough for anybody who really wants to answer me. But those are the questions that were asked, because we have a allocation of funds in a number of areas in the budget, and it makes you wonder, again, no, I shouldn't say it makes you wonder, because that sounds as if that's negative. I am interested in hearing how things are going to be managed, how our person is going to be chosen, how the funds are going to be allocated, because from what I'm hearing from this fashion designer, that whole industry is very expensive. So with all the will in the world, if government's intention is to help, but the lack of knowledge or the lack of interaction with stakeholders or the ones that you should be interacting with is limited or non-existent, you may be putting money in the wrong direction or the wrong place. I move from there, sir, and I ask now about the strings project in the 68 primary schools. My first question under this head is, what happened to the youth orchestra? The strings project seems to be a duplication of efforts, which is costing the government twice, because the budget estimates for the NCF, who I believe manages the youth orchestra, not that all of the money goes to the youth orchestra, but for 2023-24, the NCF is to get just about $13 million. And the Strings project is gonna get $600,000 over a 7-year period. I feel that's $4.2 million, but I'm not gonna say it definitively and with surety, because that's too much multiplying and I didn't do good in maths. But the point is that, my question is, when you do this, why are we not using the youth orchestra? They have the skill. That lady, I don't like calling people's names who can't come in here and answer, but the lady who runs the youth orchestra is amazing. She's amazing, hands down. I remember when I was chairman and we did NIFCA finals, where you have the best, or the night, we call it the gold night. The gala, thank you. Thank you, raise up an NCF person. The youth orchestra always would have been part of the finals. I remember there was a young gentleman back in the day that he played so amazing that I decided for my wedding, he was going to be my person to play. You look around, I know you will look around, you, Liz Thompson. However, as I turned my head away from Senator Thompson, the commitment, the way she trains the children, second to none. But let me tell you though, about the youth orchestra. Because of my knowledge and my association with the NCF, the other thing that comes with the youth orchestra is maintenance of the equipment, the tool, the instruments. And buy-in from parents is not always the same in terms of how the children treat the instruments. So money that is supposed to go in one direction is diverted to either repairs, refurbishment, or replacement. So I'm trying to come to terms with the 600,000 in 68. And don't get me wrong, yes, we want to expose our children to all spheres. But the other thing is that young people, just as Senator King just said, they want the computer. So the young people are gonna give you strings, but they're gonna do it on a computer. The older people, like the older people in here, because I'm not pointing to myself, will want to hear the actual violin. And I'm assuming that the Prime Minister means violin and not guitar. The thing about the violin though, is one of the most difficult instruments to play. So you're in 68 schools, but how many children are you gonna get? And if you start, how many are gonna finish? So then what do we do with that 600,000? You see what I'm saying? So, and again, somebody needs to help me. Why are we coming away from the youth orchestra? Either give them more money and then take some of that 6 and do something else, or come up, but 4.2 plus 13 is almost $20 million. What are we producing at the end of this expenditure? And are we sure we're gonna get the children? Primary school, the commitment to a violin. I was trained in piano. I know what it is to have to do your scales and you have to be committed and you have to do it every day. Are we getting that in the primary school as opposed to the secondary schools? And I'm not saying not to invest and not to expose, but let's just manage our money properly and realistically so that we're not wasting and we're not doing as much as we can. So it's not a criticism, I'm just asking, what are we doing? Why are we not using the youth orchestra? Do they need more help? Do they need more money? Can we not kind of merge the two and then have some left over to do something else, Mr. President? I move on now to culture generally. I find that in this area, funds need to be consolidated. You know what I want to know? Who is paying for Beige to the World? We are invited by the Ministry of Not Culture, Community Development, Youth, come and help me. Okay, so it's not under culture, you hear me? So let's work this out with me, Mr. President. We have Beige to the World, that is culture, singing, arts, spoken word, everything that the NCF is responsible for. The NCF has nothing to do with Beige to the World, but NCF, when you look at the sub-program definition, and you know I got my markers. Do y'all need me to read it, or y'all can read it for yourself? I am going to read it. because I come out here with this thick thing, I am going to read it. Leave me. Mr. President, I feel assaulted.
Protect you.
So, on the National Culture Foundation, the sub-program statement, it provides, this is the National Culture Foundation, provides for the development of the cultural industries, opportunities for Barbadian artists to showcase their talents that would be competitive in the local, regional, and international markets, and to maximize the sector in the tourism industry. Basically, world. Honestly, repeat, seriously? Mr. President, with your leave, I'm going to repeat for the older people in the chamber. The sub-program statement provides for the development of the cultural industries, opportunities for Barbadian artists to showcase their talents that will be competitive in the local, regional, and international markets, and to maximize the sector in the tourism industry. This is the National Culture Foundation definition, but Beige to the World is not provided for because they don't do Beige to the World. I don't mean to point at you, sorry. We are being invited to the preliminaries by the Ministry of Youth, etc. So, and that's fine, but I can't find anywhere how much money is being spent on Beige to the World. But we still have Cropova, we still have NIFCA. I asked Senator King, how come they don't do NIFCA? He says, and I'm gonna quote, well, not quote, but he told me the people that come to Beige to the World, no, let me do it differently. The people who do NIFCA are usually associated with a group or organization or something like that, even though NIFCA makes provision for professional and unprofessional individuals. So I'm still not getting the Beige to the World money being spent that way. And then we have, I also would like to know what is the perceived outcome when you have won Beige to the World? What happens next? And why are we not using the NCF? Because in addition to all of the things I just read, the NCF also will teach you about lighting and rigging and stage management and production. So holistically, should the NCF not be a part of Beige to the World one way or the other? And if we are spending money on Beige to the World and we're also spending money, 13 million with the NCF, it seems to me that there needs to be a fine tuning. This is not a criticism, this is just an observation. Beige to the World is the same thing. It's the same competition that NIFCA does. It's the same, oh dear. Yes,
Mr. President,
I want to raise.
I raise a point of elucidation in this respect. One, government, Sorry, Mr. President.
Your point of order.
Thank you. Thank you very much for hearing my point of order, Mr. President. Beige to the World and the Division of Culture. The consultant who manages the Beige to the World is actually a consultant from the Division of Culture. The effort is supported by the National Culture Foundation, who provides support, whether that is in the context of providing support either for venues or technical support, so that there is a nexus. The National Culture Foundation is also a facilitator, so that while it may provide direct support and initiate training, it also facilitates and enables where other divisions, where other ministries and other agencies are undertaking activities. So it is not that every time that there is an activity that has to do with exposure for persons, and in this respect, Mr. President, young persons that fall again within the context of the Ministry of Youth, that the NCF has to jump in, but we facilitate, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator, for that point of order. Please proceed, Senator Tay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still want to know how much money being spent on it, though, to be quite honest. Because if there's overlapping, then we could be doing something else with the money. Money tight. I would like to know. I couldn't find it. I don't know what head. There was no provision. When we look at the Ministry of Youth and Empowerment, etc., when you go to the explanatory notes, they tell you what was for the Youth Advance Program and what was for Duke of Edinburgh and what was for sports and what was for whatever. I just want to know. I'm curious. I'm focusing on culture. I would like to know. What does it cost? And more importantly, what is the perceived outcome? At least with the NCF, if you shine at the end of NIFCA, you get the Prime Minister's Award. In my day, it was $35,000. I don't know if it's still $35,000, but you get somebody that can take you somewhere else. What are we doing with BHD World? I remember the first one, the person was supposed to get an opportunity to be on The Voice. The Voice, the first one. We never heard about that. We don't know about the outcomes. I'm just wondering, what's the general plan? I move on. With respect to culture, sir, I'm feeling that government should be looking at establishing long-term commercial and sustainable programs that will redound to the benefit of the artists. Another question I have, NCF used to give as the Pickety Crop Prize a car. But it used to be that the NCF expended $25,000 or thereabouts, and they had this car to give to the artists. And then I think it was last year or year before, they did away with the car. They were giving a full prize of $100,000, and then I think second prize was $50,000, the next prize is $20,000. When I was at the NCF, the artists used to tell me, if you did not place in the first three, crop over was an expense to you. You did not recover your money, because you have to pay not just for the music and the person writing it and the person recording it and the person producing it, you have to pay for every single backup artist. And if you sing twice, you have to give them 2 sets of costumes. You have to pay people to come to rehearsal, etc., etc. So giving somebody a car, the only way that makes sense is if the person wants to have car rental. And even then, most people, when they get the car, they sell the car because they need to recoup their expenses. So nobody is saying not to do Pickety Crop. Nobody is saying to do away with social commentary, but social commentary globally has lost some of its glory. What we do with social commentary is it's like a feel-good heritage thing. But right now, NCF is not doing more than about 4,000 people anywhere. So why would we go and spend $100,000 cash instead of staying with the program with a duty-free vehicle? And the competition component is not even attractive anymore, because you can't get 4,000 people at the NCF, but Soca on the Hill, which has no competition, got a minimum of 10,000 people when that event comes off. So to me, I used to get very upset as chairman. I thought it was a competitor that did not work well for the NCF, but that's because I was myopic. But 10,000 people versus 4, do the math. So why, in the midst of a reduction in interest in social commentary, and the other thing about social commentary is that the artists really can't make money, because social commentary is social commentary. It's not a topic that is easily marketable. So they're not going to record. So where's the commercial component? So why are we spending $100,000 instead of 25 and getting a car? I'm just asking. I don't know if anybody can answer, but I'm just asking. There is evidence to support the view that there really is no long-term commercial or sustained success as a result of winning a competition. I think that is the basis of why Party Monarch was shut down this time around. Sustainability of an industry does not mean one man winning a car unless he wants, like I said, a car rental. And it's no secret, the first 3 after that, it's all over. And I know there are people in here that can vouch for that. I really suggest that the government needs to consider establishing programs like subsidizing people who want to set up a studio, so that they can market music, make money, and it becomes something that is commercial and viable. Or subsidizing artists who try to do performance, because to get better, you have to perform. They go into the hotels, and people want to pay them $200 for a gig, and they only get once a week, they can't make any money. So if there's one individual that has 2 and 3 jobs guaranteed, is an artist. I don't know any artist. I can count on one hand the artists that can make money just doing what they love. That's unfortunate, but that's real. And that's because the industry is not taken seriously. It's almost like a hobby. But it's a very expensive hobby if you want to produce, if you want to make music, and perhaps to develop it, because everybody talks about how much money crop over makes. But for who? Who is making the money? The hotels, the car rental people, who? The people who are not spending as much money and giving as much blood, sweat, and tears as people like Senator King when he was performing. So the government needs to help the artists because we need to have people being able to strike out on their own and actually make a living. And we should insist that the hotels do better. How come you're gonna get to pay somebody $200 and then you bring in foreigners to come and sing? What you mean? Do better, serve a purpose. The artists need a break, they need a chance. And crop over does not only mean the artists. You have the backup singers. You have the what? You have, you have backup singers, you have the makeup artists, you have the people who make the costumes. You have people, you have the vendors. You have the people who have the stalls. You know, the biggest thing that you could do that mash up somebody? Shut down an event 2 days before because you could. Because that's what happened in the early days. I ain't calling nobody name nor nothing, I ain't pointing at nobody nor nothing, but the opening ceremony was shut down and people had already bought their stuff for the opening gala. You know what else we spending money on a lot? The Ministry of the Ecclesiastical Affairs, that is not even part of anybody's name in the ministry. And I don't understand the definition of ecclesiastical affairs, and I feel this might be errata, but I don't know. Ecclesiastical, do you know where is in the Bible, Senator Walcott? Not you, Pastor Thompson. Not me, you. Stay over there. Explain this to me, somebody, please. The definition of ecclesiastical affairs. This program addresses the challenges encountered by the elderly and other beneficiaries through the provision of services at home or within the community rather than institutions. This is obviously an error, but fix this, please, 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 because there's $771,816 that has been allocated to this clause, to this section for 2022-23, nothing for 23-24, but when you look at the notes, some of this money is allocated to the Independence Church Service. Seriously? Y'all don't come off that kind of money though, the standard? Subventions to the Barbados Diocesan Trust, the Diocesan Synod of Barbados, and town hall meetings for ecclesiastical affairs. What are they? And then at 226, professional services, $20,000 provides for consultation on faith and spirituality. What y'all mean? What is that? Provides for consultation of what? Provides for consultation on faith and spirituality, $20,000. I would like some consultation, please, Mr. President. I would like these explanatory notes should be clearer, and it should be that we understand how the money is being spent, and it doesn't feel as if you're just putting money here and hope that nobody notices. I notice, Kadir. Nobody else in here would have looked at ecclesiastical affairs, but you know how come I saw it? Because I was looking at the disabilities unit, which is in the same place. Mr. President, thanks very much. I just want to say something very quickly. It is my understanding that the government plans to be appointing or hoping to appoint, you don't let me look at me, so put on your glasses, 11 persons to be liaison officers for the private member. The private members are the persons who are not ministers of government. So the private members, the backbenchers, are supposed to be getting the equivalent of personal assistance. The money for them is going to come to over $800,000. 11 persons, you are going somewhere with this and you know where I'm going. 11 persons will be assigned to persons who are not ministers. Their base, to do things like attend funerals, go to site meetings, go to the media, firehouse fires and things like that for the private members. And to help, you cannot call them personal assistants, they're the equivalent of it's analogous. This is where I'm going. So if you know where I'm going, leave me be, Mr. President. I feel attacked. Listen carefully, members of the Senate. they will be getting just over $6,000 plus travel, plus phone. And not a bill nor a piece of legislation do they pass. I am not quarreling about them having, the private members having assistance, because the ministers have had it since 1997. What I am confused about is how we are still at $1,479.07, to the point where Senator Nichols came here real early and quarreled that, as he said, and Senator, you didn't quarrel though, Senator Paris confirmed that this is the kind of money that was being paid when they were here before, from 2003 to 2005. So when this government, are you looking on this side? When this government come back to back with legislation that got 1,000 sections, 17 schedules, are we actually reading? I don't know about y'all, and y'all have to give 100 towards BLP headquarters, so y'all don't even get the 14 when it's get 13. How do I know this? Because one of y'all tell me back in the day, don't worry with me. The point is, it's not the point. It's not the point. Governance has a cost, Mr. President. We, and I said it in 2018, I'm saying it again, we do not balk when the private sector gets $30,000 to $50,000 a month. We are part of governance. We pass legislation. We go to meetings free. We are in here, and this is not about anybody trying to beg for money. This is about recognizing the importance of what this is us, people taking us seriously and being aware of what we do. Look at the caliber of people in here. It's not that I don't say that, y'all, but I don't know for a fact, but I know for a fact. Doctor, superstar, doctor, look, almost Dr. Boobly, consultant, member of the Privy Council. This is not a joke. We have never been a rubber stamp Senate, ever. We have never been in here sleeping. We have never not contributed to the debate, and that is generally speaking. It is time, and I know y'all can't ask, and I'm not asking, I'm saying it's time. So, and oh, by the way, let the public know, we are not part of the salary negotiations. We are not paid a salary, we're paid a stipend. So because you don't take out tax, and you don't take out, what's the other thing you pay? NIS. Well, there's nobody in the country that thinks that we don't make a mint. And you can't take out NIS, and you can't take out, what's the other one? PAYE. Nothing from nothing is nothing. $1,479.07, and Senator Nichols was in here 2003 or 2005. So we're talking 20 years ago, Mr. President. It is a joke.
Lowest paid senators in the Commonwealth.
It is a joke. What she said?
Lowest paid senators.
We are the joke of the Commonwealth. We are the joke. No, we are, because we have been provided with information. Trinidadians, the Trinidad senators get 14, 15, 16,000. They get per diem. They get a telecommunications. They get all kind of things. They get assistance. And that's another thing. We don't have a secretariat. So when we want to research when the keys were handed over to Senator King, I got to go digging up. None of y'all ain't got no laws of Barbados neither. The lawyers in here, by the skin of their teeth, have laws of Barbados, maybe, but we're all supposed to have laws of Barbados. What's happening? We need to advocate for that which is fair and reasonable. I just want to say one last thing, Mr. President. Thanks very much for your indulgence. This is what I want to say, and I know I can get licks. I can get licks for getting on about money too, but I don't care. We're not asking to be paid for what we're worth. We are asking for our work and our presence here to be valued. That's what it is, to be valued. You cannot pay me. If I go to taxation, they're gonna start me at $1,000 an hour. I ain't trying to be paid. Yes, I'm a QC. Don't get tired. That's not what it is. It is that we have to be valued. And we must not be ashamed to insist that we be valued, because we are not in here liming. The very first time that we went all the way to 11 o'clock because we had to change. No, remember when we had to do the international 2018, right off the bat, my back was out for a month. That's why I have this cushion. Minutes before Christmas, we don't play. And Senator Monroe Knight is quick to talk about this government. People want them to go slow, but we have things to do. We are moving fast. And y'all ain't playing? Y'all are not playing. So, I have spoken, and I don't want to say one last thing. You see this behavior, sir, that is happening in the two houses, where people are, to my mind, being bombastic and disrespecting people and all of that. I'm concerned, members of the public are concerned. I am disturbed that there is somebody in one of these houses that intimated that somebody should be stoned. There are lines to be drawn with politics. There are lines to be drawn with what you do. When you start threatening people's lives, you can't on the same hand then say you want women and you want young people to come into politics. There is a way to abuse one another without threatening their lives.
Senator Tate, but by definition, according to the rules,
Sir.
it cannot be suggested that, including proper motives, for someone in either house to suggest that someone should be stoned would clearly be improper. So,
I'm sorry, what are you saying to me, sir?
no, I heard you to say that someone in one of these houses suggested that someone should be stoned.
But as a fact, sir? Yes.
It cannot be imputing improper motives to a member.
I'm not,
And
sir.
I'm just saying that
Sir,
according to the standing
I hear
orders,
what you're saying, sir, but it happened. I can't be, I didn't do it. I'm saying that it happened, Mr. President.
And, no, but the,
Okay, fine. I'm just asking that, I'm gonna move on from that, sir, and I'm gonna ask
Let us-
that we do better.
let us have that withdrawn and struck. And make your point before referencing that, because it would fall under 34.3 terms of, 34.5, sorry, imputing improper motives. Because that would be clearly improper for a member of either house to have that motive.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That may very be an interpretation, but not another motive.
I thank you for my time, Mr. President. I have said what I feel about the situation. I think we can do better. We are the upper chamber. We need to have decorum and class and behave in a way that would not bring disrepute to the chamber. And in that regard, sir, I thank you. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Tate, for your contribution. Thank you very much. Honorable Senators, before Senator Cummings starts to wrap up, Her Honor Senator Thompson will take the chair for a few minutes.
Order. Senator Cummings, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. I want to begin, first of all, by expressing my appreciation to all of the honorable senators in this chamber. It has been 3 days consistently of intense debate on the question not of the estimates on its own and not reference to government's macroeconomic framework, but on the development of this nation we all love and the people on whose behalf we stand in this honorable chamber. And I want to express my appreciation to the honorable senators, in particular those of you who are not ministers of government and for whom this is not your day-to-day responsibility and you have full-time jobs elsewhere and you have had the opportunity, therefore, to give up your time. In some cases, I know of one member who said to me they took 3 days off from work to be here in the Honorable Senate to be able to represent the interests of the people of Barbados in the estimates. So let me start by expressing that appreciation to all of you. I will, of course, during the course of my own presentation and closing up the estimates, take the opportunity to respond to any of the things that have not been responded to by members of the government side, because I want to express my absolute appreciation for the extraordinary performance of the members of the government side in representing the government's agenda here robustly over the last 3 days. So there's very little that I would have to respond to that has not already been navigated. But I'm going to start with a bit of a macro overview in the way that I did when I opened the debate. Mr. President, when I started, I talked about where we had come from in 2018. I went up to what we did between 2018 and 2020. I navigated the COVID pandemic years of 2020 up to 2022, and then I went into what government's transformation agenda is meant to look like in 2023 as captured in these estimates and the 3 forward years that are being projected. I did that in my opening. What I want to be able to do in my closing today, Mr. President, is to put into context an answer to many of the questions that Barbadians have asked here and elsewhere on why certain things were not done during a period, Mr. President. Because, you know, people have a way of saying that we have short memories. People have a way of saying that we have short-term memories. And I feel sometimes, Mr. President, that as traumatic as the COVID years were, perhaps we all have a form of PTSD and we're trying to blank it out and we don't quite remember where we were. And so we don't remember when the world stopped and Barbados stopped with it. In 2020 to 2021, Mr. President, when these estimates were being negotiated, being debated, the annual budgeted revenue was estimated at just approximately $3 billion. The actual outturn, Mr. President, fell below that, a decline of $480 million in 2020, Mr. President, a gap of $480 million in one financial year. If I were to go then to the expenditure, Mr. President, for the same corresponding period, the expenditure was budgeted at around, at the time, $2.75 billion, but the actual expenditure amounted to just about $3 billion. That represented an increase of approximately $240.8 million, Mr. President. Why is there not more money available for care of the elderly? Why is there not more money available for some of the things that we are talking about and were raised in this chamber, Mr. President? There has been a deviation in what government's revenue was as against government's planned expenditure. But despite that downturn, and despite the difference in revenue versus expenditure, Mr. President, this government still increased expenditure, in particular in social spending, in a number of critical areas, and they're captured during that period, Mr. President, Madam Deputy President. We spent, during the period of COVID, the financial year 2020 to 2021, $10 million additional to the Welfare Department to meet the additional cost of grants to individuals. $10 million to the Household Survival Program and $10 million to the Adoptive Family Program. This was in order to facilitate cash transfers. $3.5 million to the National Assistance Board to establish a community elder care program. $48.8 million for the management of the COVID program of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. $23.8 million to the Transport Board to meet operating costs. $3.5 million to provide financial relief to vendors, operators of small shops and stalls, and medium-sized enterprises impacted by the national shutdown, and $10.0 million to the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training to provide tablets and laptops to assist with online classes.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. We will receive the President as he returns to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Please proceed, Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just wanted to take the opportunity to go through those things that the government's expenditure would have absorbed to the tune of in excess of $240.8 million in that single financial year, despite a significant downturn in revenues. Mr. President, by the time we came to financial year 2021 to 2022, what were we looking at? The estimates of expenditure for that financial year, Mr. President, were estimated at we were expected that the revenues would surpass $203 million, largely as a result of the economic upturn. And then we would have seen that actually happening. The total revenue would have increased by 10% over the previous period. And that would really have been attributed not necessarily to full economic activity, but to corporation tax and the uptick in tourism activity. In the same year for expenditure, Mr. President, we saw total expenditure of $3.1 million, which was budgeted in that financial year, while actual expenditure was around $3.3 million. This was a $210 million increase over the period, and this was spread across all of the categories. And what were some of those categories, Mr. President? They included projects related to the Barbados Water Authority, also the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Sanitation Service Authority, social services. There has been in this administration, Mr. President, before these estimates of expenditure, 2023 to 2024, an extensive body of work that this government can stand up and lay claim to, that despite financial challenges, despite declines in projected revenues, despite increasing expenditure in social and health care and even in education to allow for every Barbadian child to have a device and a tablet where online schools could go on. And let us put that in context, Mr. President. I have been watching, and I want to agree in full with my colleague, Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight, when she opened this morning. She talked about burning of fires and schools and those kinds of things and how it's affecting so many people. But this government, this Ministry of Education, Mr. President, aside from responding to exogenous things like those things, this Ministry of Education, through this government, is still in a position today to immediately migrate children from the classroom environment to the online environment because we ensured that every child in Barbados that needed a device had one. That was government expenditure, Mr. President. And I heard the chief education officer on the news this week say there may still be some children who, for whatever reason, cannot go back onto their online classroom. And if that is so, simply come to the Ministry of Education and they will make the necessary provision to so do. Those are the kinds of things that this government did not plan for, but did anyway during the preceding financial years. And so we have, therefore, to be reasonable. So it was interesting, Mr. President, to hear the conversation in a narrow context, because the people who concern themselves exclusively with debt and government's expenditure, how we are going to close the fiscal gap deficit, do not ever for a moment acknowledge that any of those things that required expenditure took place. They will never say to the government, you didn't have to, as was the case in other countries, provide devices for everybody's child that needed it, but we did. They will never say that you don't have to make sure that there's a provision of health care and social care, but we did. They will never say, Mr. President, that we don't have to make sure that the household mitigation unit, as it was then, $600 to people every month, that we did not need to do that. They will never say that, Mr. President. They will never have the grace, and I'll use that word again, they will never have the grace to acknowledge that that is work which this government did, that is expenditure which this government undertook, and those are the things that have contributed to these estimates today having to adjust and make the adjustments to which I referred in my opening comments in financial year 2023 to 2024 because of the realities, not the theory, the realities of what happened in 2020 and 2021. And those years happened on the back end, Mr. President, of a fiscal crisis that we came and managed during the period 2018 to 2020. I think we have to be fair, Mr. President, and Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe, when she spoke earlier, she talked about having a fair and honest debate. There has been very little that is fair and honest about what is being said in some circles. There's very little that is fair and honest about what is being put out there by certain people. And they have a platform that they have been using manipulatively and deceptively at some times to be able to mammogai the Barbadian public into forgetting the things that are right there in front of them. Mr. President, COVID was not so far ago. It didn't just vanish overnight. It took doing, and I remember, Mr. President, a member of the church community said to me about a year and a half ago, said, you know, Lisa, the government has instituted a plan to navigate COVID, the emergency directives and all of those things. But we need to have a plan to navigate coming out from COVID. But the truth is that we came out from COVID and almost forgot that COVID happened. The minute we stopped wearing masks, the minute we stopped having lockdown, we forgot what it meant. And I think it is important, as why we will chirp, as Senator Nichols said earlier on this side, because we have not forgotten what it was like to legislate during that period. We have not forgotten what it was like to make decisions that were difficult ones in the midst of a crisis, Mr. President. So that is the foundation for these estimates of expenditure, Mr. President, where there is a gap, and the Prime Minister has said, and many of us in here have also said, the basis on which that gap is to be closed. It is not purely by foreign borrowing, even though we have outlined the conditions under which we are borrowing and the purposes for which our borrowing is being used. We have not made any indication about taxes, and they started out by talking about more taxes. When that didn't happen, they come to say they reduced the taxes. When they talk about reducing, but then they moved on to say it can come later on down in the year. They made it up as they go along, as I said before, Mr. President, but they have not had the grace to acknowledge that there has also been a very clear indication from the Honorable Prime Minister and those persons who have spoken, including myself in my opening, that private investment, private mobilization of close to, I believe the Prime Minister has set a target for what that needs to look like in this fiscal year, is also meant to drive development in this country. That is the basis of the gap between our expenditure, Mr. President, and our revenue base. But, Mr. President, I was sitting here earlier minding my own business, and as is the case with Senator Dr. the Most Honorable Jerome Walcott, he is always, perhaps, I think, one of the most meticulous people, not just in a operating theater, but in terms of his devices. He has a filing system where at a moment's notice, he can pull any document from any time in history and have it at his fingertips. And so while sitting here, he pulled up the election manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party, not of 2018, not of 2022, but of 2008 when we lost the government. And in going through the manifesto with my colleague, it was an amazing thing to watch. In so many instances throughout this manifesto, Mr. President, I found things that the Barbados Labour Party represented as our philosophy, because you have to have a philosophy. One of the reasons you belong to a political party, or you join a group, or you're a Rotarian like myself and Senator Malalou, who said he doesn't attend the meetings but wants a Rotarian, you're always a Rotarian. Senator Paris, who's a lion, and others who are optimists. Mr. President, you join an association or a group of people because you believe in their philosophy. And the Barbados Labour Party had a philosophy at 2008 that covered a range of things that I want to draw to your attention to outline why we will be here today. Mr. President, in 2008, this government spoke about the importance of research and development. It spoke about the importance of investing in the University of the West Indies. And it spoke then, Mr. President, about the expansion of a national reading program. And I zoom in there to start, Mr. President, because it was raised by the Honorable Senator Dr. Christine Hines about the importance of focusing on reading. And in 2008, this was something that we said. It is still something that this administration and through the Ministry of Education has been working on. But it also went on to say to expand diagnostic testing, and it spoke specifically in this instance about 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds for hearing, speech, and sight, and to expand testing to be able to assess educational progress. Now, Mr. President, just a few weeks ago, maybe more, no, maybe few months ago, the Prime Minister talked about ensuring that in the post-COVID period, that our young people had access to a diagnostic test for the purpose of being able to assess where they stood, especially after COVID. There are so many of our young people, Mr. President, I know a few of them, who could not adapt easily to the online environment. Some people are interactive learners. Some people need to touch and feel. Some people will never thrive behind a computer screen. And could you imagine if we lived in a generation where at 3 years old and 5 years old, we learned to write behind a computer screen and not with a person in a classroom sitting with you? I probably would not have thrived, Mr. President. And so the Prime Minister was very clear when she said there are going to be those who are still in our education system who need to be able to be assessed to make a determination as to where they are coming out of 2 years, 2.5+ years behind a computer, away from the classroom, in online classes. And if you heard the furor as a consequence, we want what we want until we get it, and then we want something else, because there are those for whom their commentary is not honest and just, it is not fair, and they really just want to be able to keep moving the goalposts to say the government isn't doing anything, because that's what's in their heart anyhow. But that was at 2008. That's what we said. We talked also at the time, Mr. President, about a couple of key things that are important, and Senator Dr. Brathwaite spoke about maintenance. Even then, Mr. President, and we've already spoken to that, maintenance is all the way through each of the heads, and I'm happy that we had an opportunity to speak in one-on-one and you were able to see where it's found. But even then, we were speaking about the provision of resources annually for school maintenance to ensure that they were upkept and put in a way that was going to be appropriate. Prime Minister, recently, and here in these estimates, you see support being given to the arts and culture. Issues relating to film production, graphic design, and multimedia production. Those were the 2008 priorities of this government, and they have been incorporated into these estimates and further in the budget from the Prime Minister for the purpose of supporting the cultural industries. I am advised in response to Senator Tate in terms of the mention of film, that there is under the existing 2013-2015 Cultural Industries Development Act provision for subsidies and incentives to be given to artists, including those with film studios, and moreover, that the National Cultural Foundation has invested in and is functioning with a film studio where persons can have access, a music recording studio, and persons are using that studio to go in and also to, music studio, and to go in and to do their podcast as well. So there is that happening as well under the National Cultural Foundation. Mr. President, I could go on in 2008, but I won't, because there is so much that is captured within that document that it would almost seem as though, I think the Senator Walcott said to me, it was an excellent manifesto, and it absolutely was. But I want to go through some of the responses to the questions that were raised by honorable senators that were not responded to. We've already navigated the questions that were raised by the honorable senators who spoke about the debt gap and the issues that were going to be presented in terms of how we were going to close the gap. I also want to be able to respond specifically to the questions that were being raised on education. We have heard from the Honorable Prime Minister that that will be treated to in a separate intervention. Not everything is going to be dealt with purely within the context of the estimates or the budget, and so I want to make sure that we are clear that because it is not spoken about here in detail, it doesn't mean it has not been programmed and that the details will not come. But I'm going to spend a few moments, Mr. President, my voice is going, so you have to bear with me, on energy and RE. The Honorable Senator Christopher Maynard spoke about government buildings and how they have PV panels on them in the industrial estates. And I want to remind the Honorable Senator that the Barbados Industrial Development Corporation, since rebranded Export Barbados, is a commercial state-owned enterprise, and it is run by its board of management. And so arrangements governing what they do in the buildings would then be falling under the supervision of that board. But suffice to say that from the Ministry of Energy's perspective, across government in its entirety, the ministry has prepared what we have described as a renewable energy capacity program, which we are going to be taking to cabinet very shortly, and so I don't want to go into very much detail there, but what it does do is it looks at what programs are being executed under the government in terms of government buildings, including but not limited to schools, state-owned enterprises, including those in the agriculture sector and others, to ensure that there is a provision under the notion of state-owned reform to remove the expenditure from government for electricity. In some instances, when I was chairman of the port, Mr. President, on an annual basis, we used to have an electricity bill of $3 million. And so if you can remove that bill, then it results in a corresponding saving to government from the various estimates of expenditure and therefore from the actual upturn that you will have. Now, in terms of licensing fees in this area, Mr. President, this is a question that was raised by one of the honorable members. In the 2022 manifesto, you will see that there is a specific mention of a sovereign heritage fund, and we've spoken about this in this honorable chamber on more than one occasion. There's a provision for a sovereign heritage fund where national assets of all kinds will be vested in the interest of Barbadians. And I want to again make reference to that because it is specifically relevant to the question on licensing fees, even for offshore oil and gas exploration. So I just wanted to be very clear about that. Now, on the question of the disposal of cars as we transition to electric vehicles, we have on island somewhere around 120,000 vehicles that can arguably transition into the electric vehicle space. So we have that is very much a real issue. Now, if you recall, many years ago, when government was navigating a used car issue, and you had used cars coming into the country, and you had tires that were coming into the country, and they were being disposed of in a way that was resulting in problematic disposal that was problematic, the government made a policy decision that it would not allow vehicles to come into the country. One, that would be below a certain age, beyond a certain age, or two, that did not have brand new tires on them. Equally so, at this stage, under the Ministry of Environment, there is very much an active discussion ongoing on not just for electric cars specifically, but decommissioning of all kinds of end-of-life products, which then have to be disposed of and how they are treated to. And so that is very much being done under the Ministry of Environment, and I believe that Senior Minister Walcott has supervisory oversight for that ministry and therefore for that work. Now, there was a question raised about foreign trade and the division of foreign trade with the commercial agenda having very limited resources allocated to it. Mr. President, my ministry, the Ministry of Energy, Business and Commerce, has approximately $45 million allocated to it. That is a small sum when compared to, let's say, the Ministry of Health. That's because, Mr. President, foreign trade, commerce, business, industry, we are productive sectors. We are meant to generate the foreign exchange. We are meant to be able to be off budget. We are meant to be able to facilitate private investment and development of private enterprise, as opposed to being a cost to central government. That's the difference between a foreign trade ministry and a Ministry of Health. One is the provision of services to people, one is meant to help us to make money. And so you will always have for the productive sectors, except where you have capital expenditure works being programmed, where, for example, in agriculture, you're building a tissue lab and those kinds of things. You will always have for the productive sectors, lower budgets allocated because we are meant to bring the money, not spend the money. So that's very much to be a part of what this government is about. Now, when Senator Drake spoke about a couple of things. And I want to deal with a couple of comments made, not just by Senator Drake, but other honorable senators, about the longer range view. Last month, Barbados welcomed Professor Mariana Mazzucato to the island. And we had a series of consultations with the cabinet, with the parliamentary group, with the senior officials of government, with the labor, with the social partners. We even had discussions, Mr. President, with the media, including talk show hosts. They were all invited to Illawarra Court in different groups to hear from Professor Mazzucato on what she describes as a mission economy. So you heard in Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight's presentation, she spoke about how we needed to establish the missions, followed by our CFRs, and then we needed to be able to rationalize how that would work. And so I want to spend just a few seconds, and I want to read why this government is doing that. Here in Professor Mazzucato's book, which many of us are reading or have read, it says a key lesson is that in crises, government intervention is only effective if the state has the corresponding capability to act. It went on to say, far from retrenching to the role of being best at fixers of market failure, and at worst, outsourcers, governments should invest in building their muscle in critical areas such as productive capacity, procurement capabilities, public-private collaborations that genuinely serve the government in the public interest, and digital and data expertise. I am happy to make this a document of the House, and then I want to just quote from this one section here. It says this, in 2015, 193 countries signed a commitment to tackle 17 ambitious UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Everybody knows Barbados has a 2030 agenda. To address them, we need a very different approach to governance and public-private partnerships from the one we have now. It requires a massive rethink of what government is for and the types of capability and capacity it needs. But more importantly, it depends on what sort of capitalism we want to build, how we want to govern, the relationships and investments that all people can flourish, and the planetary boundaries which are always going to be respected. That, Mr. President, is the basis of what this administration has started to do. And so on that basis, Mr. President, there are, I believe, 5 capabilities that we are proposing to build with this mission economy: leadership and engagement, coordination, administration, risk-taking and experimentation, and dynamic evaluation. We are actively, and I believe we have meetings on Friday with the senior leadership of the public service to be able to further elaborate on what the changes are going to be with the public sector officials. We are all, I believe, there are several of us who are co-chairing various committees on what some of the missions need to be and what the reforms need to look like. And that forms the overarching principle of what constitutes a government mission-based economy. So no, we are not, Senator Dr. Rogers, planning in short-term, much looking at that high-level view and that transformational view, restructuring the way in which government internally functions in order to allow and position government to respond externally to what countries need. But Senator Dr. Rogers spoke about the world in which we're doing all of that. And it made me go home. All of us are readers. I know the credentials of the people on this side as well as those who are on that side. We are all Barbadians, and we're all well-educated Barbadians, all of us in this room. So, Mr. President, we all read. And I subscribe, not like Senator Nichols to The Economist, but although I read it on a monthly basis too, yes. But I have a subscription to Foreign Affairs magazine on a quarterly basis. And so it made me go back to my October-November edition of my Foreign Affairs magazine. When I listened to Senator Dr. Rogers yesterday, as he talked about what's happening geopolitically, and it's titled The Age of Uncertainty. And it mirrored much of what you said in your comments, Senator Dr. Rogers. It said, and I want to quote from that book deliberately, it said, I'm happy to leave it here temporarily so you can record it, but I keep my material with me. Yes. It said, on the one hand, the world is witnessing the revival of some of the worst aspects of traditional geopolitics. Great power competition, imperial ambitions, fights over resources. It goes on to say, but that is not all, not by a long shot. These geopolitical risks are colliding with complex new challenges, central to the contemporary era, such as climate change, pandemics, and nuclear proliferation. And not surprisingly, the diplomatic fallout from growing rivalries has made it nearly impossible for great powers to work together on regional and international challenges, even when it is in their interest to do so. I'm going to close on this one section. It says here, these conditions have set off a vicious cycle. Heightened geopolitical competition makes it even more difficult to produce the cooperation demanded by new global problems, and the deteriorating international environment further fuels geopolitical tensions at a time when the United States is weakened and distracted by internal divisions. This is what my Age of Uncertainty edition of Foreign Affairs said in October, November of last year. So yes, the Barbados Labour Party has a philosophy as at 2008. The world was different then. It had a philosophy in 2018. It has had a philosophy in 2022 of what we needed to do with a new mandate. And it is navigating both the global circumstances, the national circumstances, and then, Mr. President, it begins to navigate what our local narrative also looks like. We ain't doing nothing. We ain't doing enough. What about Barbados? What's happening in the prices? Today, Mr. President, and I made a note, today the newspaper in the UK said that inflation in the UK rose today by 11.4%, when forecasters were expecting it was going to fall to 9.9%. An average that it had reached over the last 12 months was 11.1%, but it rose today by 11.9%. And this is a government that has introduced a price compact. And I was intrigued to go back to that 2008 manifesto of Senator Walker and see that in there we were talking about a basket of goods on which we would remove the value-added tax for Barbadians in 2008. And here it is in 2022, we are containing prices notwithstanding global inflationary rates happening in every major economy of the world. We are still containing those rates. Senator Thompson spoke about our cap on fuel. We've instituted the cap, the VAT cap on, and we passed it in this honorable chamber, Mr. President. So I want to be very clear in closing, because I feel as if so much has been said. So much has been covered in this honorable chamber and by all of my colleagues that I actually don't even have to say a whole lot today, Mr. President. But here's what I want to be able to actually make the point about. When a budget and a set of estimates is presented, and we are having what is fundamentally an economic and a financial debate in the Honorable Senate, and the one member who is typically on the other side, who is an economist, does not speak anything about the economic merits or the demerits of our program, I would have to say to the government of Barbados, job well done. If there was something to argue about, you would have had it, because in the same way that I took the time to go back to speeches from 2001, I took the time to go back to 2018, when we first joined the Senate in this chamber, and I took the time to review every single budgetary contribution that has been made by members of this honorable chamber and the issues that they have raised. How, when we had the owner of Snow in this chamber, they deferred at the time to one economist that represented the other side, and what their responses were to every single estimates of expenditure and budgetary statement that came to this honorable chamber. And this is the first time that I can see any evidence that there was not a critique of the substance of the contribution for government. Well done, government of Barbados. And so, Mr. President, we found ourselves quibbling over other things, which I believe that Senator Lorenzo Harewood and Senator Nichols have ably answered, and so I don't need to go over that. But I believe that we have clearly outlined and articulated a macroeconomic framework over the last few years. We have clearly articulated our vision for Barbados for transformation. We have outlined what is contained in the estimates of expenditure by each head on every sector, what we're proposing to do in this financial year, what we're hoping to be able to do in the upcoming 3 financial years. And on that basis, Mr. President, I am proud to be a member of the Barbados Labour Party and a member of this cabinet, a member of this Senate, and a member of this great administration led by the Honorable Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley. I am very proud today to be a part of this government. There will be, I am sure, an occasion for us to have to make changes, for us to have to come back to the people to say, these are the circumstances that we now face. This is not what we planned for. This is not what we could have foreseen. And so we have those conversations, as we have done since 2018 up to now, without exception. Each time we've had to make a pivot, we have done so. Despite the cynics, we have done so. And we will continue to do so. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Appropriation Bill 2023. Act.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Appropriation Act 2023. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Mr. President, recommittal of papers. Presentation of papers.
Presentation of papers. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the following documents. Estimates of revenue and expenditure 2023 to 2024, schedules of emoluments 2023-2024, report of the Law Reform Commission for the period June 2019 to December 2022, the Police Complaints Authority Annual Report 2021, audited financial statements of the Barbados Community College for the years ending March 31st, 2010, March 31st, 2011, and March 31st, 2012. Audited Report 2020 and 2021, and the audited financial statements for the year ending March 31st, 2020, and March 2021 of the Darrell Jordan Secondary School, the Customs Tariff Amendment Order 2018, and loan contract number 5720/OCBA between the Government of Barbados and the Inter-American Development Bank on the program to strengthen public policy and fiscal management in response to the health and economic crisis caused by COVID-19 in Barbados too.
Revert to public business, and on the public business, order number 1, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution that the Barbados Fiscal Framework 2023 to 2024, 2025 to 2026 be debated in Parliament, and that any recommendations made in respect of the Fiscal Framework 2023 to 2024, 2025 to 2026 be considered by Cabinet.
Senator Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is probably going to be my shortest contribution in this honorable chamber. I believe that we have spent the last 3 days in great detail going over the budgetary and the financial business of the government of Barbados. We have shared specifically what the government's macroeconomic policy is, and so I just want to be able to put this in context. We are proposing, Mr. President, in the upcoming fiscal years, 2023 to 2024, 25 to 26, that the budget will continue to support the following priorities, and these are those priorities. I want to list them for your benefit. You will find them, of course, captured throughout the estimates. The reducing poverty and inequality through the protection of the vulnerable, increasing the long-term competitiveness of the tourism sector, reducing unemployment by training staff and investing in renewable energy, strengthening resilience to natural disasters and climate change, the review of the tax system to broaden tax base and lower rates, significant reduction of tax expenditures, reform and transformation of the state-owned enterprises, pension reform and a comprehensive procurement framework, transforming the public sector through fiscal and debt consolidation. It goes on to speak, Mr. President, of financial support and the facilitation of innovation and entrepreneurship, providing expenditure to facilitate the movement to green, enhancement of food production and food security, building resilience in the housing market in conjunction with renewable energy to drive sustainable capital formation and provide housing to large numbers of persons awaiting housing solutions. Finally, we have 4 additional priorities, Mr. President, to boost export capacity of traditional and non-traditional goods and services, develop a life sciences park as a part of critical thrust to build out the bioeconomy, establish a heritage district as a boon to development of the heritage economy, and finally, creating a balance sheet of underutilized assets, and I just made mention of that in a soon-to-be-created Barbados Legacy Fund. I've spoken about that as captured in the Barbados Labour Party Manifesto of 2022 as well as 2018, where it speaks about creating a baseline for Barbadians to be able to access their own assets. We have already, in great detail, gone over the 2018 BERT program as well as the 2022 BERT program, and we have 6 basic pillars which are contained within that program. We have shared what that program has been, and we've debated it in great detail, including in the context of the recently approved estimates. And so on that basis, Mr. President, I believe that everyone in this honorable chamber is very clear on what is outlined in our fiscal framework. And with those very few words, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
There being no speakers, the question is that this resolution do now pass. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I believe that brings us stunningly to the end of government business for the day. And we are exactly on the minute as we had projected in terms of time. And so I want to again express my appreciation in closing to all honorable senators in the chamber who remained in their seats and stayed in the chamber, came to Parliament every day for this estimates debate. Your support and participation in the interest of the people of Barbados is not something that is being unnoticed. And so I wish to beg that the Senate be adjourned until next Wednesday at 11 a.m. Next Wednesday, the 29th of March at 11 a.m. 11 a.m.
Before I put the question, I just want to join in thanking all honorable members for their diligence and preparation and their zeal and participation in this very important debate. It is not a pro forma ceremonial activity. It is the opportunity to consider government's expenditure and priorities for its entire program for the year. That's the annual appropriation, and the richness of the debate and the diversity of the interests, economic, social, governance, political, tells a good story. And so I want to thank you for your participation. I want to thank, of course, the clerks at the table for their solid support, our police officers for our protection, the serving staff downstairs, the technicians, because we don't see them, but we feel them if they're not there, in terms of the lack of the public address or the lack of broadcast. And because I think that I think we're so used to the broadcast of parliamentary proceedings over these many years on radio and on the internet and so on, that we take it for granted. But it is an important aspect of our democratic governance and openness that several parliaments in the world do not yet quite enjoy. Several populations do not quite enjoy in the way that that we do. And certainly Parliament will have this YouTube channel, and it being rebroadcast through other channels provides opportunities for those who are not able to follow live to log on at any time and to follow the various contributions of members. And I think it has really, people being physically present here has allowed a younger demographic especially to follow the proceedings of our Parliament. I'm also to inform, not for the wider population, but for members here this dinner, we're not able to feed the wider population in this little morsel. We're not able to multiply the 5 loaves into 5,000. But I really want to thank everyone for their participation and the richness of the contributions. So the question is that the Honorable Senate do now adjourn until Wednesday, March 29th at 11 a.m. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This sitting is, the Honorable Senate is therefore adjourned.